Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable, cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Mic check, and the mics are hot. Lord King, we're up, sir.
Cameras
he said
on?
cameras on. He said, yeah, we're up, sir. The intros are starting.
Oh,
sir.
sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
'cause I'm
very
playing-
prompt schedule today.
Yeah. The kid is almost over with this one, though.
Caught you with your Bonkai out. Yeah, your Bonkai out.
But I'm about to turn it off. I do apologize to everybody that's out there in the realm.
Was you
but I had to
gaming?
get that off.
Were you
yes,
gaming?
I'm gaming. I can't believe that I'm gaming. Who, me? Not the kid that don't game. God forbid. The guy with the streaming channel games.
Messy. No
Close
doubt.
this
But hear ye, and we are live. And welcome to the ILP Podcast, LLC, and lordsofgaming.net, episode number 406. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got major Xbox gaming division layoffs. Maybe imminent. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Outside.
It's hot outside. I heard the beach is hot, though.
Beach is hot.
I heard it be shutting down, too.
I heard the beach is hot. I heard it's fire on the beach right now.
I heard the beach is so hot, it be shutting down people's situations.
Yo, you
I heard they be like, sometimes the beach is closed for most.
You are ridiculous. MetaQuest 3S Xbox edition.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing. I can't wait to talk about that.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about there.
VR.
VR. And Square Enix and turn-based RPGs to discuss. So we gonna get
I can see somebody sort of light.
You funny. Somebody saw what somebody else was doing?
Somebody looked over and said, that's what we used to do. They running it up on these bumps.
You are ridiculous. Anyway, so let's introduce those gaming nights and rub here at the round table. Missing 2, but technically 1. You know what I'm saying? Lord Attic will be joining in progress. Spoke to the homie. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I've told you ahead of time this week was an off week, but we'll get some stuff back. But we still got some other people here. We still got some other lords here. And of course, the Incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the Excess Gamer. The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the ascended one of the Xbox platform movement.
Ooh.
Beloved. Lord King, how we doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Now, I'm not doing as good as Jake Paul, but I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah, what happened with
listen. All right, so I'm going to say Schofield, you knocking out Tevin Farm in the first round is something that I didn't expect. I thought you was going to beat him. I thought you was going to knock him out probably by the 8th or 10th round, but knocking him out in the first round, Schofield, I got to take my hats off to you. I understand why Shakur tried to poison you allegedly and try to get you up out of there. I understand, but I know that fight's supposed to be next. You got William Zepeda versus Shakur in July. We're going to see what that do, but we're going to get to the main entertainment. This is entertainment, folks, and I want y'all to understand, anytime you're fighting the promoter, the manager, the boxer, anytime you're fighting Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, that's Jake Paul.
That's the Jake Paul team? That's the team? That's what you're dealing with?
He's the one that put the whole thing together. Okay. Like, he's the promoter. He's the boxer. He's the entertainment. He's the end-all, be-all, right? He picks who he wants to fight, right? So he saw you, picked you, and how dare you try to upstage him? Like, listen, that's entertainment. His fights are scripted. We found that out with Mike Tyson. His fights are scripted. I don't believe anything about his fights, honestly. I'm at a point right now where I'm just like, it's cool, right? It's a nice entertainment factor.
You fighting Cesar Chavez's son, right? Who you fighting?
Yeah, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
He ain't a real boxer?
Yeah, but he's a real boxer.
Okay.
But
that's why I was surprised by this, because I didn't watch it. I thought, okay, maybe this is a name. Like, maybe we try to get people professional. I don't know what's going on.
I like that, though. I like you get people that are washed and give them a bag.
Right. So this kid was washed. He wasn't like active like that. His record wasn't hot like that.
He hasn't been fighting in a while.
Oh,
right?
Okay,
He's been out of the game. He's a name.
Right.
So he picks him and he gives him some bread. Now, mind you, he came into shape. I got to tell you this. Julio came into shape.
Okay.
Julio didn't start fighting until the 7th round.
Oh, they on that when they don't throw no punches again, and then they...
7th, but Cog 7th round and on. He was hitting this dude like he stole money from him. He was hitting Jake like Jake owed him cash and he had it in his face. And he was trying to knock the coins out his face, son. So every time he hit him, you heard Sonic coins bopping like and I'm like, yo, he on deck, right? He doing his thing. They went to a decision.
Oh, you're right.
You ain't getting that.
You ain't getting
like,
that, fam.
I don't care how you slice it. You ain't getting that.
Yeah, you got to knock something out.
Yeah, so shout out to him for doing it. It was a nice, entertaining thing. The whole card was a nice, entertaining card. The real fights at the beginning, they were good fights. Okay. I'm not going to hold you. All those fights was good. That last fight, it was even entertaining. I'm not going to say that he's not a great entertainer.
Yeah, for sure.
He understands what his demographic is, and he does that. What I've been playing this week.
What you play?
Shout out to Fight Night Fridays that we do on Frontline Gaming Streams where we play everything. That's Nintendo Switch too. We play VR. We play Switch. Regular Switch too. Or we play PlayStation. We play Xbox. We play Steam. Steam and Xbox kind of the same though.
What are you buying? Hold on, we go.
Hi Lords, hope you had a great week and a week to come. Just want to show up, but whatever King says, he is right. Shake that tail cock.
Shout out to AKW. Yeah, my birthday week coming up this week.
Oh yeah, I got to see you.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go live stream that day early before me and you go out and hang out.
That's what's up.
But so I on Frontline Gaming Stream this week, we was playing Marvel Rivals. You know, me and my waifus, they outside. Like if you can't find a waifu or a husband fool, I think that's what they call for the guys, right? Husband fools.
Shout out to Pride New York City this week.
So man fool. So
man
if
fool,
you're looking for man fool. Man fool.
That's not like kung fu, man.
Like, man fool. Man fool.
Get your man fool up.
Get your man fool on. And if you so like, you can get a waifu. Right? So we out there, we having fun, we doing our thing, and it's just hilarious. If you got a chance just to come through and listen to the chat, these guys are straight deviants, man. Like I'm not gonna hold you. They told me that they're gonna put me in a mankini, son.
Oh, they out of
Is
pocket.
Death Stranding 2 GOTY?
We will talk about that. We're gonna
get to that, but I don't know if it's game of the year burning you down. Maybe so. Yo. The kid is crazy.
Right.
Anyway, so we having fun. Everybody doing their thing, but these dudes want me in a mankini. You know the one from Borat?
Yo, don't
the one from
put
Borat,
this out there in the universe to them. You already know they gonna raise what they gonna raise.
They're not. I said $25 $1,000 super chat. So y'all not raising nothing. Y'all not raising.
You better be careful. Will might come back. Will got you a tattoo on your whole chest.
Listen, Wilmy got a hot chip challenge. Well, see, this is when I underestimated.
Don't test him.
Listen, time out.
You be out here with the Borat with the one piece. You be one piece of the anime for real.
You got it. That's the wild part right there. The one piece piece. You're ridiculous. So check it. So this is what they said they want me to do, though.
Husbando. That's what Donald Tucker said they're going to call you. Husbando. That's what they call it. The man fool husbando.
Yo, husbando. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. So he told, so they said they want me to wear the Borat joint and shake my tail feather because it's a thong, son. Right?
That's a bad
one. I said, but Dip Down's like, yo, because I do that, right? I said, oh, we're going to have you on the show, Dip Down. I said, and then we're gonna raise. So Dip Down said he'll do it for 10 super chats of $50. So I said, that sounds like you gonna be shaking something.
Ain't enough super chats in the world for that one, baby.
And yo, I told dudes, I said, y'all don't got that bread, right? I said, and I'm putting my own price.
Be careful,
but
King.
I know, you know why I said that? 25
Augustus is right. It's called a banana hammock. That is correct.
That's right. And the banana will be hammocking it. Right. So
one piece.
You got to be careful too, because if you get the wrong size, you might be exposed to everything.
You be out there.
Yeah, it be the bananas and the coconuts. Right. So I'm like, yo. So I said I got to be careful because I know C-Dub.
Yeah.
C-Dub is a hedge fund. Whatchamacallit?
Yeah, that was the dude that he was going back and forth with you. Yes, I remember.
Yo, no, I found out something else with him. Me and him talking to DMs now,
what's
right? This dude he put real game out there for y'all. If anybody wanted to do that stock stuff and stuff like that, he told you how to go out and get an iron condor and do stuff like that and lock up your mutual funds. Anyway, I'm talking mutual funds talk. But I said I gotta be careful with that dude.
Yeah.
I gotta put it so far out of reach that a dude will say no. But you never know what level of disrespect a dude wants you to do. So I was like, nah. I said, $25 $1,000 super chat, and I said that'll happen. But I said we not playing that game because dudes think that we don't have a say in our number.
Yeah, because they think Attic run it.
Yeah, they think Attic run the disrespect.
Yeah, they be
show.
like Attic runs the number. He sets the disrespect tone in the price range.
So I was playing Death Stranding 1 this week.
Okay.
If you saw that on Frontline Gaming Streams, I purchased that game twice. Well, I got one game gifted to me or whatever. How I got the first one doesn't matter. But I brought the second one when it came to Xbox, and I haven't played it. And I've always ished on the game, basically talking about how it's just a walking simulator, this, that, and the third. When we get to that topic, I got a lot to say, but it's not about two, but I'm gonna be talking about one.
Yeah, because I think me and you in the same pocket. What we're doing right now.
But so we pretty much once we got the gist of one, then we can let people that play two talk about two. Right. Also, I've been playing Doom: The Dark Ages. You know, a dude tried to come in there, and I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm gonna let y'all know very early, very quickly. I'm playing Death Stranding 1 on the easiest mode they got. Like whatever.
It's funny this discussion's coming up.
Yeah. If easy had a before easy, like I would have took before easy.
Story mode.
I'm here to enjoy the experience, to get to the end and get out of there. If I want to play something on hard, pause. I'll go out on a date, right? Exactly.
You're always on hard there.
Exactly. So I'm not trying to have that level of friction in my life. And you dudes will die. I want to play it on the maximum extreme mode. Somebody told me, because I'm playing Doom on, he's like, what level you playing on? I went and showed him. I was like, easy. Whatever they say, don't hurt me, daddy mode.
Don't hurt me.
Doesn't Wolfenstein got don't hurt me, daddy mode?
Yeah, I think that is an it thing. Yeah.
So I'm like, nah, I'm playing on that mode. So this guy goes, I'm playing it on extreme hard. I said, you stupid. You stupid.
Choice.
Yeah, you can do is what you want to do. I got a backlog that demands me to play it on easy.
The Macho Man here live from KNN with breaking news.
Wow.
DS2 is melting PS5 worldwide, and experts are suggesting that you have a bag of ice, fire extinguisher, and 9-to-1 dialed on your phone before starting the game. Back to you, King.
Hey, yo.
But that's all I've been doing this weekend. I see Addy got in. I held it for as long as I could hold it till he showed up. So if y'all was trying to figure out why King monologuing so long, it's to let my man get in the building. Shout out to Addict for showing up. Let's do it, cuz.
No doubt. And of course, we have my co-host, the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the How of the Young Wolf. Lord Addict, back to back this morning. How we doing?
Doing good, I guess. My power had a surge or something because like all my stuff was set to for like 4 hours back.
Shut your alarm off. You sit there like, oh, that's sleep good. I feel you.
That's when you have one of those Diddy nights and the alarms go up. You done kick the power source out the wall.
This guy. Anyway, now I feel you, man. What you been playing, man?
Really been playing Wind Waker. Now I guess I'm going to be...
The Switch 2 is lit, right?
Yeah. Now I guess I'm going to be playing Wind Waker, the whole game with 3 hearts.
That's wild crazy.
We'll see how that goes.
Another one.
Well,
Another one of those dudes.
No, they challenge him. They challenge him. They put him on. They put him on.
As long as they pay, I don't care.
Well, see, the thing that's going to be crazy is like towards the end, like the middle of the game, stuff will start doing 3 hearts and more to you. So
I cannot wait to gain and get a hold of your ass.
I'm essentially going to be playing the game being one shot for probably
That's
half
right.
of the game.
I'm gonna tune in for that. Let me know when you get to that stage.
That's the one hitter quitter mode.
Yeah, the Ganon mode. Ganon.
Well, see, Wind Waker has a lot of like
Mm-hmm.
features when it comes to fighting with your sword. So I can do like the parry and stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
some of the combat features that's in Wind Waker's never been in another Zelda. So it's actually pretty good that I'm doing it with this particular game than other games, because people who have shields and stuff, like you can roll behind them. The other games, like you couldn't do that.
Yeah, you couldn't do none of that stuff. So that's been there. You doing the crazy challenges for the community on Wind Waker.
Kid is loving Addict's friend. He said Addict looking clean. But then right before that, he said Diddy about to be free. So I don't really know where he going with this.
I don't know where he at with that.
I have no clue where he's at that either.
Yeah, do me a favor when you get a chance. I think Hollywood Rules, he put in some super chats to see if we can get Lord Sob's AI to get those ones mainly. If not, I'll just read them. If not, this ain't no big deal. I'll read them. Don't worry, I got it.
All of them got read.
Nah, it looked like it skipped Hollywood Rules for some reason.
Happy Sunday to
Yeah, there
my
we go.
NYC WV cousins. Can't watch live today. Going to see F1 with the great Brad Pitt and Damson Idris. Wishing everyone a great show.
Oh, bless him.
I actually kind of want to watch that. It's got the dude from
Everybody keeps saying that too.
it's got the dude from Snowfall in it. That
word?
black dude.
Oh, the one that's gonna be Black Panther?
I don't know.
He gonna be the one?
Yeah, he gonna be Black Panther.
Good, because he's a great actor.
Yeah, I love him. I love him.
Would
I gotta
like to
finish
shout
Snowfall.
out my youngest. She graduated high school on high honor roll and starting college in fall. Congrats, Kick. 4 quarters with
Blessings.
college kids.
4 for 4 with college kids. That's what's up.
Blessings. Hell
that,
yeah.
That dude from Snowfall is like one of the best actors with emotion I think I've ever seen in on anything.
That's right.
Like those scenes he has of Leon, like
Yeah.
I'm like that.
Wait, that's teaching man how to squabble?
No,
Yeah.
that's
his,
the dude-
that's his uncle.
Okay. I like teaching man how to squabble. That's my man.
Leon is his best friend.
Okay, got you. Okay.
That scene where
Little
he was,
Easy.
he was like, you ain't gonna sit there and do. I built this. Me, brick
Yeah.
by brick.
Let's go.
Addict, if y'all didn't know, he
General
liked to hustle.
hashtag NOPS6. Keep that boot on Khan's neck.
Facts, son. We not gonna ever let up, son. The boot will continue to rise, son.
All right, and we got everything else looks like we caught up with those. So yeah, that's pretty much it, Addict.
Yeah. I'm doing that. Probably gonna be streaming that for a little bit because that's something sounds interesting. I'm kind of curious how I'm gonna play the whole game with 3 hearts. Probably make a giant video out of it too. Because I was like, look, if all else fails, even if I rage quit, at least I got content. So, like,
Hey, you gonna have content with that?
I'm gonna be in that chat, son. I'm gonna be in that chat. You know, when you get to the part where they one hit and quitting you, I cannot wait to tune
that's
into that.
gonna be-
don't
Wow.
start one hit and quitting me in like 2 temples from now. It's,
All right, just call me 2 temples from now.
He just wants to see the suffering. That's all it is.
That's all.
The
Easy
mo-
versus hard.
And you know what's funny?
Pause.
I was even thinking, I could technically make this easy because they have magic armor in the game that takes your rubies instead of your hearts. If I just go buy that,
And then that'll be it.
Why would you say it out loud? Just
Yeah, I
go
would
buy
just
it.
do it.
I'm a cheat. Because if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, son.
I feel like it defeats the purpose if
Nope. They said hearts. They ain't saying nothing about rubies.
See how somebody do their bets.
That's right.
I see the logic behind someone, the way they do their bending knees.
At least you understand what's up.
You see the logic.
You better get all boxes and lines when it comes to me.
Oh, we know. We've learned. We've learned.
If
And
that PlayStation 6 come out other than that name, I win. If it come
I
out
already know what you're
PlayStation
doing.
Vortex,
you already know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. Oh, man. Let me get
that's my man Hamish.
Yes.
3 a.m. in Australia, staying up getting artwork done. I appreciate the podcast as always. Hope
Bless 'em.
y'all and the community are going well.
Ah, man. Salute. Always sending cool messages. Much love. So that's been it, Addict?
Yeah, that's been about it. Not really a whole lot going on right now. I kind of like, because of like the games I've been playing, I need to go back and play the altars and finish it up.
I was watching your stream. I had to stop. You was playing the altars, and he ran up, and his man was doing something that he didn't want him to do. I had to run in there and say, "Yo, stop doing it!" I was like, "Yo, I got to get out of here, son. I got to get out of here."
Salute, no doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito, spread that real to the realm of the ILP. Not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to my man, Mr. Matty Plays. Happy born day to him and all that.
Oh,
and,
happy birthday, Matty!
Yeah. He did it up. The big, was it the big 30? You know what I'm saying? So,
brand new.
Yeah. Sounds good. Some gems, some jewels. You know what I'm saying? So you see what's real out here. So that was dope. Talking about obviously what we will be discussing and layoffs and all that other stuff. As far as shout out to Advanced GG. You see, I got my Met shaker right now from Advanced GG. I'm trying to manifest a win for this team that seems to be losing all the time. So hopefully,
I thought they was winning and stuff.
Yeah, oh man, they've been messing. Oh man, they've been messing up, man. But if you want your team shakers, go to advanced.gg. You know, check that out. Oh, by the way, we do got the new. You know what I'm saying? If for those, who want to get they health as wealth, they Iron Lord on for real, we got that whey protein now. I don't know if you caught that. Yeah, we got that whey protein isolate, man. Go check it out at advanced.gg.
I gotta hit them up. I gotta see what's up because I gotta start to supplement my my protein in the morning.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, I was like, you know what? Because during these summer times, you don't want to eat anything heavy. And you just want to have that protein just to keep you on balance, So I'm thinking, I said, you know what, I'm going to order that. And that the fact that I got this incredible shaker, I like this shaker because this shaker right here turns colors. So
What's up,
Can't
Lord?
wait, Bob.
Has anyone started up a PlayStation game on Steam through the new Xbox app, put it on Twitter, and watch the socials melt? I have lol.
I see what you're doing. I see what's going on out there. Y'all funny.
Evil mayhem.
Yeah, y'all messy. Y'all messy. But
but right now I'm on my hydration and my boost. Now I'm not gonna hold you. If you're in the middle of your workout and you're finding yourself like going down, not having that extra energy to get past that, I'm gonna tell you right now, ain't nothing like boost. Me, I hit that boost, I throw that boost on, and like in the middle of my workouts, I don't feel it no more. I'm at the end. So I'm one of those people that do a dry workout. I don't drink anything while I'm working out. I see a lot of people having hydration while they're working out. I don't do that. So I save my hydration and I do, the white grape because if it ain't white, it ain't right. So that's my thing. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not sitting there with those little multicolored grapes. I'm sitting there with my little white grape. And after I'm finished, I sit there nice and cool because this thing keep it nice and cool. I'm nice and cool. And I'm in my foyer. My workout in my house. All right, so I got my workout machine in the house, and then I just sit there and I drink that, and I'm cool down at the end. So that's when my hydration come in. But the fact that we got that whey, I really have to look into that. Be honest with you.
Nah, no doubt. Salute to that, man. Go to advanced.gg. Use code Iron Lord. You know what I'm saying? Salute. And obviously, you already know the swag's up on.
How much we get off with that Iron Lord?
They get 10% off right now because we did last weekend. That was the weekend.
30. That was
30. They had to go in. People did go in. Salute to that. But we do got something special in about a week or two. So something special to announce from Advanced GG, our partners. You guys have been asking. I think you guys know what it is already. So be on the lookout for that. And then, as far as what I'm playing, the Altars is finished. Very happy with that game, man. Oh my gosh.
He called me King Ruckus.
King Ruckus.
He's well, I can't play with them darkies.
Yo, don't you do that. Anyway, like I was saying, finish the Altars. You know what I'm saying? No, amazing game. Definitely, they landed the plane. I would just had like a little nitpick. Yeah, just had a little nitpick. I wanted, because they have a lot of endings and a lot of good variations and a lot of dope choices. I just wanted it to be just a little longer for each ending. But man, like the one guy, King, did almost 10 to 12 variants of himself, and they all sound distinct and completely different. There's one part in the game, like this game is about humanity. It really breaks down what is the human soul and all that, but in a dope way. Then you got the outside. Which ending did you get? Kyle, happy with it? I don't want to spoil for people who haven't played it, but I will say that the people I had with me, I had the botanist, I had the technician. Shout out to the scientist. That's my man. I rocks with the scientist because he cold blooded. I like the scientist. And I had the miner. That was my team because you can't get every altar on one playthrough. You can't.
Okay.
Oh, and I had the shrink. The shrink, I had him in there. Yo, you stupid. You said he got the ending with Shake His Tail. You're ridiculous. But yeah, it is really good, and it's crazy replay value. So now, you know what I'm saying, I was still doing Final Fantasy 16, but like King said, man, I just talk about Death Stranding got me right now. So I put it out there, and yeah, I'm about to do that director's cut, get back onto that, and because I had started. Remember when it came to Xbox at first only for PC?
Yeah,
Like the base one.
It was in Game Pass,
right? And I had
PC
played
Game
that
Pass.
one. I had I was far in that one. Not far, but I was decent. So then the director's joint came, and I'm like, oh, I think the director's cut. You know what I'm saying? Oh, salute to Iliad.
What's up with Xbox employees like Laura Fryer and Mike Ibarra with poor Xbox is dead takes today? Why is Xbox the ultimate undead dying all the time and not staying dead lol happy Sunday, Lord?
We will discuss. Shout out to Iliad.
That's my boy Big Fat Eli.
Yeah.
I hate that it it says his whole name like that when but that's Big Fat Eli. He's actually in Israel at the moment, so a lot of stuff that be going down. He explained to me that these guys got to have bunkers and stuff like that. So my heart goes out to everybody that's in the middle of this stuff. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, no, salute. Yeah, no, I get it. Like I said, I love my ending. You know what I'm saying? As far as the altars, Benjamin, I see your point. I don't want to spoil too much because again, it's a lot to it in game. I want people to play. It's in Game Pass if you didn't know, and of course on all major platforms except Switch. But yeah, get back to Death Stranding on Director's Cut. So I did basically doing a start over because they did add so much on Director's Cut that I'm like, you know. But I gotta talk about something that Addict had going on for me, man. So the Bleachy Bleach Chronicles started. First one down, gave y'all about an hour. You know what I'm saying? It was, what is it, Ichigo versus Buyakasha, or whatever his name was.
Yakuya.
Yo, he is so disrespectful. How you gonna watch it and just don't know what you watch? Like that's the non-conformity in you is absolutely disgusting, sir.
When he said the pronunciation like that, all I could think of was the
Bakugan?
Rey Mysterio from WWE. He's like, Buyaka 619.
Yeah, Buyakasha. Look, man. It was all right. Like, I just gotta come for you. Look, Bleach guys. I'm gonna tell you what I liked. The fits are nice. I like the fits. It's very traditional, very samurai. You know what I'm saying? The garbs is cool. They do their little move. Now here's the problem, Kick. Like, these dudes got a full move list. Then they talk about they bankais is out. Oh, you got your bankai out. You know what I'm saying? I can't believe you showed me that. And then they want to talk about every step. They announce every move before they do the move.
That's the best part.
But it be no fighting. I'll be like, yo, when are y'all gonna get to the fighting? Like, bro, y'all sat there for 10 minutes. I'm like, this dude ain't throw one blow yet. I see what you did with your bankai, but now I've only reserved this move. Only 5 people have seen it. And I'm like, bro, if you
don't let me watch any of these old style movies, and none of that better not
I
happen.
said, bro, if you don't hit, so if someone don't throw a punch, I'm gonna lose it.
All right, so all right, so I understand exactly where you at. With I can't wait till you get to the Gara fight, and that's what I want to see. When you get to stuff that I really like, all right, because I'm not gonna. I have not watched Bleach yet.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna get a chance to watch Bleach. And I heard I gotta watch your Patreon. See, but this is my problem. The fact that me and Dip Down in Anime do Patreon stuff too with anime, I don't want it to bleed into
what you doing? No, I got you.
Hashtag Glizzy's out for Phil King knows what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know
King
that.
and I were comparing our Glizzies to bananas.
Oh, y'all know that's what y'all was doing? Y'all had your bankais out.
This is the problem with these. I told you already. It's Pride weekend, and it's a beautiful weekend for you, sir. And I'm not gonna say anything wrong with you, but stop taking. But anyway, so what I'm gonna do, and this is what I said to myself, right?
Yeah.
The fights that you watch has to be fights I've seen already.
Okay, fair.
Right? So if I saw that fight, then I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, that's fair. Because you don't want the crossover.
Is going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
No, but look, I will say, like, clearly this Ichigo dude is super cocky. Like, super cocky.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? He's whatever. So part of me is just like, I either want him to get humbled or him to wreck the other person. You know what I'm saying?
he's not a cocky individual. He was only cocky for that fight
So-
because no one has Bankai, and he's one of the.
This
people
is
that does.
wild. Y'all gotta stop with this.
So-
Bankai.
That's what they be
Well,
saying. Your Bankai,
Well,
you
see,
gotta show it.
essentially, like, you know how, like, in Naruto, King, like, there's Sharingan, then Mangekyo Sharingan? Like, that's essentially what Bankai is in Bleach. Is like the leveled up version of the original move.
But I will say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And, like, no one knows it. Like,
Okay.
it's, like, very few people achieve it. Because, like, and keep in mind, like, these people are all dead. They're thousands of years old. And there's very few people that
got
actually
that.
have that.
So not a lot of people run around with the Bankais like that. This is
No,
very lost
not
art.
at all.
Yeah. Well, look, I will say thank God for Addict because I wouldn't have known anything if he had hit me with the prologue and the moves. Like, I was like, okay, this is what happened. This is the dude. Okay, the spirit here. Okay. Yo, I ain't gonna front. They was about to sacrifice this girl on a field goal post. I almost passed. They had her roped up on a. It was like a 50-yard field goal post in the air. I said, what type of stuff is these people into? And then they got people like, yeah, she got to get executed. And it was supposed to be her brother. I'm like, yo, they wildin'. So yeah, they on some out of cold joint. I'm like, all right, cool. Then they had some other people in there that look cool. They was in the mix. But again, they got to get to it. That's my main thing with this Bleach. They don't get to it. It be talk. And there don't be no fighting. And then when they finally do fight, I'm like, all right, cool. And then, like, I was so excited. I was like, yes, there we go. And I predicted what was going to happen. But other than that, salute to that.
Went to advance to get a Padres shaker, but no luck crying.
Oh, they sold out on the Padres? Oh,
That's
my
Fell
bad.
out a lot of stuff.
Damn, yeah, because that 30%, everybody hit the 30%. And then, yeah. Oh, that's messed up. See if they got anybody, no ML, NBA, no NFL?
Bankai's out for Harambe.
Yo, you stupid.
I'm dead, son.
The funny thing with the Bankai thing
Yeah.
is there's a character, one of my favorite characters in Bleach. His name's Kenpachi Zaraki. His whole gimmick is he doesn't have a Bankai, and he's so powerful. He never like you know how
I
like
cannot wait till we get past
He
this.
out outside without a Bankai.
you know how
He already messed up the Bankai for me. Please,
Sorry, my bad.
like, cause he already turned it into something highly disrespectful. So now every time y'all say Bankai, and the chat is wilding right now.
you know how on there they because
Wade Johnson said he achieved Bankai last night at the massage parlor.
but
What I'm saying, the chat is crazy.
because that shows like real big on like because like essentially the sword is a soul too, like they're two souls that like work together, and like everyone else is like, oh, I gotta know my Bankai's name, we gotta work in synergy. Kenpachi's like the only person who's like, I don't care about this thing. This thing is a sword. Okay? But like he does that for almost the whole show till like the very end where he actually learns it. Like,
Yo, someone in the chat named themselves Bleachy Beach. Put your Bankai on the table. Yo, they wildin'. But look,
This is wild business.
it's wild, but like I said, it was the first one. I will say, doing this stuff is fun though, because I get to see, what's. And again, for all that coming
I
at me,
can't
talk
wait
about,
till you get to the good
talk
ones.
about this modern, bro. I have not watched anime in like 30 years. So anything 10 years ago is new anime to me, right? So all these people like, oh, this is not modern. I can't
Agree,
believe.
King. When Cog said, hey, you can't be grabbing his Bankai like that, a part of me died.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, I lost it when King doesn't know because he's not watched Bleach, but there's essentially like a Naruto thing in Bleach where like they have these things called the Hollow, and it's the enemy, and the main character has a Hollow in him. Like he's part Hollow, and this is like one of the first times you see the Hollow come out, and he takes over Ichigo's body, and Kog was like flag on the plane.
Oh, yeah.
He's on boosters.
Oh yeah, he's on performance enhancing drugs. I was like, you got to get a fight to Buyukasha, because I was like, at that point, he was getting, because Buyukasha said, all right, I'm gonna turn my kung fu.
You gotta stop. Yo, because I know who Buyukasha is.
Buyukasha is that dude. Because you always got the smooth dude that look like Snake. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so all right, guys. I know
Buyukasha
where
was
he's
awesome.
getting Buyukasha from. All right, so you got to know what the genesis of the words that he's using.
Yeah.
He's a bad guy. All right, Cog is a bad guy.
Cog likes new anime when it's in video game form, nail polish, dark
Yes.
skin tone.
Yes, and when they got better fits. Shout out to my man, the nameless one from Metaphor.
What's funny
You gotta
is
get his
like
fit
I
together.
do have him kind of like reacting to two things.
Yeah.
because I'm doing all this editing. He reacted. To
And we got to do a reaction as a team to a
to
movie.
this
right?
week.
Yes.
Kenpachi is Black Air Force One energy.
No, Kapachi is a beast, man.
That's the old dude, right?
No, you ain't see
I ain't seen him
Kapachi.
yet?
Kapachi's the kind. So there's a black dude on there that his ability is he puts this barrier up around and he deprives you of all your senses because he's blind. So he don't care about his senses. And so he's like, Kapachi, there's nothing you can do because you're blind and you can't see. So then what he does is he lets him stab him, grabs him, and says, "Oh no, see I could be blind, but I got your hand in my head."
Hey,
Yo, if y'all really want Cog to be excited about any of your fights, you have to have him watch something like Baki.
Great video, Cog. The size of that Bankai was
Yeah,
crazy.
yo, they was pulling their Bonk eyes out. It was
disgusting.
wild, crazy.
Okay, y'all
Chuckle.
gotta stop.
It was good.
All
But the
right,
last
anyway.
thing I want to say, I just want to say this last part
you
because
gotta watch Kensei's tournament and Baki.
And Baki?
If y'all want Cog to be really excited and happy about it, he has to watch those type of fights. He's into the one-on-one, and if they have a proficiency in a moveset like Iron Claw or Bone Breaking style stuff like that,
you could tell they got this in it. It just take too long to get to it. But I will say, when they was turning up, I just had to call flag on the play on Ichigo because he had the performance enhancing drugs. Like he had some whole spirit take over, and they were cheating. The dude took the drugs took over, and he wasn't himself. And then he was like, I was like, chill. And then he got mad at the drug. It was like, no, I was supposed to do this naturally. Get out of here. I was like, see, there's flag on the play.
Essentially, what happened, King, is it's like equivalent to like the Nine-Tailed Fox taking over Naruto and
when he
winning a fight for him.
Yeah. He had the Barry Bonds. He had the
Keep in
Mark
mind,
McGuire. He got it as a
He
flag.
was about
As a
to
flag.
kill Byakuya with that thing.
Yeah, I could tell.
but that's
Byakuya was
what
out of
happens
there.
with that's what happens with Naruto when he has the Nine Tails. Like
No, Naruto be letting that go. Be like, yeah,
like,
get him.
but a lot of times he be trying to hold that back. Don't front. When he had to make the deals with him and he had to go within himself and make the deals with him. Like, see, Cog he's been far away from anime. I'm glad that y'all got him back in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Naruto be like making deals with him, like, okay, you're late on rent. It's time to give me power instead.
Crazy. You gotta share some of your chocolate.
Yeah,
boy.
so let me address the people that's been hitting me up. Oh, Cog needs to react to this. Cog needs to react to that. All of these choices came from super chats.
Yes.
So don't blame me. Blame your guys. Blame yourself. Blame the chat. I can't help but what people super chat because then I put those super chats in a poll and then because we're gonna react to the super chats.
What are you buying?
Cog, great reaction. Internal thoughts. Oh gosh, was that too much? Will they still like me? What if I is them my Bankai?
Yeah, look, man, you explained it how it went down. The Bonkers was out and they was getting loose. That's just what it was.
Cog will like the movie. Very grounded old school samurai. No shonen jump magic or super speed or anything. Action plus animation plus music fire.
Okay, that's the solo level one.
That's so Cog has to.
What's
so
next
since
for me?
back to what I was saying. Okay.
Yeah.
It is not my fault that that's what everyone else playing.
Right.
It is not my fault. Blame it on the rich few. Look, yeah, that's exactly. Blame it on the people super chat because they're the ones that are doing the goals. They're the. I can't help that. I gotta go off them.
All right.
So
Facts.
it's
what
not
it
my
is.
fault.
Now, if y'all really want to see him react, y'all got to do that reaction with the cash in.
Now, I do pick some things that other people that's not in color suggest, but guess what? It loses the polls.
Yeah.
So
That is
it's
what it
like
is.
I can't do nothing that you guys are losing by not super chatting. The ones that, and I'm not saying everyone that complains didn't super chat,
Right.
and then you're also losing the poll of the community not doing it.
Yeah, that part right there.
it's
Y'all got to
like-
vote.
So
so
real quick, so what's the one? I am getting into this though, as far as like reacting from an old head perspective. So what's
I
the
knew
one
that
I got to
was
do
gonna
this
happen.
week? What's the one I got to do this week?
Rockley versus Gara, and then,
I can't wait to watch
And
that.
then
one.
I
And this
have,
is another Bleachy or this is another?
no, this is Naruto.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is the dudes with the jumpsuits
yeah.
and the yellow hairband, the orange
Yeah,
band.
Yeah,
and
this is the gods of this.
The
So
orange
this is
jumpsuits?
Naruto.
Okay, all
So
right.
I've been like what
No,
I've been
stop
doing.
being disrespectful.
What I've been
The
doing,
dudes
King,
with the
is
Italian tracksuits.
I don't
and
like this.
bandanas talking about they
This
ninjas.
guy right here, he's extra.
well, what I've been doing, King, is I've been having him react to what he's supposed to react to, and then I put something small next to it for him to
Yeah,
react
he helps
to.
me out.
So he's reacting to that, and the small one next to it is he's reacting to all, because people keep telling him to make him react to Bleach every week. I don't know if we're gonna do it every week, but this week he's reacting to Aizen versus all of the captains.
So what's wild is there seems to be a lot of Bleach fans out there.
Yeah, it's mad at him.
Bleach is one of the most popular animes in the
And
game.
I will beg to argue that fact right there, because I don't believe so. But I'm gonna get to that on Patreon. See, now this is the difference with
That's
Patreon.
a lot, though.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to do something like that. I'm gonna have to pick, either the best fights or the best like season and stuff like that to get into it. That's my reactions span a season, right? He's doing the fights.
Yeah.
Each fight, so he can jump from fight to fight to fight.
Yeah.
I want to get to know the season. Then I'm going to critique the season. So, but Patreon is a little bit different. If you're a member of Patreon, you got a choice in saying what I got to do.
Yeah.
You don't got to super chat that.
See, back in the day, anime was struggling to like hit mainstream, and there was 3 animes that brought it mainstream. It was Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece.
Well, it's still struggling to get mainstream.
Benjamin going in on this on the road.
Anime's been mainstream.
He
for
said
a while.
bright orange ninja is bad. His buds.
Those
I'm sorry,
they say the traffic between Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, to this day, very few animes even come close to it. Like, there was a time where I remember, especially One Piece is still going. That anime never dies. Apparently, this is the last season. One Piece got over like 1,000 episodes or something like that. That's like one of the few.
Still niche.
Rock with your Bankai out.
Yeah, rock out. Yeah, you gotta rock out.
Yeah.
With
We're not doing that. Y'all gonna put your Bankai back in the
I like
box.
that. They real
You
confident with
guys,
their
you
Bankai.
guys are turning this Bankai thing into something ridiculous.
They've been like that. I don't know who you thought you talking to. Those dudes are
you know
straight
what's
up
funny?
strange.
Because Bleach came back as the 1,000-Year War. There's like another show right now called Bleach 1,000-Year War. They essentially stopped doing Bleach, and then they
Hey, yo,
Samurai Champloo.
what is that? What is the Champlo? What
So-
is that?
essentially what they did is they brought it back to finish it because they never did the last arc. And there was this trend on TikTok where people were jeez, I can't talk.
Yeah, that's the
Charizard here.
Uh-oh.
Yoshi dropped the 411 on how much you enjoy glizzies. So I have one large, wholesome glizzy for the entire panel to munch on.
Yo.
And
Pause,
yes,
bro.
Doug Bowser approved this transaction.
See, you can't have Forte. You gotta be at work. Is he
Can
around?
y'all watch Jotaro v's Dio fight?
I will put it in there. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys put it in color. I'm able to. Because here's the thing. I can't realistically, within reason, put. Like, now, if there is no one that's super chatting that.
Taco said I would like Samurai Camplo.
If there is no
I don't
one,
trust nothing down the Kaku said.
if there is no one super
Nothing, he
chatting and there's no things for me to put in the poll, I'll use some of the people that haven't super chatted. But I got like 2 shows worth of super chats, so there's never gonna run out of polls. So
Pause.
like,
Pause.
And then when you said that, Cap said, "Can we get some Gengars out?"
man, that's another. You guys be taking the smallest stuff and making them like you sit there and tell me,
You're not
Paul.
from New York. You just don't know how the game go. And
don't.
I laugh.
He
I
ignore y'all.
laugh at. I know because he doesn't care about it.
Just to clarify, one city dictates the entire country's direction.
It's
and
always been
mindset.
like that.
No, that maybe to you.
New
Serious
York
question.
run it
Do
all,
you think the way
B.
they announce their moves in anime and the turn-based game popularity in Japan are related?
Yeah, bro. I don't mind the announce. They just gotta get to it.
Man, see, I don't even watch those old movies. You know how many times I've seen like those parts like, I'm gonna hit you with my 1-inch punch. Like you sitting there telling me that don't happen.
Right, but then they do
Who the hell
it.
said that?
These dudes be staring at each other, looking, and then be talking out loud about what they didn't do yet. That's what I'm just like, oh, I see. You've done that. Okay, but you ain't. Nobody throw a punch. Nobody.
Naruto is not like that, bro.
Yeah, now granted, in defense of this fight, I heard
Naruto's worse.
Bleach is not like that all the time.
Nah,
but
you ain't
in
gonna do
this
that.
one, it's just a whole bunch of staring and pontificating, and I'm like, all right, fam, let's get to it, because I want to see some like they need to talk about a dope move that they got, right? And then I need them to like eradicate a whole squad of dudes and like, see that's
but
what
that-
happens when the Bankai is out. You know what I'm saying? Like I need a visible showing of the destruction right? Because they be charging up, they be, you know what I'm saying? But then I don't see
Wouldn't last
nothing.
10 seconds on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, I need
Dragon Ball
suffering.
Z
I
is
need people to
different,
get
right,
eradicated or blood gushing, and then I'm like, there we go. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta see. It's a lot of anime out there that you gotta see, and it's modern anime. Right, it's a lot of good modern anime. Yeah, actual modern anime.
Yeah,
not
actual
Bleach
modern.
Bleach.
Yeah, so Bleach Bleach is not modern enough. Is what
Not
you're
almost 15-year-olds fights anime.
bro. I haven't watched anime in 30 years. All this is new to me.
Bleach is older than my brother.
Yeah, so hey, it's new to me. I don't watch none of this. So all that.
But
Hey, this
if you
old-
want to leave on time today,
All right,
I think
we gotta
y'all
go.
should just
Yeah, all
cut
right.
this long
So look,
time
we gonna
ago. I'm
move
tired of
on.
y'all
I just want to say,
fucking arms out.
I just want to say, it is fun. We do the next one, and I do want to shout out off on a side note because I know we haven't done this in a while. King probably appreciate Attic will not, but yo, I want to shout out somebody. Shout out to Ilya Taporia, boy, UFC. Now I believe double champ. Like, bro, they got a star. This kid is special. I haven't watched UFC in a long time, and I heard about this kid. He just knocked out 3 legends in his last 3 fights. He's only like in the UFC for like 9 fights. Ridiculous. I'm gonna tell you right.
Samurai
King-
Champloo is a
Samurai
hip-hop infused
Ooh,
samurai anime.
okay.
Short but sweet and some great fights.
All right, I got some bias. All right.
I'm not listening to you, Don. Until you reveal your real face, you're not your
Don't do
real
that.
face. Man.
Don't do that. Anyway, but look, I will say, yo, Ilya King, this is the best. I'm never gonna be disrespect to boxing.
Right.
This is the best boxer I've ever seen in MMA.
Oh, that's what's up.
Like, I'm talking about
Like his stand-up game was nice.
Clean.
Send him to me.
I'm gonna show you this kid. He's like 27. He's only got 9 fights, and he's already thrashed 3 of the greatest lightweight champions in a row by knockout. And he's calling his fights. He's calling his shots. He already said, "I'm better than all of y'all. I'm the next generation of MMA."
Mm-hmm.
Y'all let this kid run around and won 455. This is better than when Connor came. Like this kid is something else.
Cod need to watch
Yeah.
Berserk if he wants crazy action like Ninja Scroll.
Okay.
Samurai Champloo is a great classic anime with a hip-hop music twist and action.
All right, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
but that no, Berserk is not like that though. Like
Okay.
Berserk is good, but y'all got your favorites.
Mhm.
Y'all don't know what is real good stuff. You said
Tenzen
Berserk. I'm
Izuki
like,
versus
nah.
Gaitaro from Demon Slayer FTW.
straight up.
I believe that. Now, see, like, but when you said Berserk, I gotta throw a flag on the play, bro. I mean, it's a good old anime. That's an old anime. It's good old anime.
That fight's one of the best fights I've ever seen.
One of the best fights ever. Shout out, he said, need to see. Yeah, I need to see Islam. Everybody's saying Islam, Makiev versus Ilya. I want to see that. But Ilya King, I'm going to send you this kid. This kid is special. I've never seen nothing like this.
Check it.
And I'm talking about not only the skill set, and you know the dudes that could just fight, but they don't got no ground game. No, he got that. He got that. Like, he showed me enough of this Oliveira fight that I was like, and like Mike Tyson like power in the way he touch you both hands, skill tight, like, and he's only like 5'7". He moving up. Just watch him. His kid is scary. Anyway, that's why I just wanted to get that off because I haven't talked UFC in a long time. That's it. What happened, Attic? What you laughing at before we move on?
This is why like we can't react to the big 3 because they win every poll. Like,
Oh, it's always Bleach, Solo Leveling, and what?
Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. Like,
No, right now it's Samurai Champion is winning.
Samurai Can't Blow. Sugar Shack got you wow. Can't blow. Remember them? Sugar Shack got you wow.
Yo, you bugged out.
Remember that? The Lucchini drink?
Yo,
We didn't know what they were saying.
Yeah.
Sugar Shack got you wow. The Luciano.
I remember that.
Remember? Yo, we was clowning them for a minute. That's what Samurai Camp Low sound like to me. That's what it sound like. They better not have them dudes on. Relax your head.
We watched the video.
We ain't know what was going on. Anyway, salute. We are good. Let's go. Moving. Anything else, Attic? We got a plug mention. Oh, we are good. We gonna get into this, man. Hopefully we get someone to join us on this, but I'll set it off, man. It's a big one.
Read that super chat, Lieutenant.
Oh, we got a super chat. Oh, okay.
But not a super chat. It's just a members chat.
Oh, okay. Who we been? Let me put the fan.
Lieutenant Hawk.
All right, give me a second. Put the fan.
Lieutenant Hawk, 5 months.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry to this day, nothing. Woo! Touches Akira. It's the greatest animator
It's about
ever.
to come back out.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they're about to do it in 4K in the movie theaters, and it's supposed to be. I think, if it's this week, we going to see that.
Oh, we gotta see
Go
Akira.
see that.
Yeah. What? Akira, let's go. That's my era. That's my era right there. Salute.
I got that toy upstairs too. I got the motorcycle joint. I got to put that out.
Yeah, that's the go. People, those who know, if you know, you know. Yeah. Shout out to Black Roy. He said, "Luciano, pour her from the sky. Let's get rich." We didn't know. We thought they was corny at first. We didn't know what they was talking about. And wow. But yeah, they did that. Shout out to Kev Lowe. They was doing their thing. Anyway, let's get to these topics, y'all, because it's a crazy day. So, we got Death Stranding, y'all. Death Stranding 2.
First one, good.
Yeah, we're going to get it right out there right now. Hopefully we get someone to join us shortly, give some more extensive. But I just want to talk about it really quick. Currently sitting at a 90 Metacritic. Shout out to Gene Park, Washington Post. Yeah, he talked about it in his article, man. Death Stranding 2 is Hideo Kojima at the peak of his powers, saying that Death Stranding 2 on the beach is the game creator's most complete story in years, set across an ambitious, awe-inspiring open world. In his article, he really talked about a lot of the improvements they made from the first game, the casting, the storytelling. I did speak to I spoke to Rand, who actually plays. I have not played it yet, and he also mentioned the first couple of hours of this game is just inspiring, jaw-dropping type stuff. So just kind of, taking a pic. Let me unmute the super chat for a second. Just kind of taking the temperature of people who are playing it and what's going on, and just want to see one, your interest level. I know all of us right now are supposed to either playing Death Stranding 1 or have not got to 2 just yet. But what are you feeling? What do you think is the energy right now, Attic, with Death Stranding 2?
Oh, what I've seen, it looks like they've done a better job at balancing combat with the core of the gameplay, which is the delivering system. Because that was my big. I don't mind when you focus a game solely on movement.
Yeah,
I mind when you have penalties to moving. Because I feel like I have to constantly balance yourself, and it's I already got to move across this vast land, and on top of that, you're making me play a mini game on top of a game, just to move. So I don't know if they improved that. But it does look like they were able to do a little bit better in terms of balancing the refreshing gameplay from moment to moment. Because people seem to forget the first Death Stranding, it didn't rate the greatest. It got an 81, 82. It was definitely in probably little middle of the ground when it comes to reviewing. This one, almost everyone's unanimous. It's it's a 90 plus. So I've criticized Kojima a few times on the show, but I got to give him his flowers when it comes to this. He didn't just say, because I remember, I don't know if it was him or people at his studio was insinuating that the West didn't like his game because it's not pum pum shoot shoot.
Yeah.
But I respect him for taking the criticism that everyone said about his last game, and he went back to the drawing board and fixed that criticism. What it looks like. I haven't played it myself. I only got maybe 5-6 hours in on Death Stranding 1 because I streamed a lot of it. But I will respect the fact that he does look like he got a Game of the Year contender here.
Yeah, that's what the streets is saying. They also
he's always gonna have a Game of the Year contender anytime he come out. That's it. So we ain't gonna do that. That's nice. We know who wins the show. So he won already. This is the Jake Paul fight. He won.
Wow, that's what we doing?
Yeah, he won. He won already. Y'all already see the winner. So I don't even know what y'all doing. Y'all looking for the next the runner up.
So there is no way that no one can unseat this based on situation.
I'll be shocked.
Anyway, I was gonna ask one other question, Attic, before I open it up to King, because clearly King has thoughts. Was to say, so as far as like the thing that I'm noticing that in G Park's article, which was really cool, is he talked about like the pacing, how it's like much faster and satisfying from a narrative standpoint, and then how he's kind of going back to like some Metal Gear, some stealth roots and stuff like that. I don't know if you were a Metal Gear guy at all.
No,
Attic,
I've
or
never
not.
played a Metal Gear game.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I've never played a Metal
That's
Gear game.
shocking.
That is shocking. I'm just surprised.
Well,
Y'all need the super chat to get him to do that.
Yeah, that would be fun to see you play Metal Gear.
To see him Metal Gear 1?
Not the
Well,
NES,
not Metal Gear 1.
Not
I'm
NES,
talking about Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah, Solid.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm talking about.
yeah.
That, listen, those didn't matter to me.
Yeah.
Like I didn't care really about those. I really cared when the PlayStation got a hold of the IP. You know, when Konami made it for them when we got that demo.
I think at that point
On the vendors.
I was solely playing Zeldas and stuff. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
I think we like that.
I played Metal Gear Solid 5. I played that one a little bit.
Okay.
But not a whole lot. Never beat it. But besides that, like I didn't even know the whole point of the Metal Gears is like the big machines.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yep.
So, you know, people know. See now I hate when you guys give this chat ideals. Like that.
Ideas?
Whatever. No, it's ideals today because you're trying to.
What up, Fee? So we're gonna give him the idea of playing Metal Gear Solid, which would be really good because I want to see what he does when Psycho Mantis gets a hold of his ass. Excuse me, but yeah, definitely that. It's like Pete Kojima. You know, whenever you're ready, Carl.
No. You good. I just want to make sure that Attic was satiated.
You finished that?
Yeah, that's what it goes down to. It, you know, I don't have an issue with the Death Stranding thing. I just, I feel like some of the design flaws is kind of crazy when it, like the fact that your game could even get hit with being titled as the FedEx simulator is wild. But one of the things else I don't like about Kojima is like he makes his cutscenes entirely too long.
Yeah, word.
It's like I remember when I streamed Death Stranding, like I spent like the first 10 minutes like watching cutscenes and going back and like playing these older games, like that's on like the N64 and stuff and GameCube. Like you have like a 2-3 minute cutscene and then you're right back to the gameplay. And I feel like, they would. It's always crazy when you like travel in cutscenes. Like they don't even let you walk. Like they're doing the walk.
Funny. Like that cinematic movie experience, you know what I'm saying? That he giving you? Well, I feel, but clearly King has a lot to say here. So obviously you see the Metacritic 90. King.
I don't care about that stuff. I do not care about what other people feel about something. I care about what I feel about it. So y'all dudes can whatever with that. But right, remember when we was in Summer Games Fest, we was in California, and we had the opportunity to actually go to the Kojima thing. We hesitated
For a second.
It was 10 seconds, bro.
It was a wrap.
And it was sold out. It was sold out. And I was going to go because Cog and them had something else that they was going to do.
Right.
I said, you know what? I'm going to go. Now, I purchased the first one, and I'm going to give you my perspective from the first one. I purchased the first one, and I don't know how I got the other one because it was inside Game Pass, but somebody gifted it to me or whatever, but then it was just still there. It's some weird stuff. Anyway, I never played it, right? Now, if y'all see all the Metal Gears, Metal Gear has a history that is built up between military stuff that they do with cloning and all that other stuff, and his thoughts on the industrial military situation and how they handle the populace and keep them under wraps with secret stuff going on. So that's how you got stuff like the Lali Lali Lalu and all that other stuff. So we thought Kojima was on one at that period of time. We didn't understand that he's operating on a totally different level. Now, I got a chance to put in Death Stranding. Now, I got the director's cut, and I said, you know what? This is the definitive edition. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to play it, and I'm streaming it. And I got into what he was saying. Now, I understand why the cutscenes are long. Because he's giving you esoteric, high-level thoughts. everything that he's doing, from the bridge babies to bridges to Porter to the names to the strands, everything has a double meaning, right? So in esoteric tradition, it's always a mirror you. He's giving you mirror you every time. And when you see the wheels on the beach and the why the beach means this, I'm watching it and I'm like, I can't believe that they didn't try to come for this dude. Right?
he gets third eyes open.
What? He's operating, and this is his stuff. So now this is full Kojima. This is not Kojima being held back or by whatever the corporation is telling him to do.
Kojima.
This is him. I get a chance to see what his thought process is, and if anybody's actually watching what he's putting on the screen, the fact that Sam Porter Bridges, the name Sam Porter Bridges is wild within itself. If you start to break down everything, he doesn't have a belly button. If y'all understand about that, what that means, and the fact that he has the bridge baby on top of him, and all the stuff that he's doing, I'm sitting there from a higher consciousness standpoint. I said, this man is a god. Like, he's a god for saying what he's saying. Now. Like, yo, on facts. Because you know what? He was limited. He was stifled in Konami. He was held back. He wasn't unshackled. This dude is, to see his full body of work, him, I said, oh, God. I said, first of all, y'all got to protect him. He's a national treasure. Right? Because what he's putting on display, and mind you, B, I'm only like 4 hours in.
Yeah, it was a lot. It's a lot early in the first joint. We played the first joint to try to catch up to where G did.
Fast. So, I did this because somebody said that, well, King, you could just get the second one and it'll catch you up. First of all, B, that's not how I play games. I don't play games to watch a recap. All right, I play games to play and enjoy. So where, Addict didn't like the penalty that you had for the packages, getting the packages in time, and if the walking and stuff like that, that's part of the mechanic. I like that aspect of it because it keeps me focused on the terrain and the world and stuff like that. It gives me something to do in between the times, because going from point to point, it could become pretty mundane. But once you got that game within a game that you're playing with yourself, that it allows you to be engaged at all times. You can't just put it on auto walk.
Yeah, Maddie had said that. Yeah, Maddie was like, right? you can't. It's not one of them games. You still have to engage with it.
You're going to be focused on what he wants you to focus on. Love it. I had got complacent, and they introduced the homo demons. Now, when they introduce, see what y'all not even understanding.
I'm gonna let that rock, again.
But he doesn't spell demons DE. Spells it DEMEN, but but there's, like I said, he's using mirror self the whole time. If any of y'all are even paying attention, I know for some of you younger dudes, it ain't gonna resonate. And I'm not gonna say it's an age thing. Some of y'all are enlightened at a young age. I don't give a damn. What I'm saying is, some of you dense people, some of it's gonna go past you. But then if you play it again and you regurgitate it again and you just sit down with it, it's a scene where I don't think I would have had to, because it would have been my duty to that person that is important to me. It's a scene that they bring him, and I'm talking about the first game. I'm not talking about the second game. I'm not spoiling anything for nobody. That they bring you to a person that asks for you. Then you find out why they asked for you. Now, they asked for you during this point in time, and that person is at a place in their life where they're pretty much at the crossroads. It's incumbent upon you to take that person to wherever the final zone is. That song, going to that place, doing the things that you had to do, was a moment within itself, because there's a lot of ramifications to it, right? You're entrusted with this person's
I know you're talking
situation.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to spoil it, because I'm going to tell you this. Yes, part 2, I know it's going to be incredible. It's game of the year. If this is this, that's game of the year. If you haven't played it, go do it. I don't care if you want to call it a FedEx simulator. I don't care if you want to call it a walking simulator. I don't care what you want to call it. I want to tell you that he's giving you steps to life in this that you're going to be like, I cannot believe it. And the level of connection that he gives you to Bridge Baby in the beginning, You fall in love with something that is supposed to be an item, an accessory. You have it very early on, and I'm told you, I'm only like 4 hours in. You fall in love with something that is supposed to be a throwaway, and they're telling you constantly that you got to get rid of this thing because this thing is broken and it's not real, right? And they tell you where it comes from. The fact of where it comes from is crazy. The guy has high-level conscious thoughts. And just in this very short, brief moments that I've had with the game, I can realize that, of course, please, thank God he made his own studio. Thank God he got from under the oppression of shareholders telling him what he can do and what he can't do. Thank God that he has autonomy in working where he wants to go, because his cinematography is second to none. There's no one out there. I don't care what cutscenes you bring. I don't care if you bring Final
I don't
Fantasy
care what cutscenes you bring.
I don't care who you. The level of intricacy that he brings to a scene, it has to be enacted in a way that is cinematography-like. I can see why him and Del Toro mesh. Their styles are similar in the fact that the visceral feel of what's on screen, coupled with the musicality that's inside the background, brings you to a place where he wants you to be, and he focuses you on what you need to see. This guy is an absolute genius. And I know y'all going to say, King, you clowned on him.
I'm about to say, you was clowning and now it's on Xbox. I don't know.
Well, whatever. It's where I want to play. So sometimes you got to go to where they at instead of worrying about trying to bring you to where you want them to be.
Now you understand
right?
the science when it came up, when the Xbox logo came up.
Listen, I said when we all play, we all win. Ain't that right now? Right? Hey, strategies work. Right? So you got to convert in me. So when I saw 2 come up, it was already on my radar. But I said I'm going to give him the absolute respect, because I gave him the respect when he showed up and he came on to Xbox and it came in. The fact that he negotiated to get the IP back, this is only a moment in time. This thing is going to be briefly in a small spot. And this is one of those games like Metal Gear, like Doom. Everybody got to experience. This is not one of those, oh, we got this and we locked it up. That the hell with you. No. It's not for you. It's for the world. Kojima's for the world. Kojima locked into a spot or pace into an exclusivity thing. That's not for that. He's one of those things that it has to be experienced by all in order to be appreciated by most. Right now, some of y'all not gonna get it, and I'm cool with that. Some of y'all gonna say he's capping and he's kooky with it. I'm cool with that. The same way that you got to do shadow self work in that game, he's doing shadow self work steps that is gonna help you in life. So Kojima is essential to the industry, and I understand why Jeff is so high on him now. I understand why a lot of people are just rabid fans of him now, because I wasn't seeing the forest for the trees before. But actually, he converted me in just 4 short hours playing this game. Yeah, I say the cutscenes is long, but I understand the story he's trying to tell. I cannot wait to play the second one.
Now, got the man. Let's get a mic check for Gene Park from the Washington Post. Mic check, sir.
Hey, hello.
There we go. Oh, good.
What's up, Gene?
I feel Park Hill is in the building right now.
What's up, guys?
Good, man. Appreciate you taking the time, man. I know you're a busy man, but I had to get you because obviously, checked out your article. Obviously, me and you were talking on, I believe it was Summon Sign when you had played it earlier, and you were like, bro, can't wait to talk to you guys about it. So I got a couple questions for you, man. Obviously, the for the Death Stranding 2, the reviews are pretty strong, sitting at a 90 Metacritic. So in your best opinion, like, in a non-spoiler way, like what makes it so good, and how much of an improvement is it over Death Stranding 1?
Wait, so King was saying all of that based on Death Stranding 1?
He's playing it for the first time. He played Death Stranding 1 for the first time. Yeah.
Yep.
For the first 4 hours, and King is locked in already like that. That's beautiful. I walked into a beautiful diatribe. I loved it. Everything King is saying, like I am clicking with immediately. Kojima is working at a higher conscious. He is essential to the industry. The way he does narrative is completely influential, inspiring everything from The Last of Us to God of War to everything. The Kojima is a source of all of that. So, but to answer your question about Death Stranding 2, why did I call it the best game he's made since Metal Gear Solid 3? since 2004. Not only because the story itself, if King loves the story for Death Stranding 1, the story for Death Stranding 2 is just interstellar. Like it's just unbelievable. It is not only, it's just cleaner told, it's paced well. You know all the information you need to know right away, and it's very clear, and you know what to do in the game. You know what all the characters have got to do. But more importantly, the gameplay itself is that the gameplay really just expands the possibility space for every single portion of the Death Stranding sandbox, right? So if you want to deliver, there are so many more ways to deliver games or deliver things. If you want to gather materials, right? Because that's the thing about like every time I post a clip about Death Stranding, people are always like, "This looks boring. This looks boring." It's like Death Stranding is kind of like a Stardew Valley, where you are gathering materials to build things and build infrastructure for yourself and for other people, and that feels rewarding in and of itself, right? Death Stranding is also kind of like a Monster Hunter, honestly, because every time before you do a Monster Hunter hunt, you got to do prep work. You got to go to your camp. You got to make sure you got all the potions correctly. You got to make sure you got everything you need to douse your weapons. You need all the stuff for your pets. You need the right weapons. You need the right gear, right? For Death Stranding, the monster is the adventure. That's what you got to hunt. What do you need to slay this adventure, to slay this journey? You need a rope. You need a ladder. Maybe you need some guns, right? And that's where Death Stranding 2 really shines, is that it really opens up the options for you. People were getting mad at me because I shared this Brazilian Twitter account that was just doing like a bunch of action, right, in Death Stranding 2. And then I quote tweeted saying, "But Death Stranding is just walking simulator," right? And then of course, Twitter being Twitter, people got mad at me saying, one, that shit still looks boring, blah blah blah, whatever, right? Even though the guy was drop kicking, he was sliding down a mountain and shooting. He was doing all kinds of stuff, right? He was parrying and blocking. So there's parrying and blocking now in this game. They improved the melee. Death Stranding 2. But then Death Stranding fans were getting mad at me saying that I'm misrepresenting the game. So the game really is mostly about walking and just trucking, right? And that's not true for Death Stranding 2. There's a lot of action in Death Stranding 2. Not all of it is force. Mostly a lot of the day-to-day journey won't be that action-packed. It doesn't have to be. You can avoid all the camps altogether. But then there are a lot more missions in this game where this is like, what you need is in this enemy camp. You need to figure it out. So you can stealth your way through.
Okay.
And there's more stealth options.
See, now you got me with that.
Throwing the doll up in the air and basically turning the doll into an assassin.
Wait, we can roof the baby?
I want the doll so bad. That's why I'm playing this, right? Because I want to get to the doll, son.
We can roof the BT?
Not the baby. The little doll man.
Oh, the little doll man. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
That's what I want.
I thought we was roofing babies.
The doll man can act as a camera or as an alter eagle, like an Assassin's Creed eagle. You can throw him up in the air and you can survey the camp and make sure where you see all the enemy camps and the enemy locations are at, and you can just stealth it through, or you can just go in guns blazing and just turn the game into like a little mini John Wick type beat,
Okay.
But there's just so many different ways to play the game now, and it really is way closer to Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain in terms of just like finishing like what that game was trying to do.
Oh, that excites me. The next question I have for you, because that sounds really cool, is that I spoke to, I think, ran a couple other people that have played it so far. Because for the record, I've not played it yet because I want to complete the Australian one, like me and you talked about, and then get into it because I feel it's worthy of it. So my question is, like, I'm hearing these first couple of hours, though, Gene, are like insanely like game of the year feeling. Like, is it like that? Without spoil, like, is it that good the way he hits the ground running?
DS2?
Yeah, DS2.
Yeah. I think so. So I got this weird thing where I feel like a lot of gamers get really way too impressed with the first hour of the game. It's been happening a lot lately where it's like, you see Expedition 33, which is a great game. I love the game, right?
We'll get to
I think
that.
it's a fantastic game and deserves a lot, like most of the glazing it gets, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, like on Metacritic, its user score went up by 9.7 on the first day.
Wow.
And it's like you guys didn't even like you guys have barely even gotten past like the first act or whatever of the game. You guys don't even know what the game is about. But you were so impressed with the first hour that you guys decided to hop on Metacritic and just spam 10, 10, 10, 10. Right? And I say this for games I like, Final Fantasy 16. Everyone played that demo, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, this game is going to be the greatest game of all time." And then when people actually got it, they were like, "It was pretty good," or it sucked, right? Same with DS2 in that, I think the game starts off fantastic. So here's the thing, like DS1. Death Stranding 1, the game takes a while to get going.
Right.
That gameplay loop, that's really satisfying gameplay loop of prepping and having all the tools you need, and then you go out there and you feel like you have all the tools you need to have the kind of adventure that you want. That doesn't really happen in Death Stranding 1 until like maybe a couple chapters in and several hours in, right?
Right.
Death Stranding 2 starts off right away in like the first half hour. Like, oh, you need a gun? Here's your first mission. You got a gun already.
Get to it.
Death Stranding 1 doesn't give you a gun for a long, long, long time because the game is not telling you this game is not about killing people. This game is not about shooting people. You're going to get the gun several hours in, right? Death Stranding 2 says, okay, well, this game is still not about shooting people, but if you got a gun, if you need a gun, here's a gun. And do with it what you will, You get you don't get a vehicle in Death Stranding 1 until way later too. In Death Stranding 2, you get a vehicle like really quick, like in a couple minutes.
Got you.
So the pacing, that rewarding drip feed of rewards and tools and toys you can play with in the sandbox, took forever to start in Death Stranding 1. Director's cut. I don't know if you're playing Director's cut, but you're playing Director's cut. That means that the pacing is a lot better there. You get cooler tools early. There are certain things that just really get you into the game better. So that's why it's like I feel like people are getting the game way easier in Director's Cut, and in DS2 it's really easy to get what the game is about because the game is like here's just a bunch of tools and just start playing.
All right, and then now how far, I don't know how far are you in it, and I don't know if you ended it yet or not like that, or you still have like a bunch of hours in it for right now, like you're at the midway point.
So I am 110 hours in.
Woo! Jesus.
I beaten the game. I beat the game in 40 hours, but I mainlined the quests. I didn't really do a lot of side quests. Another great thing about Death Stranding 2 is that the side quests are way more interesting than Death Stranding 1. They were pretty cool in Death Stranding 2 or Death Stranding 1, but in Death Stranding 2, you have to find all these preppers, right? All these locations of people or types of people hanging out and being locked down away from the ghost pandemic that's happening in the overworld, right? Death Stranding 1, like there was like Jeff Keighley and you got Conan O'Brien and like just a bunch of like other people just like kind of like finding excuses to be there.
The homies was in the homie pack.
And what's funny is that in Death Stranding 1, like everyone gets like a cool job. Like even Conan O'Brien gets like the cosplayer, and like the film director, I'm forgetting the guy who's directing the Metal Gear movie. He gets the film director moniker, right? But in Jeff Keighley, he doesn't even get a job. He gets Luden's fan. It's like dude, you're not even anything but a fan of my company. Okay, that's it. You're just a simp. And I'm
Oh no!
That was crazy. That was crazy for June.
Yeah.
But in Death Stranding 2, these people are way more interesting. They all have way more interesting jobs, and they have interesting stories to tell. And so when you want to do these, you got main orders, which are the main quest lines. You get standard orders, which are just the regular deliveries that you can do to upgrade up those likes.
Yep, get them likes
up. You
up.
can get the 5 stars up to for that location, and the higher the stars you get, the more tools and toys you get.
Okay.
So that's why it's like, like I just unlocked the 4-star for the inventor, and he gave me a new version of the Bola gun, which is a Bolo stun gun. which shoots out electrified bolas, and it, they just immediately stuns them immediately. Whereas a regular bola gun, you have to aim for their neck to knock them out. Or you can hit them anywhere else, and they just kind of like flop over, and you have to go over there and kick them to knock them out, right? With the bola stun gun, you just have to shoot them, and then it'll just electrocute them and knock them out. Great tool, but I had to 4-star, really hard to get to prep for that.
Wow.
And then there are something called the sub-orders, and the sub-orders will advance a plot line for a certain area or quest or whatever, and these will have special cutscenes attached to them. And some of these cutscenes are real, and some of these events that happen in game. Like last night, I just beat a boss in a side quest.
Wow!
It was a huge side quest that involved going to one location, capturing a monster, and then going to another location and releasing that monster as bait for the bigger monster, which is crazy. That's cool. That kind of thing never happened in Death Stranding 1, and Death Stranding 2, it's way more involved, and there's a story to be told there too.
That's dope. Final.
And people have probably been seeing some of these side quest cutscenes already on Twitter. People are spoiling the shit out of some of these cutscenes and events, but it's great.
No, look, man.
And the cutscene to gameplay ratio is way leaning towards gameplay in the first half.
That's my only problem that I have with the first one. I felt that the cutscenes, it was 20 minutes of gameplay, 45 minutes of cutscene, and I thought it was cutscene heavy. But I'm assuming, right? And this is because, like I said, I'm only 4 hours in. I'm assuming that is to get you up to speed where he wants you to be in order to just release you into the world, because it's certain things started picking up, and I'm like, all right, cool. I haven't got my motorcycle yet, so that's how early on I am. Right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
See, also I'm on that. When you're on a spiritual journey on certain things, and then you reading certain stuff in the background, stuff start to click. Right. So you understand that this guy either walked in those shoes already early on, or have a different level of knowledge of these things. And you're like, wow, I understand the symbolism, where it will be missed on most, or people that do get it will get it. And then you have a different level of appreciation to it. So where the whales on the beach, you see that, and it's for some people, it might be whales on the beach. But for you understand the eradication of a higher thought conscious that is higher than man. You would say that means something very serious. And then he's putting everything towards the beach. So you got to say, what is the end goal to the beach? And then when part 2 is being called Death Stranding on the beach, then you're like, all right, so the end goal is probably not even in this game. It's probably in the second game, but he's going to build you up to that point. See, so I'm operating on that aspect of it and trying to follow the threads that he's leading down. When he's saying Bridges, and Bridges is the company that person that he had to take to someplace else. Sam Porter Bridges, it means a lot, right?
Yeah.
And the strands mean a lot. So everything has a double entendre with the name, and then you have to follow those leads. And I'm like, he really sat there and did this thing. And it's very short that I'm getting this from that. And I can't wait to finish it, because I know my level of attachment to a game when I go to sleep and I'm thinking about what I need to do next. So he has that. He already affected me in that manner with the game.
Yeah. What you said was very, very smart and very, very prescient, King, because that is exactly what Death Stranding 1 is doing, right? It is setting up it is trying to let you understand this world, in an interesting and entertaining way. So by the time you get the Motorcycle King, that's when the gameplay really kicks in, and that's when the story will be like, okay, I'm going to take a back seat. I'm going to let you take control.
Yes.
And that's what Death Stranding 2 is 100%, because Kojima did all of that in Death Stranding 1. He lets you understand completely what the world is. So now that you're quote unquote on the beach, let's get you going right away. Let's tell the story too in a different kind of way.
I gotta say one more thing. I didn't understand what Throat Baby was, right? All right, so I didn't understand what Throat Baby was when we first saw it, and I didn't understand why he was using Throat Baby. But then after doing some teachings, I understand that children, especially in their early form, they had just came from the fourth dimension and probably descended down into the physical to the third dimension.
To spoiler territory.
Well, this is the first game. So anyway, the fact that Throat Baby is the veil, he can release the veil from the material world into the astral world, well, the fourth dimension. That's necessary to have that connection to that baby to get you past certain things that you can't see, right? So the things that you can't see is not that is you can't see them, it's because they're in a higher plane than where we are physically.
Yes.
And Throat Baby, bridge babies are the bridge between the astral plane and the material world. So when he did this, I sat there and said, oh, he playing a real different game with y'all. He's enlightening y'all because y'all not going to the books. He bringing the books to you in a form that you love and you understand. Games. I said, if you sat there, he's going to be studied later. Watch. After this, I don't know where part 2 is going to take me because immediately I'm buying part 2. Right after I finish this. Immediately I'm buying part 2. He's going to be studied. He's going to be a study session in colleges talking about the Kojima Chronicles and where he went with certain things. I guarantee you.
Well, here's the thing about the Throat Baby, right? So that comes out because the camera often in the game will just go down into Sam's mouth and then deep into the stomach, and then you see the baby in there, right? That all that clicks if you are a student or believer in Buddhism, because if you understand Buddhism, the stomach is the seat of the soul. That is where the core of man is. So when you are going down into Sam's stomach, you are reactivating his soul, and of course there's a baby there. That is.
I'm here for Forte's face right now. I'm here. He is not with all of this right here, and I'm loving it. He tried his best to keep it together. He tried his best. All this sound, I'm not making fun of y'all, but it sound to Forte's face, it sound like fake deepness to him. So I know my brother. He tried to keep it together for y'all, but he don't believe nothing y'all talking about. But I'm gonna let y'all continue. Cool. I'm sorry. I know what your face was saying. You just ain't want to say it. But all jokes aside, seriously, all jokes aside, only reason why I did that, Gene, is because I don't want to spoil too much for people who are wanting to play for the first time. But I got, because King's going too much. I got to shut him down.
It's the first game.
Nah, bro, you doing too much. People ain't played. Come on, stop.
How you gonna say it's just the first
game? He's explaining the whole.
I'm talking about the first guy. I didn't play the second game. I can't even tell you what the first cutscene is in the second game. But I can tell you. But y'all all seen Throat Baby. Stop acting like y'all didn't see Throat Baby.
Yeah, but you breaking down the game on such a deep level.
What's crazy is some of y'all dudes played the first game and didn't even get the concept of what Throat Baby was. I just enlightened what y'all thought. Y'all still walking around was like, yo, this baby on my stomach. I don't even get it, dude. Like, all right, so let me enlighten you. Y'all listening to Wu-Tang, not getting Wu-Tang, right? Y'all not understanding.
His third eye. He can say, you can sister all of this here, guard.
He's one of those people that went on Steam and actually hit the 10 out of 10 button 4 hours in.
Actually, no, I didn't. I'm not gonna sit there and tell somebody exactly what they're gonna feel with it. I'm gonna give you my experience, and then hopefully by you seeing my experience, you can say I'm curious and I'm gonna go check it out.
They said that King is 4 hours in and he acting like he saw the face of God.
Listen, the problem is you finished the game and you still walked around dumb, deaf, and blind. Like, you gotta really start
King, you 5% off of this one.
Well, you already know I've been
they 85 is in the chat.
Yo, that's all I'm saying. Like, if you laughing, you understand. I know where you at.
You see where you at, God.
Bro. All right, go drink some water. Go sit down. Go touch
him. He's sitting on that 2% right now. So.
Yeah. I see where you at too, sir.
Look, final question before I open up the Forte. I gotta ask G this because this is the main one. This is the one I really want to ask you, G. This is it. Now you are a person that pretty much played all the Game of the Year contenders for the most part, and there is a people's champ out here. It's that Claire Obscure, that Expedition 33. And now that I know that you have beaten Death Stranding, I gotta say, so gun to your head right now, what's your feeling? Who's your early Game of the Year nominee? Just as of today, it could change, but as of right now.
Let me say something real quick on 4 hours and acting like seeing the face of God.
Get him, G. Get him.
Let me comment on that real quick.
Let's go.
Let me tell you, that every time I've invited a woman over to my house, and I'll be like,
go.
hey,
Hey,
you
yo.
want to see that new Kojima joint though?
I got that new Kojima.
I got that new Kojima game, right?
I got that
and I
dope
boot
baby
up
girl.
Death Stranding, not even Death Stranding 2, right? Like I'm about to have a girl over at my place later today, you know. And I'm gonna show her Death Stranding 2, right?
Get it
Every time I've shown a girl Death Stranding 1,
what happened?
they always walk away saying, "Wow, that is the most profound thing I have ever seen. How is this even a video game?" And I'm only showing the first fucking like 2 hours, bro.
Buns initiated.
But the women love Death Stranding. They see it and they're like, "Oh, I'm picking up exactly what this guy's putting down."
So as a result, based on right now, I got to put the pressure on you now. You're the only person on this panel in the round table that has played Expedition 33 and beaten it.
Oh, it's Death Stranding 2 all the way, baby.
Death Stranding 2's game of the year.
Easily, game of the year.
Oh,
Easily.
Expedition fans, what you gonna do?
Way over Expedition 33.
Way over. It's not even close. So Kojima got this in the bag. There's nothing seeing this.
That's
right
in
now.
my head though, because I think the Expedition 33 is a big favorite. A lot of people are wanting to vote on the underdog because they are the underdog. It's a good story, you know. 33 members and a dog, you know. I always make fun of people.
Hold on, they coming at you. Iron Rook said #cancel Gene. Slow Mo said Cap. They get mad. They get the Expedition boys to get mad. They ain't playing Death Stranding 2, but they mad at you. Continue. Break it down.
I think Death Stranding 2 is just better written, better acted. It's a better story. I think it says things more uniquely. Here's the thing. So everyone saw that tweet, that Blue Sky tweet by Jason Schreier yesterday, right? Or
where he said Vowed over Expedition 33.
I won't even go that far. I think he's crazy. I think he's crazy for saying that.
Jason tripping.
He farming engagement yesterday.
I think he's crazy for saying that. He's crazy for saying that. But in his defense, though, I think he's crazy for saying Avowed is better than Expedition 33. That's crazy. Avowed is nothing compared to Expedition 33 in terms of like leaps and bounds. There's Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33, and Avowed is like all the way like off screen right here.
Okay.
You know?
I got you.
But he is saying that because he is a very, very learned and experienced JRPG player. He has a deep experience with JRPGs. And if you notice, people who have, Colin, Brad, myself, and I like Expedition 33 more than all those guys, right?
Yeah, I love that. That's my gun game of the year right now.
But yeah, and I think it's a great game, and it's
in fairness to you,
game of the year. I wouldn't be mad at it.
You've played both, so I gotta go. Yeah.
I would not be mad if Expedition 33 won, right? I would not be mad at all. I think it's a great game.
It ain't gonna win.
I think it deserves it, right?
Well, you and your 4 or 5 others, I can't listen to you.
It ain't winning.
But for people like Jason Schreier or for myself, Expedition 33 is simply just not doing anything new at all. Wow. There's nothing new at all about Expedition 33, which is why, like, when Colin plays it, he's like, "Oh, I like Metaphor better," you know.
Wow.
Even Brad is like, "Oh, I like Metaphor better." You know?
What is Metaphor doing different?
I think the story is a little different.
Every story's different. You
Addict is activated.
You have activated his Baki gun.
No.
His Baki's out. His Bonkai's out.
Bonkai. Look. I have kept my mouth shut this whole time. I love Metaphor. It is definitely one of my all-time favorite JRPGs. But that is literally Persona reskinned in a different world. I don't understand. And this is not you. This is the people that say that Expedition didn't do anything different, but then they say Metaphor is a good game, and it's like, but Metaphor is literally.
No one's really say Metaphor is some kind of revolutionary game either.
No,
right?
but
it's just better.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Whoever you were referencing said that Expedition isn't doing anything different, and then they talked about something positive with Metaphor. To me, it sounded like you were saying that they enjoyed Metaphor more because it did something different.
No, they just like it better. It just does things better. You know, it tells it tells a story that's a little bit more uniquely than Expedition 33 did.
Well,
You know,
Hurt my soul right now.
the parry system is not that new. So the parry system is excellent in Expedition
Yes.
33, and I think that's what's tripping people up.
Hey,
because it feels better than
Hey, chat. This is the part where you brought the guest on and you thought the guest was lockstep with you.
And then yeah, I like that.
This is where you start creeping around a corner and said, "I don't want to take no strays."
They turn it on G, but it's cool. It's cool.
I'm not hating Expedition 33.
Look, man,
all I'm saying is that for people who have played a lot of JRPGs, Expedition 33 is literally nothing new because because it is the game that is taking inspiration from the games that we've already played.
This is true. That makes sense.
Period. That's it. You know.
I all I'm going to end this with is I have played an absurd amount of JRPGs, and I disagree. But it's the new addict, new me.
I like
So
that.
I'm gonna let him rock with his opinion, even though I don't agree, and I'm gonna mute myself.
You gotta mute. Oh, you gotta mute yourself. You know, when Addict gotta mute himself, it's on. It's on. I gotta disassociate myself from the conversation for a second. I gotta calm down because he wilding right now.
No,
G
I'm
Park
not
is
mad.
wild.
I'm just muting myself.
I mean, look, if you like it better than the other games, I like it better than most JRPGs. Right?
Okay, can I push back on one thing though?
But it's just not some revolutionary concept that's like, oh my god, this is going to change the industry forever, which is like way too much hyperbole for the game. You know?
I think it is fair to say that you're correct at the fact that it, of course, what has been done in that. It's not that it's never been done before, but I think it's the fact that it got a casual base that would never give turn base a chance. To actually be engaged because of the, I would say like Souls like kind of influence on, defense in the turn base. But enough about that. This ain't about Expedition. I did want to get back to what. So let me give you criticism. Now, what about the people that says, Gene, this is, even though they didn't play Death Stranding 2 and you beat it, they like, it looked like it's, walking simulator again. Oh, they just added more, made things quality of life better. How could it possibly be, the game of the year? Is it because of the narrative? Like, what is the defining thing that sets it apart that makes it unequivocally the game of the year to you?
Look, once you get to the final, towards the end of the game, you're not going to question anything about what the game is doing in terms of narrative and gameplay together at the same time. What Kojima does with the open world is that the world is his stage. He does really, really interesting things with the open world that makes you realize like, oh, he's really, really being so ambitious with how to tell a cinematic set piece in an open world environment,
Okay.
And to let people play most of the action. That's Kojima's bag right there from Metal Gear, that you feel like you are really the action hero in the story. And Death Stranding 1 doesn't really do that too much. Death Stranding 2 is when he returns to his Metal Gear bag and he's like, oh, don't worry, you're going to play the coolest parts of this game.
Hold on, I gotta get my brother Slowbo. I'm breaking protocol. It's my brother Slowbo. He is coming at you, but I want you to respond. Oh, he says Slowbo applying it doesn't do anything new. I guess in reference to Expedition 33, it's a cop out to hate on the game when you don't apply that criticism to other JRPGs.
I know he's. Let me. Who is hating on the game?
The Expedition crowd, they don't like to slander you. They feel like you're being slandered. You're being very dismissive.
What is a slander?
He said it ain't doing nothing new.
I say it's fantastic, and I would not be bad if it's game of the year.
Fair enough.
How was I hating on the game?
You're right.
You guys are that's
we emotional.
That's what Expedition 33 heads are like. You guys are so effing sensitive. It's like I remember which podcast I'm on. So there you go.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We in our feelings.
Take saying, "Oh, I love this game. This is in my top 30," and that's equated to, "Oh my god, it's a cop out to hating on the game." Calm down, bro. Thanks for the chat.
Gene talking his talk. All right. I like that.
Thanks for funding me, Pink.
This is gonna be a fun man. I didn't expect this from Death Stranding 2, and to see, you that have played it and beat it, to give it this type of praise, and to see where it is fun. Like, now it's like it's inspiring me to get on my journey with King, get Death Stranding 1 done. You know what I'm saying, and then get this thing going. But I got to open it up for Forte. He's been very patient. He's been in the cut. He's been chilling. Oh, he's on the phone right now. I got to wait for him to get off the phone. You know what I'm saying? But when he's finished, I got to get his opinion on this because I don't know.
I'm here.
Okay, because you've been trying to keep it together.
Real quick.
Yes.
Chat, be paying attention to the polls. Go.
Yes. So I need you.
Wait, before you say that, somebody has something that.
Nintendo's here. What's up?
Nintendo's here. Yoshi here as always. I just wanted to let you guys know, Charizard left a couple of tidbits out of the super chat he left you guys earlier. He wanted to know, because first of all, we don't have the P.O. boxes that we need to ship this wholesome glizzy to.
Fair enough.
We don't know if you guys are going to be in the same vicinity together. Do you want us to cut it up into individual bite-sized pieces?
That's the King question.
What is he talking about? Because y'all fell off. Like, nobody's selling over there but the racing game. So we waiting for Donkey Kong for y'all to get your numbers up. I mean, let's get back to Game of the Year. Let's get back.
Nintendo got something to say, King.
It ain't nothing they saying over there. Nothing. I'm looking at you in your face. Listen here. You better put out a Yoshi game. Get back to that. Let's get back to you.
Listen. Here at Nintendo,
your numbers looking weak over there.
Listen, here at Nintendo, we want to be super respectful to all of the fans, the Patreons, the people that support our platform, and we are just making sure that we send you the gift that we
are y'all respectful for the people that y'all brick their consoles already? I mean, I just want to know what y'all really up to. Your DRM device, your Trojan horse to control the masses.
Well, the question comes down to, why are people messing with their hardware in ways that they shouldn't be, that it's intended to be worked on?
Well, if I paid $500 for it, I do with it as I choose, as I will. If I want to throw the camera on and I want to have boom sessions, that's my business, not yours, Nintendo. See, but the problem with a lot of people are getting off this week. See, we got to fight back against your oppression. See, you jumping up here and you trying to dictate exactly what's going on. You don't got no Game of the Year contenders in there at all.
I mean,
nothing.
Donkey Kong might have something to say.
Donkey Kong is going right back to the bushes. I can get you to the esoteric conversation about Donkey Kong yourself with that situation that's happening on his back. But I'm not going to do that. My third eye is open. I see you for who you are, Nintendo. Stop breaking people consoles that pay $500. Give them their money back. If you're going to brick them, send them their check so they can send you back your whack console. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Fix your VRR. Fix your face. Get back to Game of the Year.
King, what is that you're looking at right now?
Don't come for me unless I send for you,
What's
bro.
that below you right now that you're playing on?
See,
probably?
what you said below me, this is a cell phone.
No. I want to see that switch. I want to see that switch.
You want me to take
that you ran and made sure you.
You want me?
Oh, he said you was a fraud. You still copped that after you said all that.
Yeah, but mine ain't bricked either. But I bet you this: the moment mines get bricked, they better send me my money. All right. So if you want to brick, you better have my cash ready.
Anyway,
Captain for a corporation.
Once again, I appreciate you. We're just going to make sure that we send King a extra large glizzy. And we will. And
this is for the Nintendo man. Okay, I got you.
That is it. But thank you.
Thank you, Nintendo. I would like Gaming Forte to return. But we got that out the way. Forte, I've seen your face during this Death Stranding discussion.
Yeah,
so I'm going to assume that you have thoughts, obviously about the first one, the second one. I don't know where you are with Expedition. I don't know where you are with your Game of the Years. But
Expedition is in there. I don't know what's going on. It's fireworks. It's been going off today. I see.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. Is going off.
That's what we doing. Okay.
Fireworks for what? I just said Expedition 33 belongs in the Game of the Year discussion. It's between DSG and Expedition 33. Just because I'm not saying Expedition 33 isn't the clear winner.
Listen,
people are going crazy.
Yeah, they're going crazy.
There is nothing wrong with your take. I will never say this. There's anything wrong with your takes. That's one thing we won't do here, especially since I'm one of those people that just refuse to play walking sim and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never said that Death Stranding was a bad game. I never even said that it doesn't deserve the accolades that it gets from the people that enjoy it. I am oh my God, how do I say this? The day they showed that game off for the first time was not the best way that they should have showed that game. It gave the impression of everything that everybody thinks that game is to this day. Still a walking simulator where you're delivering packages to different places, and you guys are talking about the deeper meaning of what the game means. And that's not to say that that deeper meaning is not there. It's just that you have to play that game. First of all, I don't feel like they did a good enough job in the first one to get you to want to play the game unless you're a super, super fan of what Kojima does. If you are a fan of Kojima, then you are going to disregard everything you saw in those trailers. Be like, I'm playing it just because I love freaking Kojima. If you are a person that loves that, that is 100% fine. I am happy for you, and I'm happy that you enjoyed it. But guess what? What I saw, and I'm a huge Metal Gear fan, but I'm not tied to the fact that I have to play a Kojima game just because it's a Kojima game. I love Metal Gear because I love espionage. I love spy. I love all of those things. So that's the reason I enjoyed Metal Gear. I didn't care for what I saw the first time I saw Death Stranding until this day.
That's a Nintendo version.
and to this day, and like I said, I never say it's a bad game. I just say I don't want to deliver packages because that's the only
you don't appreciate the gameplay loop.
That's the only thing I know about that game to this point. Now I hear all of the arguments about everything that the game does, and guess what? I can see King jumping into that game, being a person of the people, and saying 4 hours in, the son of God.
So that's not what your face said.
I see Raw and all these other things, but guess what? To the people that never experienced it, it all sounds like cap.
Until they put it on, and then they come back to me, and it all got to come back to source.
And that's fine.
We'll let you rock there.
And guess what? And that's fine. And that's fine in general. I just think that people try to come down on people that don't understand it or didn't play it and say it's because the way it was portrayed to you in the very beginning. Now, I will say this, the second one looks vastly better than the first one because they portrayed it and they're showing it in a completely different light where there seems like there's way more to the game than just carrying a package from point A to point B with Throat Baby somewhere in the middle. And guess what? You didn't even see the trailer about Throat Baby until closer to launch. It's like we said, like, what is this baby thing? Like, then it just got weird and crazy and stuff like that. And then me being a person where I work, I deal with FedEx, UPS, DHL. I see that stuff all the time. So when I see a package, I just get PTSD. So I'm sitting like, I don't want to deal with none of this type of stuff anymore. So that's like my only disdain with the game.
Can I ask a question?
Let him rock. We let you rock. We gotta let him rock.
No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not saying that. I'm gonna expound on what he's saying.
Okay.
So. Remember I sounded just like you before I actually played the game?
That is true.
I do.
Right? I probably actually sounded worse than you, right?
Yeah, you went in.
Oh, yeah, I went in on him, right?
You went in.
So again, so you're telling me again, you're giving your synopsis based on something that you didn't play yet, right? Something that you saw from the outside, but you said the second one made you say that looks better, right?
It does.
That's the same reason why I played the first one.
But I'm also one of those people that if I don't play the first one, I don't do the second one because I'm one of those completionist type people.
Why you think I'm playing the first one right now?
I'm with you, and I'm with you, and I'm with you. But guess what?
You're not with me though because you was just clowning me.
No, I'm clowning you just because you just tried to clown Yoshi and like Yoshi. Hey, he came here and all of the love and glory, and you just tried to play my homie.
So did Kojima. Kojima came in love.
Oh my god! Hey, look, this man has seen this.
You see the light,
the cross.
Yeah,
the cross is there, and we see it right now. But in general, that's kind of how I look at it. I own both games. I own DS2. Shout out to PlayStation. No, come on now. They.
Oh, salute. Got you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Say no. I'm not. That would just be fraudulent to sit there and say, "Well, why would you buy it and then not play it?" Now, I will say this, and I told Slow Mo this on DPS. I was like, part of me feels like I have to at least try it because PlayStation blessed me to be able to like have a chance to play it. Right. But I'm not going to play the second one until I play the first one.
I agree. That's where I'm at. Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at, and I fight the urge of wanting to jump in, especially knowing how. The build
King,
up
check
in the
Facebook.
especially knowing how the build up on that game is way slower. And I did this once before when it came to, Mass Effect. I couldn't stand Mass Effect 1. I quit the game 10 hours in because I just didn't like it. Mass Effect 2 came out and I was like, oh, whoa, no, I got to go back and finish it. So it's definitely precedence for that to happen. That's why I've never hated on the game to the point saying, you're wrong, this and that, blah, blah, blah. It's just when you hear the reverence of people, the way that it's like talking about, it seems like God himself in the conversation came down. Like, just listening to y'all talk about it. It's not even about the systems and everything like that. It's just like the impact and the emotional feeling of a game and how it made you feel. As much as I love Mass Effect 2, I didn't feel like that until I got to like the latter half of the game. I was like 20 hours in.
I give you 4 hours, B.
It was 20 hours in when I was like, yo, this is freaking incredible. Like the story is like hitting. And then the last 10, 15 hours was just the greatest I've ever experienced. Same thing with BioShock Infinite, one of my favorite games of all time. I got to the end of that game and I was like, this all makes sense. All 3 games make sense now because BioShock Infinite finally tied all those loose ends together.
Right.
So it's definitely a thing, but just hearing like King, I think it not even because like Gene said he's beat it 100 hours in. Shout out to you. 100 hours in, 40 hours of beating a game, and you still trucking it around, delivering packages 60 hours later. I'm with you. I appreciate you for sharing that. King, I just feel like you frauding, but
all right.
No, wait.
I'm gonna give you why after. I'm gonna let you go for it. Go for it.
I'm gonna let you go for it.
Listen, King, I feel look, because I respect you.
I hope you're ready.
Get him, Forte. Get him. Stay on your script, Forte. Don't back down now.
I hope you're ready because it's gonna get wild.
That's fine. I feel like you frauding on this because like he just said himself when he first came in here, and I agree 100%. When people play a game right off back, and the first thing they do is say, "Oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever," especially knowing that Death Stranding is one of the slowest paced games to start out the game. To hear you say
don't set yourself up for this.
Is it because of Xbox?
No, listen. You can say whatever you want to say.
Because of Game Pass?
I'm just giving you my opinion of a situation that I heard you say.
Death Stranding's not in Game Pass.
No, it was
I'm
the first
like,
one. No,
yo,
PC
4
was.
hours
Yeah.
in for you to talk about the game like you're talking about it, and that's all I'm saying.
All right, so now, let me give you that back. Let me get that back.
On it. You got a little Xbox influence.
Yo, you ever seen a dude that was in the street gang banging heavy and he was a criminal just completely, and then he went and he did on a spiritual journey and he came back and he was just alhamdulillah, he was Muslim, he was all of that in a bag of chips.
I know you that dude out here.
You ever seen that?
We got them dudes in the hood. We got them dudes.
Guys, vote in that poll, man.
Vote in the poll. Vote.
Ending it soon.
Yeah.
All right. No. Let me finish. Let me expound on this. All right. Okay. So, I've always been knowledge itself, right? I've always been each one teach one. I've always been, if you have knowledge, you share that knowledge and you give that knowledge wholeheartedly to everybody around you because knowledge empowers all. I've always been that individual, right? So now to see an individual and what he's showing you is esoteric, hermetic traditions. Now, Gene touched on Buddhism in the sense that he was using certain forms of Buddhism to get you to understand where Throw Baby when he went within himself. He went within himself to give you what was going on into these dreamlike sequences. They don't tell you that these are dreamlike sequences. The inner dimension when he goes inside himself leads you to that part. Now, then he has levels of Taoism that's there. But then the Stoic nature in which Sam Porter Bridges enacts a scene that goes on that if this has no bearing on my circumference, I do not in turn care about what's going on in existential. What you don't realize is my journey is probably different from your journey. Me seeing confirmation from somebody that either has walked this journey or is further ahead in their journey to teach back and to give back to those who either is uninitiated or initiated allows me to understand that man is not the keeper of knowledge. He's the giver of knowledge. He's empowering you. Right. So he's doing it in the medium that he has been given the platform to use. So by using that platform and giving you that knowledge, see, this is the part where me talking to you is going to go above your head. The laughter allows me to understand you're not in that spiritual
Talk your
place
talk, God.
yet.
Talk your talk, God.
So by me, I'm just speaking. It is over 600 people here. Out of that 600 people, maybe 10% is going to get it. Not everybody is when you cast pearls before swine. Not everybody's going to get those pearls, right?
Still,
So and the fact that you feel. The fact that you feel is fake deep allows me to understand that the emphasis in your mentality is showing off. So what I'm going to do is not respond to that, but I'm going to give you this. If you actually play the game, see, because you're talking from a place of ignorance, and ignorance is not.
Right? You're your cipher.
Right. See, I gotta stand on my square.
Knowledge, born wisdom. What's today's math, God?
Knowledge, born wisdom, cipher divine.
I see you, God. I see you.
You gotta understand. Knowledge, born wisdom, cipher divine.
How many hours you got in this game, bro?
4.
He just got the word right for 4 hours.
You do realize this is the thing, though.
I have played Death
hold
Stranding longer than 4 hours.
Hold on, let me tell you. King,
You uninitiated, son.
Everything you just said, King.
You was an 85er.
I didn't say anything about what Gene Park said, and I know he's put more than 4 hours because you know what? He's played. He's beat the game.
See, Gene
got knowledge himself. G got knowledge himself.
Watch this part.
All it took was 4 hours of the word, God. That's all it took.
So what
the first one?
So what you're saying is,
King, don't let him get up off your square.
No.
Don't let him get off your square, God. You made up all of this in here.
Listen. Ignorance is of the many, knowledge is of the few. Right? So I also
got to remember
his life.
Listen, my life has been this. So the fact that I see a kinship in an individual that is showing that and giving that back on a higher platform allows me to understand where he's at with it. So like my conversation with him will be different than your conversation. Your conversation with him will be about, oh, how did the package get to this, that, and then that will be your conversation, the surface level. My conversation with him will be the fact that you use this to get to this to explain this. It'll be on a different level. You're just not at that level, and I'm not gonna laugh at you that you're not at that level. But what made
you play this game? That's what this is all about. What made
I saw the second one. I said I cannot have an opinion based on what's going on this weekend. I know ahead of time what we're gonna do. So based off of what we got coming up, as a journalist, I'm gonna do my research. I gotta play something, so I can't come into the situation ignorant, right? I gotta come to the situation with knowledge. So did I expect getting into the game that I was going to see him display this level of high level consciousness? Hell no.
Kid, you ain't got to speak to the deaf, dumb, and the blind, son.
But the fact
what are you talking about? You
ain't got to. Listen, man, you got knowledge yourself. You
see what he's doing right now? He's playing a part right now. Y'all don't understand what he's doing.
What I'm doing?
So I like the part that he's playing.
I like you made up all of this, all of the Kojimas, all that's inside you, God. That's you.
He's fooling you, right? So what y'all don't understand is okay. So
we know what's going on here.
I said so. I'm gonna check this game out.
Okay.
I did not expect him to have that higher learning right there from the beginning. So him doing that allowed me to say, okay, I got to look at this game deeper than what it is.
You got the lesson already. Like did you say the lesson?
The same way I go to movies and I look at movies different than other people. I go and see this and I have introspective thoughts of other things. Don't be upset with me that I look at things different. Like if you got the same 24 hours that I do. We all do, right? So if you choose to learn in your 24 hours, God bless. I choose to learn in my 24 hours. If you choose to play in your 24 hours, play around, sir.
I will say this. I will say this. We started this conversation talking about how we all didn't have friends that had revelations in life, and that does happen. If I remember, this is just because we love movies here. We all love movies.
Yes.
Yep. If I remember a movie called, hold on. If I remember a movie called New Jack City.
Oh man.
New Jack
City. If I remember
Bean Pie, my brother.
Pookie was like What was Pookie? Most of that movie?
Oh, so you're gonna reference me as a crackhead? Let's go ahead.
You and your 4 hours.
Let's go.
If I remember correctly, Pookie was one thing for like 80% of the movie, which is like a good hour and 45 minutes of a 2.5-hour movie. That change didn't happen until we got to the end of the movie. So the spiritual successing of him changed over the course of the movie, but it didn't change in the first 10 minutes.
So you're telling me that me walking into the game, being who I am, and acknowledging somebody that's on a higher level. See, you walked into the game. You haven't even walked into the game at all. No. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to time shame me. Right?
You received. You got the whole world.
Exactly.
Gene is the minister.
What you're doing is you're trying to time shame me, not knowing that I came in on a higher level. You walking in. Listen,
11 a.m. That's like you start that game at 11 a.m. It's 3 p.m. and you can see the face of God.
All right. So you
got
walking
the word,
in.
Forte.
You walking in on a low level. A lot of that stuff is gonna miss you. Right?
It's over there. It's over their head, God.
You haven't sat down and did that knowledge yourself. You haven't walked that walk, but it's cool. So what you're going to get is you're going to get a surface level game.
So at what minute did you actually, in 4 hours of playing, at what minute did this revelation happen? At what minute did it 4 hours?
First cutscene, the moment that I realized I knew exactly where he was going with what he was saying. See, you don't have to hear...
That's the problem.
See, the thing about
speaking
truth
to the
is,
uninitiated, brother. I'm just
that's it. See, and Cog is laughing at you deep inside, right? So, like, listen, like the you don't have to know what rings true. You'll hear it, you'll understand it, you'll see it.
You can only lead them to the water. They're not ready to drink.
Stop it.
No, me telling you that. I see it this way.
Man, people didn't realize that Moses was Moses until he parted the Red Sea, which happened at the end of the movie.
Until it happened, but dudes that were believing in him from the beginning understood it. See, what you need to do is you got to say, "Oh, well, King, the more time you get." No. Time out. The fact that
I watched that movie millions of times. They didn't even believe. They believed in him.
You watched a movie. I read a book.
No, the book too.
Before the movie showed up.
The book was before the movie. The scripture was written before.
You're trying to tell me your world experience versus my world experience and how I view the world is greater or lesser than gaming experience. It has.
Came down to the fact it all came down to the fact of what did the game do.
Check this. This is why I debunk you. This part right here. So you got an individual. You got an individual that played the game hundreds of hours, right? The first one and the second one. Finished both, right? Saying the same things that I'm saying, right? You played nothing. Saying what you're saying, right? No.
He's a deceiver. He's part of the 10%.
Let me say this part. Let me say my part.
Do the supreme lesson.
Let me say my part. Listen, God.
He wanted to deceive us. You the poor righteous teacher, King.
Don't run from the word of the Lord. Listen, don't run from the word of the Lord. The Lord will reach you. You will hear this. I don't care if you're dumb, deaf, and blind. You're gonna listen today. So what I'm going to tell you is you're going to tell me that somebody, just because they did hundreds of hours in, they're right. But somebody that did 4 hours in and have the same eye view going in is wrong.
So we
have no eyes on it. You have an opinion based off of ignorance.
He unaware. He unaware of his identity. He's been misled.
So you're speaking for Gene Park here. Okay, cool. Gene, I got a question to ask you, sir. Gene, and I need your 100%. Like, we know you love JRPGs. We know you even love this game.
Gene, he ain't ready for where I'm about to go next. It's crazy.
Gene is one of the poor righteous teachers. That's the 5%.
No, that's fine. And guess what? I told you already that I have nothing to say.
Ready.
I have nothing to say bad about Gene because Gene has experienced the whole game.
Yes, he got the full truth. He got the full
Gene,
truth.
4 hours into the when did you first of all, 2 questions. Have you ever gotten to the point where he is about this game in the way that he hit the reverence of this game? Have you gotten to that point with the first and the second game?
The first game, yeah, totally, yeah.
Okay.
I was locked in immediately, but I am one of those people, as you mentioned, that says whatever Kojima does, I'm in.
That's it.
I'm already in the
He's
door.
already
right?
with the minister already. That's just it. That's it.
So 4 hours in, you felt exactly how he felt, because he just basically said that's kind of where it is. 4 hours in. And I know you are very
Watch
like,
this.
You do this for,
Watch
a living.
the
I just
dirty
need
work
the
I got.
honest-
I got dirty work, so I'm dirty with it.
I just
I'm
need
dirty.
Listen,
Don't
this
do
is
it to
safe-
yourself. I tell you, I'm nice with it. But go ahead, go.
This is a safe place.
I'll be trying.
You and the Lord with
Yo,
the Lord with
Yo,
the reading
Gene.
around with the Lord.
Gene, watch this.
Don't allow this man to.
You're gonna see the
confuse
master work, right? You're gonna see me work. Go for it. Gene.
However you feel, sir, let us
Go
know
ahead.
your truth.
Yes.
And we will take what your truth is, because you're the only one here that
Give
finished
him
everything.
give him the supreme
That's
mathematics.
why I brought up bringing the girls over to my place, because like that's the only way I can really remember like what it was like to witness Death Stranding for the first time.
Civilized or uncivilized. Go ahead.
Yeah. When I bring them over and I show them the game, and they're like, "Oh my god, what am I even looking at?" They're not even playing the game, which is ridiculous. And then so like I want to get to your point also, Forte, about how people don't really talk about the systems a lot. Let me break down the systems for y'all and make sure.
Break down what's today's math? Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about what makes this game so interesting. You know, if you enjoy preparing for a mission, if you like doing that,
knowledge,
that
wisdom,
mental
understanding,
energy of like, oh, I need this gun, and I need these blood bags for my health. You know,
culture freedom.
And I need these tools to because I'm looking at the path ahead of me, and I'm seeing this is what I need to do. I need these ladders and everything like that. And then you go on that journey and you see the plan come together, you know. But then also, you know, you're talking about why delivering packages doesn't feel satisfying. It feels satisfying because like when I'm bringing over like 800 pounds of metal on my back and I'm bringing it over to a place, I'm not bringing it over to their place just for the reward of making a delivery. I'm bringing it over to feed them resources so they can continue to create more tools and more roads later down the road. So like I am bringing material resources over to this area because I want to build the roads.
What is that? What is that, Gene? That is each one teach one, right? That's helping out mankind, right?
Yeah. That's
all right.
The message of the game.
So through that thread, he is showing the uncivilized how to be civilized, right? He's giving the likes up on thank you for helping me out, right?
Listen, the fact that King picked up on this immediately is crazy.
No,
King's deep with it.
Listen, I'm vibrating
I'm
vibrating on a higher level, but listen. Now,
I didn't say you could come back to the conversation yet. I'm still
you don't get a chance to do that. So I get a chance to ask Gene a question.
No.
I get a chance to ask Gene a question. I get a chance to ask Gene a question, and my question.
Hold on, let me ask something first.
Haddock, you don't get a chance to say anything until you play the first game.
He did play the first.
Right? Until you play Metal Gear Solid, I don't want to hear nothing from you. And this has nothing to do with a Gene thing. It has nothing to do with a Kojima thing. It has something to do with you understanding the thought process in video games.
Hold on.
Are you no thought process in video games?
I understand the thought process of what
let this guy. I called you out. Yes, I called you out because you're a fraud.
So you telling me in order to understand, I gotta intake in more of his foolishness.
Yeah, you gotta get more of the lessons. You ain't even done a Metal Gear. Like you're so behind, like right now. Like you gotta get on your square, bro.
Nobody's respecting your opinion on anything until you play Metal Gear.
Oh my God!
You gotta play. You gotta get that.
So
That's the first lesson.
I gotta be down with the throat baby.
Hey, guess what?
You gotta be the originator. You gotta know the originator.
You know what though? To end my part of it, because this is a fight that I know I ain't gonna win.
You damn sure ain't gonna win because it's the vibration level thing.
Well, first of all, I accept the fact that I've never played it, so I can't even experience what
you told me that you was ignorant coming into it.
It ain't got nothing to do with
so my 4 hours is greater than your no hours.
You're sure right.
So understand what your no hours self.
What your no hour knowledge yourself.
Yeah, how you gonna come in here and tell me what food tastes like you never ate?
No. I caveated this whole conversation in the very beginning by saying exactly what I said.
Right. So then your opinion is void.
No, what did I say in the very beginning before this conversation?
That you know nothing.
No, I didn't say that. I said, what did
this? Played 0 hours.
I said this game, and Gene just basically elegantly said it, the setup for this game is experiencing all of those different things. So knowing the experience of delivering a package and having that way, knowing that
I
you
ain't
get
gotta
these upgrades,
experience
the moment. Listen,
I gotta know the truth when I see the truth.
Tell me when they first
You mad
announced
'cause
this
you didn't
game.
see the truth.
No, be quiet. Be quiet. The first time when they announced this game, the first time they showed it off, all the way up until the release of the original
He's fighting for his
game.
ignorance, son. He's fighting for his ignorance. He said, "I'm
No,
gonna
it ain't
stay
got nothing to
ignorant."
fight with no ignorance. It's all about the fact that they didn't do a good enough job to like showcase why people should want to even care about and play this game.
I kind of agree with that. I kind of agree.
I
with
see
that.
what you're saying.
That's the only thing,
Gene,
and that's
all right,
ultimately
so-
what it comes down to.
Yo, Gene, all
It
right,
has
so
nothing
He ain't
to
like
do with
he ain't like the way the lesson was
Forte,
prepared.
Yo,
Hold on,
time out.
Forte.
Now, I gotta
Forte,
ask Gene this question because Forte interrupted me, right?
I want to interrupt Forte. so
Yeah,
you
but
can't tell me to shut
you
up.
got to get some super chats going with you and playing that damn.
You do got to get the first lesson.
So
Attic.
we
You can't join this conversation. We are building. Attic, we're building a cipher right here. Until you get the earlier lessons
outside, bro.
Yeah, you got to get the Metal Gear lesson first.
Do
Yeah,
your 120 lessons.
One though, that's crazy.
yeah, you got to get the Metal Gear lesson first before you get to
Metal
that.
Gear
Metal Gear is
lessons.
an important piece of history.
The fact that
Metal
Gene
Gear
has on a roster Lion of Judah shirt on allows me to understand the knowledge of self in which he's operating in.
Go ahead,
Right?
Attic, let Attic get his finished balls off because he's behind.
I was 6 years old when that game came out. Okay.
So now you're gonna. So I don't care about your age, bro.
Yeah, you got to
Play
get
the game, bro.
you got to get the truth. The truth don't know no age, bro.
All right,
Like, you got to
this
really.
is that's the
At
problem.
least
Right?
they found a way to promote Metal Gear in a way to make
and
people
you know
want to
what?
play it.
You know what's funny? He about to switch this whole thing up, trying to make me play because he gonna rile this chat up and make me play this
I feel
old ass
Attic-
game.
I gotta play that.
want to hear
Yeah.
what you're talking about. What everybody else here
Chat, I
played.
do
Everything
feel
else.
like Attic, in order for him to inject
We
himself,
ain't listening
we're
to
building
him.
on a
No,
higher
no.
frequency right
Yo,
now.
Attic,
And Attic
we
is
ain't
really.
talking about that. We're
Attic.
talking about Death Stranding,
Right.
and I have more hours than you do, King.
But you don't really understand the lesson. So, like, being at
And
this
you
cipher,
learn nothing
you gotta play
during
Metal
your
Gear.
period of time.
I
It's
think
like
the
going
chat
to
should put in
school.
Metal Gear with the
So-
chat. That
so-
he got to play that.
Okay,
It's a
okay,
spiritual
okay.
journey he has to
Been
get
on
on.
that.
He
That's the
he doesn't even
problem
know about
that
the
you're
lesson.
not
Hold on.
okay,
He don't even know about the lesson of the Lalu. He
don't
don't
know
even
nothing.
He
You
don't
gotta
even
leave him
know.
alone.
Like
I don't even know why we talking to
Gee,
him.
we speaking on another frequency. So it's like he got to get the Lalu lesson. And the Patriots.
If we do
Sir,
go,
I can't
Yeah.
talk to you no
Hold
more.
on, if we
Like
do a
when
goal-
Addict's talking, I can't acknowledge him.
well,
Yeah.
let me talk.
I'm at you in
Go ahead.
you in the third. I'm in the fourth.
Okay,
I'm not
yeah.
listening to you.
Go ahead.
If
Talk to
I'm
the chat.
willing to do a goal, I
Yes.
can slander this game
Yeah,
if I don't like
if you're willing to put in the work so that you could be a part of this cipher at the
Conversation.
yeah, so we could
Because
build
Forte
at the,
can't even talk about
at the
Death Stranding
Temple of
'cause he ain't
Kojima. Yeah, because he
Yeah,
gotta
facts.
build. We gotta get to that part right there. So we gotta get the Patriots.
Yeah, I
the-
can't have no
the-
conversation
yeah,
with
the
somebody who
rating.
don't know what the texture is.
Yeah, you know what I'm
we
saying?
ain't doing
You
that.
ain't even know what the
we ain't
texture was. We could go last week on ILP.
He don't even know
but
what
you
the. He don't even know what
now.
the God
Dude,
Psycho
you're
Mantis. You don't know about them.
You're upset
Hold on,
that
hold
I
on,
went
hold on,
and
hold on.
I got knowledge.
Time out.
You mad that I went up the
Somebody
mountain?
call the police. Somebody call the police right now because this dude is up here frauding. If
How
this was
you
not
mad that I
hold
went
on,
and got
hold
knowledge?
on, bro. If this was not a conversation for Death Stranding 2 on this show this week, you would have never went back and played the first one.
But the fact that we both had knowledge of self to go do it, you chose to sit down and do nothing with your time, and I chose to educate myself. You're mad at me for educating myself.
Okay,
No,
okay.
bro,
Before you guys go into this World War IV thing,
Yes.
Just
what
put the super chats up to get you to work. Told you we can't hear you.
You would have never even turned.
Chad, we need some super chats for Attic to
Be
get
on
the
your
word.
system right now.
Let me hold up.
Thank God it came
I
out.
won't make the goal because I'm gonna make it something ridiculous because I don't want to play this game.
No, he gotta play
Put the
that.
super chats, bro. I don't want to
Super
hear
chat,
nothing more from you,
Brown.
bro.
How many super chats, King?
20 super chats, bro.
That's
I don't
a
want to hear
lot.
nothing more from you.
Okay.
20?
No, that we ain't doing that.
Nah, that's
We
too
ain't
much.
doing
Look at
that.
10 super chats. So he
Good.
could get the.
So
He could
good.
get.
I
Yeah,
don't
we can
care.
build with him. Yeah, we get his knowledge. He need his Metal Gear knowledge
I don't want to hear
up.
from him.
Yeah.
But you know what I don't want to hear from? I don't want to hear somebody that told me that you read the book and then you gonna say that 4 hours into reading the book, I'm wrong.
Don't
You
let
didn't
another
read the book,
situation
sir.
where you ain't
Right.
played it.
Sir, Addict, Until you play, I don't want to hear it.
Right now,
Sir,
Addict is a Kojima. He's an 85.
You on the third? You on the third? I'm on the fourth.
Get some of them Metal Gear lessons. You got to play. Which lessons specifically?
Keep in mind. They did successfully bully me into this.
Yeah, Metal Gear lessons for sure.
But here's the thing. I'm a show king. That
ain't gonna show nobody nothing.
You still only have 4 hours in this game, Mike.
By the time you finish this game, I will have already finished the game. So what are you talking about?
The reverence you're talking about this game.
You're mad that you didn't get a chance to see the book.
The spiritual journey that you went on in 4
you
hours.
Mad that you had the same week.
Person?
Yes.
You're a spiritual person.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Real quick.
Yes.
What Metal Gear do I have to play?
Let's do Metal Gear Solid. Solid. Not the NES. Yeah.
Part 1.
Yeah, part 1. That'll give him proper knowledge yourself of Metal Gear and Kojima.
Is that for like? Yeah. Is that for like the Pong thing? What's that for?
Nah, we got that. He said the Pong thing. This guy's so disrespectful. He's so disrespectful.
What are you saying, Forte? Let me hear you. Because you asked
Metal Gear Solid 1 is on platforms.
You're a spiritual person.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Like I said, my whole thing about this whole because like I 100% respect you and everything that you say. I have nothing against that. I only say this fraud thing tongue in cheek because that's all this is. It's all entertainment. It's all entertainment. Entertainment here.
It's content. Let's go.
It's content. We making the chat laugh. That's all. That's great. Yeah. But
I'm teaching them at the same time.
But guess what? That's true. That's good. Right. It's good. I'm glad you're doing
you standing
that.
Up for the 85. Yeah, okay.
But
we gotta get Addict civilized.
Whatever.
Oh, we gotta do nothing.
Actually,
keep going, Forte. You guys are okay.
Actually, the 10% is the one that rules the most because the other 90% follow us. So just remember that.
Wait, you said the 10% rule, but the 5% control.
The 5% follows.
Okay, listen.
Follows.
Listen, I'm a 5%. I'm a 5%. The 5% controls the world. But what you don't understand, you're going to see, you're talking about.
Podcast, we got the 1%, meaning the 99% follows the world.
Ooh. Well, you made this up?
No. It's a tier.
Okay.
Just admit defeat.
It's a tier. It's a tier. Because guess what? The 99% follows the rest of the world because the rest of the world is always the one that's leading from the front. But no, this is what it comes down to this. And everybody in here is, I think everybody on this podcast is a 100% because we don't follow anybody. We have our own way of thinking. Right. But my biggest thing with you is, on this conversation is,
that you have no knowledge of the game at all?
You did.
Stop typing in the chat. We don't gotta remind them.
The fact that if there was no DS2, you wouldn't even be thinking about this.
What got you to God? What got you to God? See that part right there that you realize it. You don't have to worry about what questions got you to God, but the fact that you got a chance to get to God and you have learned that lessons when you got to God and you listen to the words of the Lord, that got you there. So you're going to tell me what got me to the place of saying that this is that and understanding that? It's not what got me there. It's what I did with my time when I got there.
More importantly,
you had
the
ability.
Yo, listen. You had the ability to do the same.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Hold on, break for a new zombie. $5 super chat. Addict don't know nothing about no Psycho Mantis. Yup. Code of the year, still my guy. Metal Gear 3 remake playthrough. Kojima game, Naked Slate. All right, but I feel we got to play the first solid one. So we got the first super chat. Yes. Yeah, we got to get this boy knowledge yourself for sure.
So what I'm trying to say is this, right? And I'm not telling you that I am the most well-versed person inside of Death Stranding. I'm not telling you that. Right. And I told you, thank God that they showed the trailer for the second one, and me not being able to get into the party in California formulated that I got to play this game because we had a topic this week. Mm-hmm. I said, so I'm going to make it my business to play this game and stream it while I'm playing. So all my stuff is up on Frontline Gaming streams organically. Whatever you're seeing there, I'm getting revelations and breaking it down to you while I'm watching it. Because listen, I got a book called Shadow Self.
Yo, Attic is done. Attic is done.
It's just one.
Attic is done.
No, that super chat covers it.
That's it. Right, that's it. Lord Henry. Hold on. We got break protocol. Oh, Metal Gear Solid go up with the sex. What? Oh, make it break for Tokyo.
We'll break the protocol when they make it meet.
Lord Henry for the less educated individuals, aka Lord Attic. Fact. Then we got it's Ball Banana Man $10 super chat. Attic needs to know the genius of Kojima. and the Metal Gear. Let's
Right.
go, bro. Let's
So-
get that
so-
brother knowledge himself. That brother's hungry. Feed
So-
that brother. That brother's
so
hungry.
in
He
saying
thirsting
that-
for knowledge.
So in saying that, listen, I'm telling you, whatever puts you on whatever journey that you're on, cool. And when you're on that journey, you try to find like-minded individuals that share that same circumference that you're in. Now, I can say this to Gene, right? Gene went through traumatic stuff in his time, and during that period of time, he had to understand what was sacrificed, what was given, what was taken away. During that time, the way he sees the world is completely different from how he saw the world prior to those instances. So when he sees the world now, he sees it with those new eyes, those knowledge, wisdom, and understanding eyes. So he's checking it that way. In having that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, seeing somebody do something like that, I'm like, oh my God. He's doing this for the masses. For those people that's going to get it, they're going to get it. For those people that's not going to get it, they're going to come back with it later on. But you see what Gene did? And this is where evangelism goes. Evangelism goes to this part. He brings a woman over to the house, or a friend or a guy or whatever, and he opens up that first couple of minutes, because what he's trying to give back is what he received in the beginning. So he's showing them that beginning to Death Stranding to see if they catch on. Because I can tell you this, the person that walks away from that situation and sees it and says something like, oh, this is a stupid game, I guarantee you she don't get a chance to come back to that house because she's not vibrating on that level.
You
Wait,
know what's crazy?
Hold
on. We
seeing
really
in
got to
2
move
hours.
on.
Yeah,
Like,
we got to
are
move
we
on.
just
But
gonna? It's like a dog chasing its tail. You guys
Listen, I have movies that I
You got to play a game.
I don't got to play
I got
nothing. We still
movies that
far
I
away
turn
from that.
on.
You know what's
If I-
funny? It reminds me of
Just
like
play
that
the game
scene-
and come back to me, Forte.
It reminds me of that scene where from 8 Miles, like you saying the same stuff that he said. Like,
Yeah.
like you guys are just repeating yourself.
Well, at the end of the day,
mad that you
we
ain't
go,
played
we
the
go,
first
we
I'm gonna
we
put
go.
the gauntlet down, Kim. I'm gonna put the gauntlet. How long is it
Nah.
gonna take you to finish this game?
By the time Alex finished the first one, I mean, the Metal Gear.
No. Let's put a time.
No,
You know what?
you
Me
know
and you-
what?
Oh, he wants you to do your
no,
lessons.
no,
Forte,
listen.
Forte,
No, me and
Forte.
you.
Listen,
Me
Forte,
and you.
Forte,
Me and you.
Forte, Forte,
Go ahead.
Forte. It's gonna take me as long as you watch Frontline Gaming streams
how
and me
about this?
playing,
How
because
about
that's
this?
the way I play the game. I play the game live online every day.
How
So
about
when
that?
I'm playing the game, you can just tune in, peek in, and see where King is at with it. You can tune in, peek in, and see where Kojima did with
all
what.
right, this
So
what we
that's
gonna
the
do.
thing,
Lee.
like,
peek
a
in.
lot-
We gonna
Let
do.
G speak. Okay, finish Forte.
There are a
We
lot
got
of
I gotta
creators
get G going.
Go watch Video Game Donkey's Death Stranding video 5 years ago. He was
It's
clowning
amazing.
that game.
It's amazing. I
He
love
was
that
saying
video.
all the same things about how funny it is. I'm just tripping all over the place. All I'm doing is delivering. And he went back and he did another video 3 years later, and he did the Danny DeVito thing where he was like, I get it now.
Gotta get the word. They gotta get the
Another
word.
one of my favorite.
See, you guys
content
keep
creators.
talking
He's
like
black- He's a black creator, Lupasan. He
Mm.
played it 2019. He was like, "This is trash. I don't understand. This is boring." He picked it back up again. He was like, "I'm sorry, Kojima. I was not locked
Yeah,
in.
they was uncivilized.
I
They
was
uncivilized. It's
not
clear.
prepared
What is
for what
that?
you were putting down." And now he's like, "This is the greatest game I've ever played."
The
You
way
know?
you
So
guys
it's
talk.
like, it's like you need to be in a right frame of mind to be.
You mean
accepting of a
drugs?
slower
4
gameplay.
hours?
That's where the dumb, deaf, and blind will clown the initiated.
deaf, and
And
blind.
listen, I'm not.
All this because it went to
Four
Xbox.
Listen,
He said all this because it went to Xbox.
you know the wildest part
Years
is
we heard nothing about this.
It's how. Listen, sometimes it's
Listen.
how you receive the food, addict. You know what I'm
only
saying?
thing
No,
It's
that
how
you
he
should
problem
got his
is-
spiritual food in a
the problem
specific way that it
is-
touched him this time.
no. See, the problem is I don't care when I got a chance to play it, what got me to play it. I don't care what was the mechanism that got me there. I'm doing other things in my life that correlate to what I'm seeing. So I'm saying an individual, and if you ever watch any of my channel or whatever the hell I do, you will understand that it's each one teach one. To see somebody do that on this level, to be who he is, to do that on this level, I said that this guy needs to be protected because I understand the genius and what he's trying to convey. You feel, oh, it's because it's on Xbox. I can give a damn where I got a chance to get this message at. That we had a topic this week. I said I want to be informed on the old one, and I'm not going to buy the new one to get caught up to speed. I'm going to play the old one. And in learning in that, I said, wow, this game is phenomenal. And from the esoteric, and when you go look up the word and go figure it out in your life, When you go look at it from that standpoint, you will understand, oh, he's talking to a whole different vibration. I'm saying words that you are like, what? And that's where I'm at with it. So you're talking about it surfacely from a video game, and that's cool. Good. Talk about it from that part.
Can I mention something about how Death Stranding is operating on a higher level? I'm trying to match where King is at, right?
Right.
So, Death Stranding is a game that disincentivizes violence, right? It is a social network where positivity is the only way of engagement. There is no trolling allowed, but then there is no killing allowed. When you kill somebody in Death Stranding 1 or 2, you need to bring their body over to an incinerator and burn their body. Otherwise, that body will explode in a nuclear explosion called a void out. And it will not only leave a possibly a crater in your world, but possibly a huge crater in other people's games. That symbolizes how murder destroys worlds, even if you don't even see it. If someone came over and shot me and they had no idea who I was, maybe my death would not impact them at all. But you are leaving a creator in the lives of my family and friends.
All I feel like when you guys talk about this game, I need to do some shrooms or something. Like I don't know. Like I gotta evolve my mindset or
King,
something.
have you killed somebody in this game yet, King?
Huh? No.
Have you killed somebody?
No.
I mean, you're not supposed to.
No, I'm saying, but have you gotten to the situation where you were able to do that yet?
No, I just told you I didn't even get my bike yet.
Exactly. Well, you didn't get your bike for a while.
All right, Chad, stop with the personal attacks. I don't know if
no
there's one going on.
yeah.
No personal attacks.
It
I'm not
ain't no
looking.
attacks like that.
I don't have time to look, but if there's personal attacks, I want it to stop or you will be banned.
Yeah. Guess what? All that stuff that Gene just said sounds awesome. Once again, where is the explanation of that before?
We're not going to do this right now. We're
Anybody? That's all we're saying. Where was the explanation and all that when they announced and talked about this game from the beginning? So basically, the
Forte,
people.
play it.
So wait. This is what we're gonna do, King. Me and you, we gonna have.
It's not me and you. Frontline Game Streams is playing it.
No.
When you play it, we can have the conversation again.
King.
I got you, sir.
We be quiet for a second, please.
I got
Thank
you. I got
you know, I tell you, take your glasses off, sir.
No, don't shout at him.
No, listen. What we're gonna do is the fact that you got me riled up to the point of where I am now.
You both should stream the game at the same time.
What we're gonna do is I'm gonna play this game.
Woo! There we go. Get the
play
word.
This game because
That's what we try to get to.
I want to have this conversation with you when we're done with it. I'm going to do this on the DPS
so
channel.
we got that.
You're going to do it on Frontline. We're going to stream this game, and we're going to experience this game. I don't know what together. I don't see if we're going to be at the same point.
And then you know what I'm going to do?
And you going to play Metal Gear.
I'm going to be on the ILP channel monitoring both of you guys.
No, you be playing Metal Gear. Look.
All I know is it ain't got it's nothing against how you the reverence that you feel about this game. That has nothing to do with any of it. It's just hard to believe. 4 hours in a game that you cared nothing about 2 weeks ago. A game that you cared nothing about 2 weeks ago. We saw trailers for this game months ago. You could have played this game a month ago.
Watch what happens next. You know what you're destroying. You're destroying yourself right now, sir. And I gotta say this, right?
Go ahead.
Let's wrap it up because we go long. I got G way past how longer than I had.
You see, I found that we had a topic this week, and then I went and played the game. So whatever you're saying is absolutely correct. But you know what I did as the 5%? I told you the 5% controls the masses. You're playing this game because of me.
No. And I walked into it, bro. You know me. I stand on my business.
Here we go. We came full circle. Addict got to do Metal Gear.
Addict don't got to do
Addict, you're in, brother. You're in. You're going to get the full word. Addict got to do Metal Gear, so we good.
Addict don't have to do nothing.
How many super chats we got?
To go.
Yeah, we got those.
No, they didn't make the go yet.
No, we got like, is that 10 right
No, it was $100 super chat in there, bro.
There was not a red
You're done. You're out of here.
There was not a red super chat in there.
Oh, there we go. Speaking of which, what's that? Read that.
But
they need 6 more.
I think what makes the game stick with many is its actual life occurrences. I was going through something when I first played it in 2019. It immediately stuck with me. It's in my top 10 of all time. Look, on that note, out of respect for G Park, who was only supposed to be an hour, that I've kept this man hostage with all foolishness. This is complete. We were out of pocket, but it was too funny to stop.
We appreciate you, Gene.
Where can the five people find you? We appreciate you, brother. What else you got going on?
You can just find me on Gene Park on X. All my links are up there too in my bio. This makes me laugh because like I'm always complaining about how over on Last Time Media, it's so polite. Talk. What do you think? Okay, Maddie, what do you think?
Yeah, we never talk over each other.
No, and not over here. They always complain about like back talk and interrupting each other. So it's for me it's refreshing to be on this podcast and listen to an actual conversation and how actual conversations go. I was just yelling at each other for no reason.
I appreciate you talking about how uncivilized we are. And how ridiculous
I love it.
And Nintendo loves you because you got a Kirby on your profile picture. So.
Oh yeah. No.
I'm surprised I wasn't following you. I thought I was, but I am.
No, I'm a huge Nintendo fan.
Gene, we got to link up at some point in time to do a conversation about some other stuff. I think
absolutely, we got some Tokyo stuff to talk in the background.
And get me back when you all are done with Death Stranding. Let's
revisit this. Yes.
I want to do a whole breakdown of that.
Yeah, we're gonna do the lessons for sure.
We'll do it.
Well, once we get knowledge of self over there, we good.
Stop worrying, as my shirt says, right? Stop worrying.
Stop worrying. Gene, enjoy your Sunday, brother. I love you.
Love you.
I'm worried why this man literally waited to the last minute to play the game when he had 3 months to play it beforehand.
We know Nintendo. The only reason DS2 is hot nail polish, dark skin tone.
Okay. Oh wow, they out of control.
Yo, Forte.
Yo, what's up?
I'm gonna say the same thing to you. I wonder what you waited for so long.
Shut up.
And poor Kojima on the balcony showing his new clothes again. The man's plots are laughable. How is this utter hack so revered? Hollywood can have him.
Y'all disrespectful to the guard, man. You're disrespectful. Man, preaching the word right here.
We got KK Johnson with the member chat. Attic ain't never played with the Snake Eater. Oh my god, that's crazy. Crazy work. The boss battles is a classic. Beating the game without killing anyone was almost impossible.
What are you buying?
Fia Marie, I believe.
Not dumb, my liege. The Emperor very actually naked.
Don't be calling him the naked emperor with no clothes. Don't do that. Don't do it. Lucius Augustus, member 46 months. Big Expedition 33 is in a room. Game of the year is already taken. All DS2 can hope for a second place in people's mind. It's game, not film of the year. Ooh,
when it comes to a Kojima game, I wouldn't put it past it. But
dudes is running with different stories for me. They listen. I think his friendship is gonna get him that.
Big Cloud.
Salute
Big
to
Cloud.
my brothers of the realm, love y'all, salute. Hit the like button, salute to the chat, and of course my brother Forte and the legend Gene, folded hands.
Salute, Big Cloud. What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Much love. You already know.
What are you buying?
Vince Vanta.
Gene leaves them satisfied with first two every time.
Okay, all right. That's yeah, man. All he do is put that Death Stranding on in the crib, and things start to pop.
That's right. She don't come back if she don't get it. You don't get it if you don't get it.
This argument is pointless. DK Bonanza's taking it.
Oh,
DK Bonanza takes Game of the Year. I will quit all podcasts.
Ooh, no, see, Nintendo probably strong though.
Nah,
I'm joking.
Donkey Kong gonna get slayed up in there.
What are you buying?
Uh-oh.
Death Stranding is just taking inspiration from drugs we've already smoked.
That's what I'm saying. The way you guys be talking, I got to be under the influence this game.
Whatever gonna get you to see God. Go see him.
Slow-mo.
Applying the "it doesn't do anything new" is a cop-out to hate on a game when you don't apply that criticism to other JRPGs. Don't get me started. Lol.
That was the start of the Expedition 33 slander. I remember that.
What are you buying?
Oh, man.
Metal Gear is mid. This slanderer will be punished.
He was on Attic. Hey. There we go.
That's fine. It's still plenty of time before I have to play that.
What, we got like 6 already?
4.
As someone who gave E33 fans ish for thinking it invented active turn-based, it does it in a way that hasn't been done before. Gene is slightly
Somebody got a
wrong.
reverb in the back.
Oh, no, it's me. Okay.
It might be me.
All right, cool. Salute to Dawn for that one. Iron Rook.
So should I play DS1 before the altars? Cog? I'm ready to begin a new cardio game after messing around with E33 Endgame for a while.
I mean, I'm never gonna tell you to not play the altars, but damn, this DS1 conversation, you got to get the lessons, brother. You know
What
you
are you
gotta get that.
buying?
Down a taco.
King one of them dudes who got the Bible verse a day app for 1 week and start trying to preach to everyone around them tears of joy.
Yo,
Whatever you believe, bro. Whatever got you there, get it there.
That was good. Though.
What are you buying?
Gene's showing off his massive infrastructure.
Hey yo,
That's wild, crazy. That's wild business.
That's Bon Card talk. That's what that sound like. Bon Cards is out.
What are you
Down a
buying?
taco.
We really need to jump Cog. He be doing too much rolling on the floor laughing.
What I did? I ain't do that. I was just trying to see
Yeah,
where
he-
Forte was coming from, bro.
He definitely should have hosted better with that one.
He was initiating the whole thing.
He was too busy acting
I'm
like
not
a panel
yelling.
member.
This is the way I talk. Lol.
Shout out to Torito for that. Oh my god, today is hilarious. Oh, the twits. Oh,
What are you buying?
Addict don't know about no psychomantis. Cog quote of the years. Still my guy's MGS3 remake playthrough. Goat Kojima game. Plus naked snake winking face.
talk to me. You don't know about that Psycho Mantis, that Metal Gear?
For the less educated individual.
That's sex. There we go. We like that currency for Addict. We like that.
People got to tell me what Samurai Shippuden fight super chatted, because if I
What are you
don't pick some
buying?
out, I'm just gonna Google one.
Addict needs to know the genius of Kojima and the Metal Gear.
Facts. Stay on him. Stay on him.
Yeah,
we
for
don't need to
real.
do none of that.
Stay on him.
They still got to get 5 more. So
Stay on him, chat. Y'all know what to do.
Listen, the fact of the matter is you're going to get initiated.
Yeah, you gonna learn.
you
You gonna learn today.
Highly
The revelation will be live streamed.
Hashtag
book
fucking
with Kojima.
Kojima. Ooh, stay on
Facts.
him. Stay on him.
I guess
put in that work.
I'll live stream that on the ILP channel
Yes.
if it happens.
What are you
Oh, it's
buying?
ever.
Gene Park is firing his agent. For this booking, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing.
Look, man, he blessed us with a lot of time today.
Nobody knew that y'all was going to have some fight back on my opinion of something. Y'all some weirdos.
Man, you was talking wild for a while.
No, actually, I was just telling you my experience in life, and then I see it mimicking in a game, which is kind of dope. Y'all guys got hot under the collar. That's wild. Crazy.
What are you buying?
Said, nah, King is whack.
I
Like,
think what makes the game stick with many is actual life occurrences.
That part.
I was going through something when I first played in 2019. It immediately stuck with me and is in my top 10 of all time.
Facts.
It's only one thing that can make
What
me
are you
feel like that in the
buying?
first 2 minutes of 4
I think
hours
what
in the
makes
world,
the
and that
game
was my
stick
kids
with
being
many
born.
is actual life
Okay.
occurrences.
Mm.
I was going through something when
Oh,
I
they
first
repeated
played
it.
in 2019. It immediately
Because
stuck with
Forte
me and
didn't
is in
get
my
it, so
top
God is
10 of
telling
all
it to him
time.
again.
What are you buying?
Ooh.
Addict, I don't want
Yes.
you to quit, but I'll hold you to it.
Stick to him. Stay on him. That's right. How many is that, Addict? How many is that? You almost done.
You still need 5.
That was like 5 or 6. That wasn't 6 already.
It's been counting that since I did it. You're just
What are you
counting the
buying?
stuff I did.
Teddy
from the
P.
beginning.
Teddy
Ooh
P.
wee squat daddy unchained with Kojima.
There we
combo.
go. That's another one. What's how many is that?
It still need 5. You need at least 5 to high or higher super chat.
Oh, now we do ranges.
We've always done it. That's exactly how we've done it.
doing ranges. He trying to get out of it. I love
Look at you trying to lower
I
what
like
we
the
normally do
pressures,
just
the
so you can
pressures
get what
on his
you
neck.
want.
He gonna
That's
get.
not how this
He gonna
works.
get the lesson. Anyway, we
Like,
gonna
I got
move
no
on.
problem combining 2 $5 ones, but nah, like
Yeah, that's
we
6.
do it how we normally do
That's
stuff.
6
Look
dollars.
at Carl completely trying to restructure how we've done these goals.
Man,
just to
that
make
man,
it
that
fit.
man said your name though. That man said he spoke you into existence. It's all good. It's all good. We gonna move on to. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get out early, but there goes this. All right.
You kept pushing it down.
Nah, it was too much fun. I had too
You
much
weren't-
fun. It's my own fault.
weren't-
I had too much
You weren't
fun.
helping.
I had so
No,
much fun.
I said, I want y'all to act.
What are you buying?
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh my
5 more for
god.
Oh, let's go, Rook. Get him. Let's
I hate these people, man.
go. Get that boy the knowledge. Get that boy knowledge yourself.
Oh, here they come.
Let him know. Let him pray at the Church of Kojima. Let's go. Let this rock. Let's go.
Great show, y'all. Shout out to everyone. Glad Forte is on the podcast.
Hell yeah.
He's been a clutch addition to the cast.
Factual.
King
Facts.
go
He
easy
don't.
on Addict PLZ.
Nah, we ain't going easy on
Nah,
that.
it ain't going easy on him.
We ain't
bro.
going easy. He gonna get this work.
And I like the fact that Forte
Hold on, we
just
back
don't
with Addict
fold,
next.
son.
I
He
dig
fights.
this is for stealing my chair at SGF that had my jacket on it winking face. I don't even like Kojima like that. JK, but not really
Okay,
style with
but
horns.
to be fair, I know what incident you're talking about. I asked multiple people, and none of them knew that was your chair.
Oh,
so
you're out here stealing
I
chairs.
sat there for like a couple minutes and looked around, and no one claimed that chair. How you go? That's like you walking in, put something on a chair, then walk off, and then expect that to be there in 30 minutes. Like,
How many is that, Addict? Does that qualify?
yes, so we need one more 5, and that would be 3 out of 5.
All right, y'all know what to do. Y'all know what to do. Let's finish
Because
him
I
off.
don't
Let's
mind
get that
combining
word.
the 2 5.
There we go. Let's get him out of here, and we can move on to this.
Addict really wants to play this game.
That's
today,
right. Oh,
son.
we gonna get him. We
No,
gonna
I
get him.
really don't.
He
I
don't
really
want to
don't.
play it at all. Trust
I really
me.
don't.
Yeah, that's what makes it great. And there we have it.
What are you buying?
Now you need 2 more. Like,
KOJIMA
why are
will
you
make
so
me God.
extra with this
Addict.
cog?
You said what did he say?
So extra
Sorry.
with
He
this.
said Kojima will make me God at Addict. Oh, what's that, Addict? What's the next one?
Now we need one more.
Paul Percival.
Buying.
King double downs on bodying Addict Law.
Let's move on. Let's move on with
Metal
the
Gears
podcast.
in its future. There's just one more. That's it.
Let's move on with the podcast. We need
That's
one more
what y'all know
$10
to do.
super chat.
And let's
move on
get
with
this
the
boy
podcast.
educated. Let's get him with
If
Psycho
you guys-
Madness
if
and
you guys
all the
are-
good
If you guys
Kojima
are gonna
bosses.
super chat some samurai, whatever
Nah, we
Shibuya.
don't want no
I-
Shibuya. Oh my
What
lord.
are you
Oh,
buying?
it's over.
Over,
It's over
son.
for
Let
you.
me
It's
close
over.
this for Addict. The sniper wolf fight is legendary by the way the unstable
the
station
sniper-
overheating with DS2.
Yo, the sniper wolf
Facts.
fight was lit,
He don't
bro.
even know about that sniper wolf fight.
Yeah, that sniper
He don't know
wolf
about
fight
them.
was lit,
He don't know
bro.
about that liquid, that naked. He don't know about
you
none of that.
Liquid Snake.
Is ILP watches Sword of the Stranger
Yes.
this week or next week?
Yes, we watching it this
I'm
week.
Probably we'll watch it
anticipating.
tomorrow. I
I don't
think
know if I'm watching
Monday
this,
we agree.
the sword of some stranger though. That's wild, crazy.
You're gonna like that sword of a stranger.
Oh, if I won't watch that, but we gonna move on. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
now
got.
we're moving
We're
on.
gonna move.
Now we're
We gonna
moving
move. We've
on.
accomplished what we said to accomplish. Let's
Now
get to
we're moving
it.
on.
Let's get to it, y'all.
Hypocrisy is
All right.
legendary. Here, son.
Hey, the host has certain privileges.
Nah. Not like this,
Microsoft
son.
plans the major job cuts at
Funny
Xbox.
kid, Carl tried to like because the $100 sec. He was like, "Oh, we're good, we good."
Yeah,
Nah,
Any other
sec,
time-
it equals only 10.
No, you know
Yeah.
what's funny, King? If that would have been something for him, he'd be like, "No, that ain't 10. We ain't counting that."
Like,
Like,
Facts.
Don't know what you're talking about, but we gonna move on.
He on one
Microsoft plans major. What's that? What's that?
where do I play this game from?
Yeah, we
I
got to
don't
get a
know.
platform. No, that's just true.
I
That's
don't.
just true.
I've never played any. I've never even tried to play a Gears.
Now I
game.
believe there's
mean,
a Metal Gear Solid Master Collection.
Yeah, they got a collection for
I believe there's a collection. I believe Nintendo Switch has a collection, but I think there's
Nintendo Switch has
there's
it
an
too.
HD collection. We got to get the best collection for them, y'all. Chat. Let me go.
You gotta get the best
Yeah,
collection.
get the best one, y'all. Yeah, we got to do that. For
Done
the
with
best
this dude today.
Metal Gear. What would you like to play? You want to play it on PC? What you want to play it on Xbox? What you want to play?
So what said strangers Bonkai? No, I kid you not. There was literally an entire trend where people were just saying how they would say Bonkai if they were in Bleach.
Oh shoot! I gotta procure my PlayStation.
Yeah,
back
yes,
now.
it says Metal Gear Solid is available on Series X. The Master Collection, Volume 1, includes the original Metal Gear Solid as Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake and the HD collection versions of Metal Gear 2 Sons
So
of
what,
Liberty.
which
Yeah.
one am I playing?
All right, so you got to play Metal Gear Solid. You got to play the first one. Metal Gear Solid, yeah. Metal Gear Solid 1, classic. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'll send you the link, and we'll send this to Sarv and Iron Bank. Get you squared away. Get you on your
I
lessons.
love how extra.
Get you
Yo,
on your
I
lessons,
swear,
brother.
yo, Addy, I'm with you on this one. Today, he's been a special assassin. Like, yo,
You know
when
what?
I was talking, he was doing so much extra, but
You know,
So
you know
much
what?
extra, bro.
I wasn't
I don't know
gonna
what
say
you're talking
nothing
about.
until next week, But we about to do, because Solve's obviously the first up next week for the next the next thing, and then after that we doing King. I mean Cog.
No, we got it.
And you know what? I got the perfect thing, King, for him to dress up as, man.
What are we gonna do?
I got the perfect thing that we're gonna do it. Not today.
Yeah, that's it.
But this is what King. This is what my vote's gonna be for Cog to have to dress up as.
What is this foolishness? This is ridiculous.
That's gonna be my choice. He's got to have the beard with the goatee.
Nonsense.
I want the cloak. I want all of that.
Bunch of nonsense.
That's what he's gonna. He wanted, and then that day we'll count the SEC currency all we want.
Bleach foolishness.
Done.
Yo, they still going in with these damn
right there,
checks.
man, right there.
All right, we're gonna let a few more.
No, we're gonna let them people see it for a minute.
Next challenge, King has to wear Borat bathing
Yeah,
suit.
that's what we need to get to. We need to get
Yo,
to
who the
that.
hell said that?
Gus the King, David Glizzy.
Imagine Cog just sitting there with this on.
He's the one that started that. He's the one that started that stupidness on Fight Night
Download
Friday.
Dolphin Emulator and play Twin Snakes.
That's a good one.
Twin Snakes was dope.
Oh, shout out to the homie
Twin
Back
Snakes
for
was good.
Dead, member for 21 Cog. Thanks for recommending Supernatural Fitness. It was fun doing a boxing workout to country music. Freaking playing Beat Saber.
You got to react to country music.
Yeah, you do. We got to do that too.
Yeah, I know.
I got to put that list together.
And we got this last set. We got to go on because they kill us there. All right. God, I think it's God Emperor Super Sofa King. That'll be
What
last
are you
one.
buying?
Cog should do a Cammy cosplay.
Seize him. All right. So
How short does the skirt got to be?
we gonna move on.
But we gotta get since Forte want to be a menace. We gotta start getting him into this stuff, man.
I'm gonna make Cog wear this on a podcast. Cause that.
Yeah, enjoy. Anyway, Microsoft plans major cuts at Xbox gaming division. Shout out to Jason Schreier, who got put out the initial message, and it just want to read real quick. Yeah, video game division latest round of layoffs is expected next week. Microsoft Corp will conduct another round of major layoffs in its Xbox division next week as part of a company-wide reorganization. Managers within Xbox are expecting substantial cuts across the entire group, according to people familiar with the plans who asked not to be identified discussing non-public information. The company declined to comment. This will be the fourth big layoff at Xbox in the past 18 months, following three major cuts last year and the closure of several subsidiaries. Xbox, which produces video game hardware and software, has been under pressure from Microsoft executives to boost profit margins since purchasing Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. In a deal that closed in 2023. Bloomberg News earlier reported that Microsoft plans to cut thousands of jobs next week, largely in sales. And the tech giant often makes major organizational changes close to the end of its fiscal year, which concludes on June 30th. King, this was your topic, so I will let you set it off.
Well, y'all like AI, right? Well, the building of the infrastructure for AI and OpenAI with Copilot and all that stuff, that roadmap has already been set. The fact that OpenAI is trying to go public and the contract with Microsoft stipulates that if they achieve AGI, Microsoft gets to use the AGI into their server blades to further along the long language model learning. There's a bigger fight going on there, but those infrastructures has already been built. A lot of this is coming from middle and you could say lower management. A lot of the cuts is coming from the management sectors. Now, some cuts will affect Xbox, of course. From what I'm hearing, a couple of studios will lose a couple of programmers, engineers, and stuff like that. From what I heard, there's no studio closures, so all that Turn 10 is being closed down. That's not a factual thing. That's more, hyperbole in this space. But my thing is, with people ignorant to how work goes in these corporate structures, those are careers that are losing jobs. People that went to school for specific technique in a job, those jobs are going to be eliminated. But again, those individuals are making upwards from 100,000 to 300,000 in this space. They will get packages where you say 6 months worth of salary or 6 weeks worth of salary or something like that, and up to a year worth of medical or 6 months worth of medical, whatever the package works its way out to be. And then they will take their talents on to another company or corporation and so on. That's how that kind of works. If you go to the Xbox and Microsoft website, when you're looking for jobs, they have entry-level positions. I believe a lot of those entry-level positions are pretty much safe. Those other jobs that are task-driven specific, some of them are maybe, like I said, building out an infrastructure for something else. Those jobs, pretty much, that's up. Their team goes and moves on to the next project. So you will see a mass layoff in that area. Also, to the letter of the word, the fiscal year is ended. This is not, see, y'all think like in the beginning of the year, this is not a calendar year thing. The fiscal year ends in the summertime, and you see a lot of layoffs during that period of time. So when I forgot, it was like a Sony CEO or exec said, go do Uber. What he was saying was, it's the summertime, you're on vacation, go do Uber if you're going to make some X amount of money. Not saying that was right. I actually felt that was like out of touch and incoherent. But what he's saying is, you got packages, you're getting severance packages, you're getting bonuses or whatever that y'all entitled to. It's not like, oh, here's a pink slip, go about your business, you have nothing else. That's not how this thing works. And I see a lot of fake concern for individuals that are in an elevated tax bracket to those that are sharing their fake concern. This is not a job. Like, you go get a job that you had no training for. You get trained for that job. You take that job. You work that job. Hopefully you're at that job for X amount of years while it serves your purpose. And then you move on from that job when you so quit and decide that you no longer need that job. The company has to hold that bag, right? So when the company feels that they have to cut costs in certain areas, not saying that this is right, but this is par for the course for this industry. Now, this is a little bit abnormal as an industry whole, because I'm taking Intel into account and other companies that are cost cutting and cutting down at least 5 to 6% of total workforce throughout the industry. We're at an 18% depression rate when it comes to layoffs. We're looking at a 25 depression rate at the end of the year, and I don't think those jobs come back, because the implementation of AI is going to take over those middle management jobs that was specifically task driven. I think the AI can take over that part. We're putting a manager over that AI agent, where that AI agent can take up to 10 to 20 people doing that job. I want to know what y'all feel about the industry, Microsoft as a whole, cutting jobs. We heard some people flabbergasted to a point where it's at 6K, which that's ridiculous. But it's up to 6K right now that they have let go so far during this 18 months.
So with you, Attic, obviously we've been hearing, obviously the Jason Schreier report. Verge also put out something in reference to, hearing major Xbox layoffs. Looks like Mike Ibarra, this is breaking. Looks like Mike Ibarra and another lady, I forgot her name. She's Laura Fryer had just put out some information in reference to the thought, saying that Mike Barr says, I think Xbox hardware is dead. Says Microsoft Gaming founding member of the Xbox team questions Microsoft's multi-platform strategy. They talk about that. They talk about, Fryer talks about just the direction of Xbox's business. They didn't say anything specifically about, I'm trying to see if they say anything specifically about the layoffs, because this is just came in right now.
Has anyone here watched Laura Fryer videos? Or just
I have no. I've watched. She's very.
I actually feel. Look, we could say Mike Ibarra. I do feel a little bitterness with the Xbox and the Microsoft brand in general, but I don't get that too much from Laura Fryer. She's pretty fair on all her videos. So now you could take Mike Ibarra stuff depending on how you feel he's handled stuff, but when it comes to Laura Fryer, because I see people like putting them together, but I've never felt Laura is like, because every time like Mike Ibarra says something, I feel like there is some some beef, maybe behind the scenes that happened with, how he was let go. Then let's not to mention they bought ABK,
Right.
and then he left again.
Right.
So I do feel like there has something to do with that he definitely could be, what do they say?
Disgruntled.
Well, it's tainted. So his mind has already been subconsciously already made when it comes to the brand in general. But Laura Fry ain't worked for Xbox in a long time, since like the Gears 360 days. She has had multiple videos, and I feel like she's really, really fair when she makes it's like King says, her hands are E for everyone. She's talked about every aspect of the industry, from PlayStation to Xbox to her things too is mainly just how they treat people, and how the industry has gotten so out of touch with certain trends. And she's been very clear on, like, trend chasing has led to the majority of the industry issue, because people want Fortnite money, want GTA money. So I just want to make that clear. Like, I see people trying to throw the two together.
Right.
I would not put Laura with,
in that
like,
category.
I don't think that's fair on her part.
What do you feel just in general now, with another round of layoffs, and just in general? I mean, I don't want to speculate too crazy, because of, obviously, we don't have nothing definitive yet, like King was saying. But at the same time, there were, I don't know how true these rumors are. I've seen some rumors from different places that, well, maybe a studio gets closed or something like that. Or do you look at it as something like, hey, more layoffs again from Xbox in this industry?
Well, it is true that if it is 1,000 to 2,000 people, which I think that's the rumored number, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at it just from, like, ABK, I think that's like 15,000 people working there. So we have no clue what happens. It's like, look, like, first thing I want to address is the people that want to go and say that you guys wanted this, you guys wanted consolidation. That, first off, the majority of these studios, I'm confident Undead Labs would have been shut down by now. I'm confident Ninja Theory would have been shut down by now. Obsidian has made it very clear that they were on the borderline of being shut down, that they were working pretty much job to job. Exile Entertainment is working on a AAA title that you can make an argument saying it would have been impossible without the backing of a company like Microsoft. Look, is there going to be consolidation negatives? Yes, but I do think that people are hyper focusing on the negatives and not the positives. The positives that we're getting, the Clock Tower game. I can't remember what that.
Clockwork Revolution.
Clockwork Revolution looks amazing. We're getting, stuff in the industry that we might not have ever got. We might not have gotten an Outer Worlds 2 if they weren't bought. Because when you are an independent studio, you are pretty much a hired mercenary to make games. And some studios, like what's the people that make the people that are making the Ninja Gaiden?
Platinum. Yeah, they had been out of
there's companies like Platinum that's working on 3 or 4 games at a time, and they have to do that to keep the lights on, because they have to be busy or they're not going to pay their rent. So it's just like, look, like, Obsidian was able to take a step back and work on multiple games. Unfortunately, it does lead to layoffs. It does lead to overlapping job stuff. It does lead to, restructuring stuff. It does lead to all types of stuff. And I'm sure some of these layoffs are a result in that merger, in that consolidation of ABK. But what the whole industry is doing it. We saw Bungie. Bungie laid off how many people? And that was a consolidation on PlayStation's part.
Yeah.
Enforcer Group. Where was this energy for Enforcer?
Embracer.
They were literally shutting down whole studios like every other week, it felt like.
Yeah.
It's like, look, and you guys know me. I have not been the golden and the golden light at the end of the tunnel with Microsoft and Xbox related for a while now. But when it comes to this, it's like, look, I hope they don't shut studios down. I think that's definitely the worst case scenario. But I'm I don't know. It might happen. I'm not gonna like put like a stamp on it and say it's not gonna happen, because this industry, you don't know. I didn't think they were going to shut down some of the studios they already shut down. You know, this industry is just so volatile and cutthroat. It's sad because it's like these people. I've talked to multiple developers, and a lot of it's corporate greed. Like a lot of it's corporate greed. I'll give you a scenario that I was told, but I won't give you the game because it'll give away what I was told. That there is a game that does very, very well, like 5-6 times the operation cost, and it's only doing 2 to 3 right now, and it's considered a failure in the doors. So it's just like, just think about that. You are literally making double to triple what the operation cost are for your game, but it's not good enough because you're not making what you was making 2 years ago, a year ago. And you know, I get it, but it's like at the same time, it's like you have a variety of competition coming in every year. And I think the biggest issue we have in this industry right now is unrealistic expectations on continuously taking the same, because what it is that they rely on wells. Let's just call it out. They rely on wells to pay all their bills. That's why so many games are trying to put microtransactions into everything, because they want to rely on the same 10-15% of the audience to consistently spend money. They want cogs in Destiny. And that's all that they really aim for. But the problem with that is when you have more competition, people are moving to other games as a service things. People are playing other games in general, like Expedition 33. Those people are on the game playing it. And when you're looking at it from a microtransaction standpoint, how do you realistically one up the other one when there's 3 other games as a service games that's coming out last week? But instead of being, and I get it, it's corporate, but guess what? I've never been a corporate person. I've never been pro-corporate anything. You know, I remember me being on this podcast a couple years ago saying that they shouldn't be able to just let you go without any heads up, and I was eradicated in the comment section saying, "Addict, that's not how corporation works." Well, maybe corporations need to change how they work, because what's the result? What is the fix it? There's nothing. We're 2 or 3 years into this industry, and it's not just Microsoft. Sony's laying people off. You want to get technical? Everyone in the West. Every big publisher has laid off probably 1,000 to 2,000 people in the past couple of years, and there's more doing even more.
That coincides with the rise of AI, though. I think that the jobs aren't coming back. That's the bigger thing. Usually before it'd be like a rotational thing, a seasonal thing. We have a team set up for this, and they call you back in, and that person that was working at Microsoft at a period of time that got laid off, come back in. He'll be back. I'm back at Microsoft. I was working over at EA, and usually the bounce between companies was there. It was like, okay, I'll go do this. I do infrastructure and backwards compatibility or whatever, and then I'll jump over here to do this. And I've been working on a program with these people. And what we're seeing is jobs are being lost, but they're not being replaced. Right? They're not. It's like the shrinkage is happening, the 18% shrinkage, where a greater infrastructure shrinkage is happening at this year alone. We're looking at a 25% depression rate when it comes to the industry as a whole, and that won't recover because they're replacing them with AI.
I guess to me, I'm not exactly on the AI train yet. I do understand that it is coming up fast, but I'm not at the point where it's like they're trying to replace thousands of jobs with AI. I would have to
definitely will push back a little bit too.
Yeah, I would have to start seeing like the results in that, where we start, actually seeing, leaked documents that all these jobs are going to AI or something. In my personal opinion, I'm not saying King can't be.
He's right as far as investment. I feel so.
Once again, it goes to corporate greed. It's easy just to replace people with AI, but I don't think corporations feel they can do it on a level that is necessary to replace them from skill wise. I think they can do it and downgrade the skill, but I don't think they feel that they can do it and replace maybe some of the art team, but not everyone. I don't think they can.
I think you misconstrued in my thought process when I'm talking about AI replacing the jobs. The jobs that are being lost are management positions overseeing jobs. I'm not talking about like a creative individual. I'm not talking about a developer's individual aspect of it. I'm talking about where the line of what they're talking about, where the majority of the jobs are going to be lost at, is from managerial spots. AI overseeing managerial spots is definitely easy. What they did is the same thing with farming out phone calls. They started out small and they went to the part where a lot of times you go to an AI to get to another spot. That used to be occupied by an individual. That was done through a managerial spot to section off where your phone call needed to go to. And I'm just talking about on a micro scale. Now, on a larger scale, they feel, and corporations is going to feel, why do I need to pay this person $300,000 when I can just buy an AI that's at $50,000? Don't have to worry about lunch. Don't have to worry about a break. Don't have to worry about anything.
And how the capabilities of what AI is right now, I think we're just not there yet. They're still trying to implement
commercial AI. Yes,
from a tooling standpoint, they're just trying to implement and they're trying to invest. But I don't think we're at that point because I think we're also just avoiding the simple fact of just corporate greed.
It's corporate greed,
which is like
a combination.
Well, even with King's, what he thinks, that's still corporate greed because they don't want to pay people. But I don't think it's like we can replace them with AI. I think it's we want to hit those quarterly bonuses. We can make other people do their job to get rid of them.
In defense of one person that we're not talking about is in defense of Nintendo. I don't hear anything coming out of Nintendo.
They just put out something with AI. They just put out.
But I'm not seeing them talking about these record cuts that I'm seeing from everyone else.
And I've talked to a bunch of people in the East that do stuff on the East Coast. I mean, the eastern part of the world. They do not have layoffs. Anything close
PlayStation,
to the West.
studio closures, layoffs. EA, studio closures, layoffs. Ubisoft, tons of studios, and the entire tech industry. This is not exclusive just to Xbox. This is the tech industry. Like I think an article you showed, it was like 61,000 people alone laid off in 2025 alone. Like it's crazy. I'm sorry, Forte, if I skipped your turn. I don't know if you stepped away or not. But I'll keep talking until he comes back. But look, I get what y'all saying. For me, I'm just personally tired of it. I'm not trying to make excuses for it. At the end of the day, I'm just tired of, it's course correction. It's from the pandemic and it's still, and even though some of that may be true, I'm just sick and tired of the fact that the industry I love, the people that make the games to me are the heroes. Those are the people who put the things and the effort and the times and the things that we love, and then they are the first to be removed. And then my thing is, we're at a point now where they're not coming back. This is what I will give you, King. Like, whether it's AI or whatever the factor, corporate greed, which I feel is more so, is that these jobs are not like, it's not like the old days, like, okay, you get laid off now, there's still opportunities at this company or that company. We're losing our talent and they're not coming back because there's no other opportunities. Yet we hear from this industry record profits. Look how much consoles we sold. Look how much look how much money we made off game, blah, blah, blah.
And after that week,
fires, layoffs. That's the problem, and that's the cycle that I'm seeing. That is just, it's crazy to me. You know what I mean? So like that, it's just, man, like I don't know.
Nothing happens to management. Nothing.
That part, right?
They're allowed to continue making and pushing. How many times have we heard about a studio that had a fire deal, everything worked, and they're like, let's add something we can try to, put microtransactions in. Let's try to something that we know is going to casualize it. And then they end up pushing that. The developers, like Bungie, prime example. The main developers say they don't want half the stuff they do in Destiny, but it's the higher up that pushes that,
makes that decision.
The game off the
and then they get caught with it.
Off the cliff. And then the developers are falling into it's like that 300 scene where they take the shield and
push them off.
All the management push the regular folks that make the games off the cliff, and the management just sitting up there and like, it was their fault.
Yeah, they create
the one thing I think this is different though. This seems to be targeting the management. The managerial of the layoffs is coming from a large part of here. What I think is they said, all right, we have this one person that's making $300,000, and we could let go 5 people that make that, but we could get rid of this one person that does this.
Oh, you gonna target? They did that with budget.
I
they
mean,
targeted like people that's higher
ups,
earners and stuff like that.
And I think we're seeing that more so now. I think before we were seeing lower run. Yeah, sorry.
It's like they did try to do with my grandfather in the railroad, and he fought for it, where they were trying to lay his whole division off people who've been there 15, 20 years and making 20, 30% above what at that point.
Your grandfather was in the Underground Railroad?
The railroad.
Not the
and so essentially what they were trying to do, because he was able to avoid it, but they were trying to get rid of people like him that's been there for X amount of time and replace them for someone that's making like a 30% of what he was making.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's the part that's just, it's just sad to see, because again, the talent that we're losing in the games industry is not coming back. It's already hard enough to make a game. Then it's already hard enough to try to make an original game, because stakeholders want what's safe and what's the trend, and we want another Fortnite, we want another Marvel Rivals, we want do that playbook. You know what I'm saying? So you got all that stuff, and then what I don't like, the originality then goes out. So basically, where this comes back to Xbox is this: it's like, my thing is this. Look, if you want to say because of the consolidation of ABK and all this other stuff, you reap what you sow kind of thing, I have to still push back on that part, because it's like, at the end of the day, everyone is going through this. Is not isolated to Xbox. Now, if it's redundancy, like, ABK has a marketing and a PR department. When we acquired them, we don't need 2 marketing and PR. Okay, that's normal, par for the course when it comes to, okay, you ain't gonna be able to keep everybody. You're gonna do some reductions there. I get that part, right? But at the end of the day, it's just like, this is the 4th, round of layoffs in 18 months? The 4th round. So it's just like, my thing is, when are we at that point when this is over? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when are we at that point? We're like, okay, we've course corrected now. Like, we've got everything streamlined now. I just don't see, that's the part that seems like it's so frustrating, because it seems like it just keeps coming. And this one, they seen the way they're talking, it seems like it's a lot. Like, this is a lot of the Xbox game division. And my hope is that it ain't no studios. You know what I'm saying? I would hope it ain't that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that loss of job is good regardless, but I'm just saying, like, in general, that's the thing. So, yeah, I mean, this is just tough, man. This is just tough to hear. It's tough to read about. It's tough to see. Okay, I know you want to jump in real quick.
I do think that it is fair to criticize the consolidation led to more layoffs, because obviously if they went to a company that wasn't trying to hit those insane quotas, maybe less people would be getting laid off. But at the same time, like I said, like, I don't like the people that are weaponizing it. Right. It's one thing to sit there and say, I kind of figured this might happen. It's unfortunate it's happened more than I thought it would. Mm-hmm. It's another thing to weaponize that statement and attack other people because they were for the actual merger.
But my pushback to those individuals would be, okay, if this is, you reap what you sow because of consolidation. So then my thing is, okay, so Bungie's, prior to them getting acquired by Sony, they were crashing and burning on their own accord, right? With no one buying them, the stakeholders doing whatever. So we rather a world where Bungie crashes out and they don't get acquired by Sony to at least live to fight another day to continue. Or about Bethesda, who was trying to catch every trend, stop making single player games, doing multiplayer co-op games, all this stuff out of character, try to stay relevant, stay profitable. They're crashing and burning. So that's my pushback, because like people always forget, like these companies were they were operating so great and they were run so well prior to it. So that, I guess my pushback is like, I'd rather you get a chance to live to fight another day, if you are saved by someone else. I'm not saying every single situation is a winning situation, but there are companies out there that definitely are not run right, even with ABK. And here's the other thing, let's get to that right there. They chose to be acquired. They wanted someone to pick them up. They had their own internal, the civil rights violation, the culture stuff that was going on during Kotick or whatever. They were under duress where they like, we're not run well. We're looking to sell. So two people, in order for someone to be acquired, someone has to want to be acquired. That's the other thing, kind of thing. So look, all I'm saying is I get it. We're all upset. I do agree with you, Addict. I just don't like weaponizing layoffs as a gotcha moment to laugh at someone to say, yeah, you get, no, people are losing their jobs across the entire tech industry. This is not isolated to Xbox. It's not isolated to, so for anyone to be laughing and be like, yo, making fun of this, like, that's clown behavior.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Instead of going after influence, weaponize that and criticize the companies doing it. Like, it's just like, it's crazy to me that people like content creators, people in the media are getting more smoke for the layoffs than the people are actually laying them off.
Yeah. I mean, that's my thing is, look, I'm a consumer at the end of the day. I don't have, stake in this, stakeholder stuff and this, but I just like these guys to exist. You know what I'm saying? I like people to be able to work in the industry that they love, make money. The thing that saddens me overall is that I'm seeing more and more of this across the board. I'm not seeing these jobs backfilled, right? I'm not seeing them return to this industry. And what then comes down now is studios with less staff under more pressure to make, hits and stuff like that. It's just a tough industry. As a person who loves the industry, I can't recommend someone to be like, yo, stop what you're doing, yo. Go make a game.
I would tell people like that. That's why we were saying about going for a Valve that went to, I think it was Netflix. Yeah. And it's like, at least like with that position, you might be safe at Microsoft, but it's like, what you going to at Netflix? Netflix is like always half in, half out when it comes to it. Like, this is like one of the worst industries you could work for, because you're going to get treated solely like a number, because there's levels to being, still understand that this is, we're aiming to be profitable, but still understand that the reason that I'm able to make this money is because the people making my game. Yeah. But that is not done in this industry. Look, the moment it's like the moment they feel like, you know what, who can we lose and still get the game out semi-functioning?
Right. And it's just like, how can I tell someone, yo, go work for a studio? Look at all the studio like when we went through the whole live service push, stuff with Sony, right? And we said everyone internally now at those studios got to start over. Projects canceled, people let go, people phased in. Like, this is across the board, y'all. Like, this is a big problem with the video games industry, and I just don't see it slowing down anytime soon. I don't see the light at the end. I was told pandemic, and after a couple years, we'll be right back. We overshot, we overcompensated. We thought this was going to be the new normal, but I
thought the pandemic actually put a spotlight on exactly where they can cut money from and still be effective. The moment that you make record-breaking sales in an area with a certain amount of staff being depressed, you are going to continue to go and cut that line as further and further as you possibly can. And I'm telling you, corporate greed, push with the fact that you can get something autonomously that doesn't have to be, given packages. Like, you don't notice we started to see more layoffs happen the moment that they start unionizing. So unionization, and when Microsoft started doing the unionization aspect of it, everybody in the industry looked at them like, yo, you betraying us. Like, other corporations, like, what are you doing? It's funny how Microsoft is leading the way when it comes to potentially layoffs, right? But they also led the way when it came to unionization. Right. Can't unionize if there's not enough people to have a union body, right? You can have a certain amount of people that's going to be enacted, so you, by government proxy, get that kickback from the government saying that you do have unions there and you're working in good compliance. But also, you're letting go X amount of people that can't get inside those unions in order to be protective. And then you're looking at upper management, which won't unionize. Right. So you're looking at the lower rung people that will unionize. You're looking at upper management that won't unionize, and those are the people that's being targeted now. Yeah. And then you're saying, to your point, that 18 to 25%, well, 18% at the moment, I'm projecting 25% at the end of this fiscal year, that won't come back to this industry. People are giving up on the industry as a whole based off of the uncertainty. They're asking you to move
your whole life to only certain regions that have video game. Not every
you have personal knowledge
and refuse to work from home technology.
Yeah, they're not even letting you work from home. And again, a lot of these states ain't getting these tax breaks to make the games in the States. So you gotta go to, Washington. You
That
gotta
part.
go to you gotta move your life for the hope of making a game that might not. First, then you got the visibility of, let's be honest, there's a ton of games. Everybody's making games. You got the storefront issue. Then you got, okay, you make a game, you got to get the visibility. Is it going to compete with some other big, obviously Fortnite is the killer out here. Like, it is tough to succeed in this industry.
And it's getting tougher.
And it's getting tough. Now we're talking about stability that just seems that it is not there no matter. I mean, I think the only people right now, I think, to be honest with you, Forte, I'll let you John see you back. I was going to say, like, maybe like 2K, like, if you make Grand Theft, maybe. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, surefire.
What's going to happen with that, because once that game is finished and up and running and out the door,
then are they going, exactly.
yeah, they're going to have the most successful week ever. And then
the thing, but see, that's normally how you would expect layoffs to go. Okay, we hired X amount of people to get the game out the door. Some of them were, some of them were contract work. Some of them were on. Now that the game is done, we're gonna cut back a little bit, and then we're gonna start restructuring to go towards the next game. But the problem is most of these studios don't have games out for years, and they'll be like, "Yeah, you out."
And my last thing, and I'll give it to you, Forte, that this is what I want. And again, I'm not trying to speak anything to this. We don't know what's gonna happen, right? But God forbid there is studio closures, right? My concern from an Xbox standpoint would be, a lot of these studios sign with you for the ability to have that stability, right? And my only question is this: in a world where Microsoft is multi-platform with a console, if you're a studio that doesn't make a major hit anymore, and you know what I'm saying, I say anymore, like, you don't make a massive commercial success. Let's say the game is critically acclaimed, high Metacritic, whatever, but it is not a commercial success. In this timeline, how does that work? Because we were told,
the whole reason they made Game Pass.
Right. Game Pass allows us to do that. And you've got the big Call of Duty and the big Minecraft and data off. Again, I'm not putting negative energy kick like I know something's going to, nothing may happen. This may just be, I should say nothing, something is going to happen, but it may not be studio closure. It may just be redundancies and other stuff or that we're talking about.
That's a lot of people.
But that's a lot of people. And the way Schreier and these reports are coming out, like, it seems like a lot. So if it is, I think it would be a terrible look, right? Because that's what we were told the model was supposed to help sustain, that where you could have the smaller studio make a critically acclaimed thing. You could have the big studio that makes a Call of Duty and a Minecraft and a whatever. And if we hear, because we already saw, what happened with Tango, but thankfully my Xbox made it right and then gave them a home. King, I know King wants to get the facts out. I got you, King. You know what I'm saying? And gave them
the best part about that part is if they would have just fired them and let them go about their business and sunk that studio, and they would have actually went under,
right,
you would have had criticism there. So you can't do anything right. And listen, again, these are the same individuals, and I'm tired of the fake concern. These are the same people that don't give a damn about how their burger gets served to them inside a restaurant, don't care about the closures and McDonald's. Actually, stuff that they actually patron all the time. Y'all don't care until it serves your purpose to talk crap about something else.
We know that's going to happen.
My thing is, I'm talking from people that I actually know that's in the industry. Yeah. I care about those individuals that, oh man, damn, you out of work right now? Because listen, there are a couple of people that were at Microsoft that I knew of, and that we had plans on doing some stuff, and then they hit me up 2-3 weeks later or a month later. My bad. I had to get back to you, but I had to relocate because sitting in Seattle wasn't my ideal place. But I moved my life, my wife, my kids all the way over to this place to pursue this opportunity here, only to be let go. And now I got to move back to where it's comfortable in a city I actually give a damn about. But these individuals I care about. So again, when y'all sit there and tell me, Microsoft is doing this, and Sony's not doing it, and y'all using it for console war battling crap and that stupidness, you're using actual people's lives that nobody that's in that industry. I have people that were going to take opportunities leading with these individuals in remote places that they were going to uproot their lives. And then if they would have done that, to have that thing cut off a moment the administration changes, that right there pisses me off, because it's affecting people in a manner that y'all don't understand, but then y'all using it to fight with.
Yes.
Over just that 100%, part. So
100%.
People next week are going to lose opportunities and livelihood.
Right.
Why don't you focus on that instead of worrying about that? It's Microsoft. It's as a whole.
It would literally be us doing the Sony's news shut down, X amount of studios, whatever, because of the live service initiative, and us be like, you see, that's what you get. That's like people lost their
we've been very consistent.
Very consistent, bro. Yeah, like that is awful with the whole Jim Ryan Herman hosting situation. That bet that didn't pan out.
Jim Ryan went to the studio before they shut it down.
You know what I'm saying? Again, we're not going to do this whataboutism, but at the same time, that's where I agree with King. Though there is a lot, people are not really looking at the bigger picture and also doing this selective concern trolling when it's the company that they don't like or same kind of thing. But Forte, I know I've been speaking a bit. I'm just going to get you your balls in reference to, obviously the rumor of these layoffs. Looks like something's about to hit next week. We don't know what it is. Right. But it seems like something big's about to hit. So where you at with this whole thing with Xbox?
Yeah, man. Well, like King said earlier, the fact that we are coming up to that physical end of the year, it ain't on the same calendar. I can tell you right now, GameStop's calendar goes February to February. it don't go January to January, January to December. Yeah. February, that's when everything happens. People start worrying about store closures and stuff because that's when they're going to make the moves to do it.
Yep.
But with this is kind of part of the reason why, a lot of these studios or a lot of companies use contractors and stuff, because it's easy to just let that people walk. We get on 343 or Halo Studios how they had so many contractors, but you never really heard about people being laid off from the company as much, is because they were using so much contract work, which is a good and a bad thing. It doesn't help with continuity and stuff like that, but it keeps the threshold down to what you're actually paying people out of your own sellers. But when it comes to like just this, there's a lot of redundancies in place, and that's still a lot of people.
That is.
Like, we still have 3 publishers or 2 publishers that work autonomously from each other.
Facts.
We still have a lot of overhead and redundancies sitting at Activision Blizzard. We still have a lot that are still working over at Bethesda. I wouldn't be surprised with the new direction with Microsoft that basically starts filtering down and they eliminate stuff like that first. It's nice to have 3 HR departments, one at Xbox,
literally said
Microsoft.
Yep.
It's nice to have 3 HR. It's nice to have 3 investigative services. It's nice to have 3 different financial departments. But when Amy Hood is like over everything for financial, and then that starts filtering down, that's 3 other people that she really doesn't have to have any type of discourse with. Right. They can just have all that filtered to like the main coffers, which is paying the bills anyway.
Right.
So, and then when we say stuff like that, it isn't because it's insensitive. That's just how business is. Right. Microsoft became a $1 trillion business off of things like this. Paying for buildings and stuff, that's not cheap.
Right.
Overhead, that's not cheap. The only reason I was, and I lean more on King because he hears more stuff when it comes, and you guys when it comes to like with Turn 10, the reason I could see that being a possibility, not because Turn 10 is expendable. I mean, they created Forza Tech. So those engineers aren't going anywhere no matter what, because if something goes down with Forza Tech, they're there to fix whatever that situation is. And especially since you have studios like Playground utilizing that tech in all of their games, when it comes to Forza Horizon, when it comes to Fable, that's all being utilized. But the reason I was like, okay, I can see that happening with that studio is because they don't really have to be on a, we got the new Forza 2 years ago, Forza Motorsport, or a year and a half, 2 years ago. We won't see another one of those until to maybe 2030, 2031. Right. And the main reason for something like that is because it's licensed. Cars don't change body styles, but every 4 or 5 years. And it's not to say that it would get rid of the studio. I think the people would stay, but the overhead of maintaining a completely different building, a completely different management staff, all that stuff could kind of be filtered over to a studio that has other ambitions outside of just making racing games like Fable. And they can roll a lot of those people over to something like Playground, where all that still is in house, and then they just do an annual back and forth between Motorsport and Horizon. So it kind of makes sense. You come up with a reason why it makes sense, even though you don't want it to happen, and it may not happen due to what King was saying.
Right.
But those are reasons things like that can happen. And trust, if we're thinking about stuff like that, you know, the bean counters that make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars are looking at stuff like that. And then ultimately it comes down to, like, unfortunately, you're only as good as the last thing you put out.
Yeah,
I said this on DPS, and I told people, I was like, listen, if you want more games, you have to support those games. Even when Xbox puts them in Game Pass, your MAU matters. You know, you're a data point. Your download
you're
matters.
You're a spreadsheet.
So, you're exactly. Even if you're not buying the game, you're showing that there's interest in the game. You're showing that you are somebody that it may not have hit for you right away, but it is something that you're doing. So people always say, well, it's in Game Pass, I'll get to it later. I mean, it's in Game Pass for a reason. Try it out, because you never know what those numbers mean to the person that is sitting behind the 15th cubicle inside the 3rd floor of the basement. Right. That person's job could be on the line because you chose to say, oh, I'll get to it later. So those are kind of the decisions that are kind of being made. And it's very unfortunate, but a lot of people got to realize we're still, even though COVID was 5 years ago, a lot of decisions that were made across the companies, across gaming, across companies are still the ramifications still being felt today. People are still, studios were built. The Initiative was part of that. And that's another
Ninja
studio.
Theory built out a studio.
And they were built before that, but then with all the issues, and think about it, I wouldn't be surprised or shocked if for some reason the Initiative just wasn't a name anymore, because Crystal Dynamics is pretty much the one that's working on that game.
Square Enix does that.
Right.
They all have a bunch of studios, and some of them are just numbers.
Right. And not trying to say callous like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's addition by subtraction. Microsoft does away with just the name of the Initiative, but then on the backside, you're going to hear in the very near future that there's a purchase for, Crystal Dynamics. Right there, that'd be an addition by subtraction, but they still keep the same people, but the name just fizzles away, because at this point, what is the Initiative? All we know is what they said versus what Crystal Dynamics is actually doing for that game at this point. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's just all speculation at this point.
Right.
But we are coming up to that moment in time where every company goes through this.
Yeah.
They're all reassessing, the bottom line. And people always say, and I always said this before, and it took a while for me to realize it, year over year growth can only get you so far. You can't always do 20%, 10%, 25% year over year growth, because there's a ceiling to that growth. It has to reset. So you're going to have a year where your sales are down, or your overall ability to margins are going to be the same, but you're not going to make as much money as you were making on stuff because people are buying less.
Right.
But then you're going to come to that point where do you make up the difference? So that's when you have salary reductions, or you just don't give people raises, which piss people off even more, because they don't feel like they made, progress in their careers because they got held back in certain ways. Or you're going to close the overhead. Remember when Sony closed when they were going through their financial straits, and they sold off they sold off their PC market. Only thing they kept was their mobile, and they kept TVs and PlayStation. But everything else got sold off. And we were all talking about, like, man, PlayStation out here selling buildings, because guess what? Those buildings have dollars attached to them.
But see, also they're starting to sell back IPs. Like the fact that they sold back the IP to Kojima, that was something that was unheard of. The rumors right now, them possibly selling back the Spider-Man IP back to Disney in order to get a quick 10 billion, if not more, at the point right now before the value of the IP loses its steam. right? Because a lot of the games didn't reach the critical mass in which they were using it for. Marvel itself right now is at a low point. I think a lot of the stuff that was inflated in the past has definitely lost value, and I think companies are starting to see that and trying to extrapolate values from other stuff that they have going on inside the companies, and not just one specific company. You just mentioned that. That's just kind of because I was doing some research on some other stuff right now.
Yeah.
But I was just looking at the industry as a whole. That's where my fear lies. Now, when I was saying that we might be heading to another crash, it's not a crash in this traditional sense where games are going to go away. I don't ever think they will. But when companies like Microsoft can tout stuff like AI Muse, and then you will have Nintendo double back and say, well, we can use AI to assist in some areas. That means that you're having contemplation thought processes. You probably have exploratory work going in that place. When Sony can say the same exact thing, these companies are looking for ways to supplant the actual coders, to remove the coders. When Elon Musk can come out and say that he's going to do a video game company by removing half the developers and putting out coding made by AI, and it's an AI company, that's letting you know what pathway you should not be going into if you're looking to make heavy bank. Before, the coders and developers were touted as the heroes, right? They're trying to remove our heroes in a way that we won't see it coming. It will happen very swiftly because once they learn, and remember, AI is learned language. They see it, they replicate it, and they produce it. If it can happen, it will happen. And all I'm saying is these companies are telling you great strides they're making in this area. Understand, those great strides will take away from something else. And they're not doing it for no reason. They're doing it for an absolute reason. And I'm seeing it as a direct result in harming these individuals based off of this stuff. I've seen from the train stations, very minor stuff. We've seen it tech in place. Once they put these toll booths these turnstiles in a way that they didn't have to have people sitting there swiping their cards and fixing it all the time. They put stuff in place that it became autonomous. Yeah. You started seeing people lose their jobs. No more token booth clerks after a certain period of time. Mm-hmm. After that, no more token booths, right? And then it used to be 4 to 5 conductors on the train. It turned into now it's only one conductor on the train, and the rest of that is run through AI. We're going to see the elimination. We go to supermarkets. We see individuals do self-checkouts. It was a fantastic thing until now, when you see less and less cashiers inside the store, more and more supermarkets being closed.
When you go to Walmart, that's exactly how it is.
Well, no, actually, I have a friend that is like a district manager at Walmart here. He says Walmart's slowly going back to cash register because the amount of theft that they have, it's ridiculous. Like, people are stealing hundreds and hundreds of dollars every other day. Like, and we're not talking like little money. One person will steal like $300 or $400 worth of stuff because they try to do that only cashier stuff, but the amount of theft is so ridiculous that they are slowly reverting back to the cashier.
But when they go to metropolises, and metropolises is work like this. Okay, we don't have Walmart in New York. They can't get here because they keep them out. Big corporate keeps Walmart out. But we do have smaller supermarkets. Now you're starting to see the closures of these supermarkets because it becomes redundant in the space of the square block radius. The spending money is not there. It's a lot of things that go into one thing. Corporal is still going to corporal. I'm not championing them. I don't want to champion them. I don't think it's ever going to be a part where I'm going to sit there and side with big corporation over the little man, because the little man is me and everything is going to affect me. But I do see in smart cities, you're going to see the downsizing of actual manual labor in favor of autonomous work. And that's all I'm seeing here. And I see that transferring over into these larger corporations, which fund a lot of the stuff that's happening. They have vested interest in smaller operations. But I think we went a little bit long on this.
I just want to jump in because my only thing is that, again, to push back, is that again, the industries you're talking about are not the creative industry. This is the entertainment. This is an artistic industry. So yes, there will be AI that will jump in and say, okay, we could do things, or more efficiently in a sales department or a marketing department. But you're talking about the creation of a video game, an artistic expression. And the problem is the consumer dictates what is great in that industry. And there will be an all AI game at some point. And it may be hot and it will be fine. I'm not saying that stuff will happen, but the mass production, we're just not there yet. To me, this is all tooling. When you talk Nintendo, you're talking tooling. They're talking about making processing. Yes, that is, I'm not naive. That's going to eliminate some jobs. Yes. But the fact that the consumer spend controls what is hot, we dictate. We be like, yo, bro, that's not it. We don't like human stuff now. We be like, that's soulless. This is whack. You know what I'm saying? Like the NPC don't talk to each other. This don't interact. The demand for the consumer, the intelligence of the consumer is so high and so picky and so vocal that they will get your game out of here if they don't like it. Just off of silliness, you know what I'm saying? Who made it and what the agenda is, you know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So that's why I'm like, I get it. I feel that this come back to corporate greed. You know what I'm saying? Like this is at the end of the day, certain stakeholders they want to keep their bonuses coming in. They want to keep their bonuses coming in. They don't want to, say, all right, you know what? In order to save this studio, all right, how about we keep these employees and these creators and try to survive that way, and I won't take a bonus this year. You know what I'm saying? You rarely see that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I just feel like until that problem gets solved and until in a creative industry we see change that way, this is going to keep happening because they're just trying to maximize profit as much as they can. That's just how I see it personally, but I'm sorry for it.
I bet you if you looked at a timeline of when, this started really being a problem, because it was a problem before the pandemic. The pandemic just escalated it way further. That's probably when, you look at some of these companies, I bet you these big games that have like these massive broken games coming out, I bet you if you looked at it, a couple years ago, they laid off the whole Q&A team. That's the whole thing happened with Destiny right now. Mm-hmm. You know how often I hear a Destiny content creator say, well, Bungie, you probably shouldn't have, kicked the entire QA team out of your stuff.
I mean, last point I said, look at what happened with Expedition 33. You got a game with half the budget of all these other big games, and people are lauding this game and selling this game because of what the creativity, and it doesn't feel like the manufactured same old. In the creative industry, it's a little different. In other industries, I get it, but I was just going to say that. I mean, Forte,
it don't even really work in other industries. When I worked at Dish, they tried that then. Obviously, they're probably going to retry it now, but like the automated system, they have redone that automated system like 15 times because they keep losing customers because it doesn't pick up on the things it should. So at first it was like, okay, we're going to replace the frontline people, the people that are supposed to direct it. But then they realized that it was still messing up because the actual automated system was sending them to places they shouldn't have been. So they went back to it and redid it again. They've done that like 15 times.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say on it is it's not even about the salaries of these. I mean, that's a part of it because that's like part of the bottom line. The biggest reason why corporations make moves to eliminate positions and stuff like that is due to healthcare. Like that part by itself, because what they'll do is, for the most part, especially with AI generation and stuff like that, they still have to pay somebody to maintain that. Just like Walmart, they have people that they pay people to maintain that automated system in front of the store that people are checking out at. That is where, like, if you were looking for like engineering and jobs and stuff like that, that's where like the future is right now, because you have to be able to have people that can still manage that AI module to prepare things that need to be prepared around that. And guess what? It's a lot easier in their eyes to say, I can pay 3 or 4 people this amount of money to maintain this, instead of paying 50 people to like do the job and pay each of those 50 people that might be full time to have them have health care. and that's where you save the most of the money and stuff. So it's just, I hate having that conversation because it's just super insensitive to like the conversation in general when people have the opportunity of losing their jobs. But that's just kind of how businesses kind of look at stuff like that. You are truly a number on a sheet. And that's why I always tell my associates and people that I work with, I say, people work for people. We all work for a corporation, but the person you are actually working for is that person that is like me. My associates work for me. They don't work for we work for GameStop, but they actually work for me. And that's why that relationship is more important. And you kind of got to separate a lot of that stuff, because you can hate the job all you want, no matter where it is. But if you like the people you work for, and that's why you saw such a huge outcry at Bungie when those layoffs happened from all the CMs and stuff.
Yeah, the community managers. That was a big problem.
That was a big problem because, yes, we all worked for Bungie, but they felt more because of the people they worked for. And it was never an attack on anybody else but upper management, because all those people band together to feel the way that they felt because, yes, we work for you, but ultimately it was us that was affected by this. And that's across every job you ever have. So that's the best way to kind of look at these scenarios. It doesn't mean it's good or it doesn't mean it's great, but that's just kind of how it operates on a corporate level, unfortunately.
Everyone pretty much done with what they're saying. I'm going to go ahead and let the super chats play.
Yeah.
I'm back. Sorry.
I'll be right back.
That was my delivery. Yeah, that was it. I was going to say that. And then the last thing I was going to say is just look out for the fact that they may be moving away from the hardware space for this generation in preparation for the next. We know they're doing the AMD thing. Yeah. But my concern is that they may stop the production of the people that's doing the hardware for the current Series X and Series S in certain territories is what I was going to say. And just to be on the lookout for that.
And not to mention just the hardware stuff in general. Like, look, like I know for a fact they drastically changed the way they do when it comes to content creation because they don't feel the need to compete in the hardware scene.
Right. It's just like, hey, and that's why I feel like it's not gonna be subsidized anymore. They're not gonna take that hit anymore. You're gonna pay that premium. You'll still have a console. It'll be the powerful whatever. But this is my guess. I could be wrong. You know that all the $500 stuff, that may be a wrap. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay in that ecosystem because they offer it to you that way. But those are my thoughts. We'll see what happens next week. Crazy times. Let's get these super chats going. My bad. 1 second.
What are you buying?
We'll be right back again.
Addict make a poll for King to wear Borat bathing.
No.
It'll never happen because y'all don't have $25,000 for me to do it.
I'm looking at all these episodes.
Have to say, I finally tried Advanced GG because of you guys. P has never agreed with me, but this was something else. I have now ordered Focus P, Hydration P and Energy P, now waiting for the Lord's Shaker.
That's what's up. Because it's a difference, right? It doesn't give you the jitters.
I'm looking at what to react in this anime for, because I've never watched this samurai one, so I don't know what to click, and people aren't putting in there, so I might just Google and tell them to give me a random one. It's you guys' fault. No one's saying anything, so. Is that all?
Mm-hmm.
No. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah. So we got this Xbox Meta quest that call real big and okay, call it's back.
Sorry, I had a delivery. Apologies. All right. Yeah, this is me. I'll make it pretty quick. Yeah, Xbox Meta Quest, man. They announced the Meta Quest 3S Xbox Edition. Shout out to the VR, shout out to Meta, shout out to Xbox, shout out to Lori Wright, looks like for Xbox partnerships and marketing. Said it would be a limited edition release as part of an ongoing partnership that celebrates the expansion of Xbox cloud gaming and Meta Quest headsets. So yeah, this dropped this week. A lot of hoopla. Said a new design. So pretty much it's giving you the Xbox edition bundle available $400. Comes with that new crispy black headset, Touch Plus controllers, the limited edition wireless controller, MetaQuest Elite strap, as well as 3 months of Meta Horizon Plus and Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. You can pair it with any wireless controller, not just that one that comes into it. So yeah, I just want to talk about it real quick. For me, the reason why I brought it up is like, it's my little proud dad moment. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was at Meta, this was one of the projects I did work on and help contribute during the Quest 2 days. We did this thing called dog fooding, which is kind of like testing and stuff like that, you know, and this was on Quest 2 with Game Pass, and the latency was pretty amazing back then. So wanted to see, you know, what they was going with it and see how it came out. Thing looks very slick. So pretty much for those who don't know, you do the VR, it would be like the equivalent of you creating your own flat screen in your house, like a 100-inch flat screen. You could size it, shape it any way you want. And then from there, you know, if you choose, you can use the color path through so you can still see the things in your room, family and stuff like that. You don't have to be completely locked in. And yeah, the controller, I thought it went super hard. I thought the value that they're giving you with the, the strap, which is usually like another $100, that Elite strap that gives you extra battery life. And then obviously the months of Game Pass and stuff like that. And they'd be able to stream that. So again, for people who are new to VR, I think this is a great starting point. You know what I mean? If you never got the Quest, my only nitpick is I was hoping it would be the big boy. I was hoping it'd be the Quest 3 as opposed to the 3S, because I think the difference is the pancake lenses and stuff like that. But I thought this was super dope. And one thing I also was proud of was during my time there, being able to say, okay, a lot of people was like, hey, Cobb, we want to get down, but we're not trying to use no Facebook account. And us kind of making that separation with just having a Horizon account where you don't need a Facebook account. You just make an email. You can just jump in. It's dope. And anyone who did get it, because it looked like it sold out quickly on the Meta site. I don't know how many copies they had. I mean, the hardware allocation they had. But look, they sold out pretty quickly. I think Best Buy, if you're still looking for it, can get it. I ended up getting it because I was like, yeah, limited edition. They might not make it again. So shout out to Best Buy, my reward points. So I was able to do that. But yeah, for those new, if you're looking at getting the stuff for VR, besides obviously Game Pass and the amazing games they got, I would say Asgard, Wrath 2, the Vader games are amazing. Assassin's Creed VR, Batman is crazy. Iron Man, I would say Resident Evil 4, and if you're trying to get your health as well, I would say Supernatural. And of course, you know, I got the GOAT right there, Demio. I always go hard for Demio. If y'all ain't see in my background, that's my joint. Shout out to Resolution Studio. That game is amazing. They got a new Dungeon and Dragon joint coming out. That's gonna be crazy. But yeah, it's worth checking out, man. I really think it was a good time. So shout out to the people, my people that are still over there at Meta that helped contribute to that, and obviously Xbox and the partnership and stuff like that. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty dope, you know, collaboration. We'll see if anything else continues it. And shout out to Meta for still taking time in the space. We know, obviously, it seems like they're the last person left. Let's say last VR left, but obviously we know the Apple, and then obviously the PS VR 2 kind of stopping support for Beat Saber was kind of like, wow, I didn't think that was going to happen. So, yeah, that was just pretty much it. Just to me, it was just me, proud dad, emotional that, you know, MetaQuest actually did the combination, the partnership with Xbox, and I thought it actually looks like a dope piece of tech. So that's pretty much what I got. Let's see, y'all got anything else on that?
Well, the MetaQuest, the Xbox VR console. Yeah. I mean, standalone console. All right, so I heard a lot of people telling me that it's not an Xbox VR. Well, I dare defy you to go get that controller someplace else. Right, it's a limited edition controller that is inside the box. It comes with Game Pass. It is a Game Pass Ultimate. It is a device made for people that are Xbox centric. This is a Xbox fan service type of device. Now, if you happen to be outside of that spectrum and you like VR and you happen to walk up on it, that is really not targeted to you. It's targeted to Xbox guys. You can go pick up MetaQuest S. That's not sold out, right? So go get it. Like, is that one is not an Xbox, but I want you to pick up that, and I want you to see the two. When you open it, did that controller come in there? Is that SKU a Microsoft SKU, or is that SKU a Meta SKU? Y'all want to do so much hurdling and jumping and stuff like that, and trying to figure out, oh, well, this ain't this and this ain't an Xbox. Well, let me tell you something. It is an Xbox. You know why? Because it's targeted to an Xbox branded customer that is curious about VR. They want to take their games and play their games from Game Pass inside VR, pancake games playing, and then they can get exposed to whatever Meta has to offer. So maybe they didn't do it the way that you wanted them to do it. Maybe you wanted them to do it like PlayStation and fail like PlayStation. Maybe you wanted them to bring a $600 device to the marketplace that wasn't going to sell to a niche amount of consumers. How did that work out for Sony? They're doing something strange for some change right now. What Microsoft said was, yo, we're going to team up with the leading people in this niche business to give our people something to look forward to. So if Xbox dudes want an Xbox VR, well, go get your limited edition joint that's available for the limited time only, and you can get that limited edition controller, and you can get your limited ass over to Ultimate. But all you guys talking about, oh, well, that's not an Xbox, and I don't consider it. Well, they weren't considering you anyway. But did you ever consider getting a VR? And if you did, how did that work out for you? When Beat Saber looks at the person that did it the way you wanted them to do it, Beat Saber said, well, we're not supporting you. Yeah. How the hell the one is for everybody looked at you and said, you're not worth my time? Beat Saber will say, we will continue to support everybody else but them.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
And
I'm not
that,
sugarcoating that. That's not a good sign.
So and they
it's like
also
the number
said
one game in VR.
Exactly. The number one girl said no to you. And then she said that, but if you did pick up the limited edition Xbox VR, we will be still supporting everybody that came over here. Y'all gonna stop trying to make Xbox try to fit in the box that you want them to fit in. That don't work. There's a VR out there made for us. But I'm pretty sure if PlayStation dropped that VR, they did, because they dropped it. When Jim went over to London and gave everybody a cookie and said sayonara, and everybody was gone after that, all those studios had everything to do with VR. It wasn't studios that was over there making the hottest, latest. He did not go over to Guerrilla Games and said, Guerrilla, y'all out of here. No, he went over to the VR division because he knew that they was going to ASAP y'all ass. Get y'all out of here. So they got rid of them, and they said, yo, we also gave them to the PC. How they going to do a pass-through on their VR device that doesn't give you the dual sense, doesn't give you the headsets, nothing? They just said, yo, use the eyeball tracking, and you good for that. Listen, Microsoft, y'all mad Microsoft is doing it outside of the norm. In order to win, you can't continue to do the same things. You have to innovate and change the space. You go and you go get the best person in that space, and you team up with that person, and you put out a device for your people. Those are for Xbox people. So if my money tells me that's an Xbox, you can't tell me otherwise, because your money told you that's a PlayStation, and it's dead. So we gonna rock with what's alive, and I'm gonna rock with the Xbox limited edition. What is it? MetaQuest Xbox edition with Game Pass and the controller you can get no place else but over there in the box.
You're messy.
I look at this like first off, I won't co-sign any VR. VR's been so up and down. I can't with the conscience tell you to invest into that market. But what I will say, if you are going to invest into the VR market, Meta is probably one of the safest because it is backed by Facebook, and they not a broke company. So, but I do disagree with King. I see this as like an exclusive Meta thing, or like an exclusive Xbox or PlayStation skin of something. Like, I don't see it as like a different product. This is a Quest 3 that's Xbox themed, and that's just my opinion on that.
Forte, your thoughts? Or you stepped away for a second? Yeah, no, really, you got too much to add to it. But yeah, no, I hear what you said. I think, like I said, at the end of the day, it probably was the right call for Xbox not to go full all in with it, because obviously, they looks like they're in their strategy of this is an Xbox, and we're willing to put our device and our services over on your thing, and that probably pretty much works for them, as opposed to the industry being with a dedicated device, because it seems like Apple, and I don't know what's going on PSVR, but I know when I saw that Matt Piscatella tweet regarding PSVR 2, and I'll just repeat it, and everything's this kid say capping. He said, I can't think of a death knell bigger for any VR device than having Beat Saber in support. RIP. and this is from Max and Sarkana, that's how much the engagement is there. So it does question whether or not Sony is pulling away from it. And I think what is one of the situations, maybe Xbox just didn't want to take the risk of doing their own dedicated, for this, and maybe that ended up being the correct decision for them. So.
No, it was definitely the correct decision because they abandoned their own hardware. Adding something else to the grave probably wasn't the best decision.
That part. So anyway, final topic. We can just combine this joint right now. Addict, this is you in reference to Square. So shout out to Genki who put it out. And it said that Square Enix, hold on, let me pull up the quote, reportedly say that they're aware of Expedition 33, and they value turn-based RPGs. At the Square Enix shareholders meeting, one investment media reporter said that they would like the new Dragon Quest and new Final Fantasy games to be turn-based and highlighted Expedition 33's success as an example. Square Enix responded that they are aware of Expedition 33 and believe that command-based RPGs are the origin of Square Enix. They value the genre of command-based RPGs and plan to continue delivering such games in the future. Attic, your thoughts?
Yeah, it comes down to it. I've always felt like this Square Enix, even though they still make some games I really enjoy, like Bravery Default, the newer Final Fantasy games. They're bringing Tactics back. Hopefully, that'll lead to something more with that. The core Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy 13, 15, 16, I feel and 12, even 12 to a huge point, I do feel has been very, very underwhelming for me in particular. The one thing I will say is I'm so glad that Expedition 33 came out because it showed that you can do things differently. Because unlike that whole demographic that feels like Expedition 33 didn't do anything different, I think Expedition 33 did a lot of things different. It gave you the ability to be an interactive game without sacrificing turn base, and that couldn't be more different from the rest of the industry. Everyone else has essentially abandoned turn base besides a couple studios. And what's funny is the studios that stuck with it, they have all Game of the Year contenders. Atlas, Persona 5, Game of the Year contender. Metaphor, Game of the Year contender. And it's crazy. Like even like Dragon, those two games, highly rated, both of them. And it's just like, I'm telling you, for a long time, and I'm sure other Final Fantasy fans, I've never been the person to be like, look, I don't need turn-based to make a Final Fantasy, but it helps. Because the highest rated Final Fantasies are all turn-based. All of them. There's very few Final Fantasies that stop below an 87, and the ones that are not turn-based.
Do you consider the 7 remake with the ATB, what is it, the active turn?
That is one of the very few combat that is acceptable because they found ways to blend the turn-based with action-based. I didn't know. So, because they got that, I can't remember what it's called.
ATB or something?
It's not even that. They let you slow the whole battlefield down and choose where he was going where. So it's just like, look, I get it. A lot of people are, frustrated with the whole scenario, and I understand that. And, what I like is this makes Square Enix look at themselves. That's like, look, even though that we went this direction, something like Expedition 33 was able, from a AA studio, damn near close to a single A, very small team, had some help. I was told behind the scenes it wasn't just 33 people. They outsourced some stuff. They outsourced some stuff. But for the, this studio was able to deliver this quality of a project when they themselves have a hard time, unless it's the remakes, and that a lot of that's nostalgia. Let's be honest. Good gameplay, but there's a reason that Final Fantasy VII Remake sold like 7 to 8 million, and Rebirth only sold like 2, because they kind of bait and switched you with remake, making you feel this is a remake, but it wasn't. So I mean, we have friends that have an issue with it. Hogue doesn't like it.
Hogue does not like that. Yeah.
They low key false advertise the game. I myself was okay with it because I felt like, okay, maybe they have something. But after playing Rebirth, I'm very nervous going forward. I don't like to judge these things until I intake all 3 games.
Right.
Because even though 2 has me sweating a little bit, Rebirth has me sweating, I don't know what they're going to do in 3 to make 2 make sense. Sometimes when you play the whole trilogy,
then
you're like, oh, that's the
I
reason.
see what they're trying to do.
But what that's the problem being the middle game. Where do you end it?
Yeah, good point. Good point.
So that's my thing. It's just like, look, I understand people are like, Attic, you don't need turn-based to make Final Fantasy great. You don't. But at the same time, you can't tell me you need action-based to make it great because I have more conditions and more success rates on my end than you do yours. I have like 2 or 3 generations worth of Game of the Year contenders on my end, and you got like 1.
No, the quick question: What if they get the numbers and they say, well, the action was sold more? I don't know. I'm making up stuff. I don't know. I'm down.
And that's strictly because there's more people playing games now than there was when those games were being made. If you put those same games in their state, higher fidelity, modernized, they would sell well too. Because what Expedition 33, it sold like what 3 or 4 million, probably 5 to 6 by now because that game's got so much publicity. So and that's just, I don't know how much it sold, but it sold a lot going out the gate. Metaphor sold well, so it's clearly. And then once again, we get back to the corporate greed part, like because of how much money's went out for microtransactions and battle passes, selling 3 to 4 million, the actual dollar amount doesn't impress these companies anymore. Because they're looking at this like, oh, you may be 400 million here, but this other company over here may be 2 billion with their microtransactions. So once again, it's like, in that kind of world, is it ever going to make sense? Because that's the reason the industry pushes so hardcore towards games as a service. Because it's easier to monetize for the long-term strategy than it is to release a game. Because they say they ain't doing nothing else with the game. That it's the definition of a one and done.
Who are you talking about? Oh,
no, Expedition 33. They're only making, unless they change their mind because of the success, which is definitely a possibility. What they have made off of this game is all they're going to make until their next game comes out.
Fair enough. King, your thoughts? Square being challenged. They should make turn-based. Should they go back, do what they're doing? What should they do?
I'm glad that a shareholder inside the company, which is forces Square's hands to do whatever they're supposed to do, got up and said Expedition 33 is a turn-based game, and he noticed the rise in trends, and he made his voice heard in that meeting and galvanized the rest of the team in order to say something. I think Square was Sony did it to him. And I know you're going to say, God, how's that, King? Listen, I think them trying to...
Hey, just let you know I gotta get rid because they about to turn my power off for a
second.
second.
Bro, go, please.
Blessings, brother.
What they're redoing? They're running new lines in our kitchen.
Oh, yeah, you had to make it know. It's not because.
Oh, yeah, you scared me the hell out. But even so, like, yeah, do what you got to do.
No, they're running. They're running new. Yeah, they're running 2 new lines in our kitchen and stuff. But they got to turn off our power while they run the lines. So that's why I kept going back and forth.
All right, blessings. And make sure that you play that game, though.
No, I am, definitely. I got you.
Yeah, for sure.
Later.
Later, Forte.
Okay, so you ready, Attic? Because you was interrupting. I didn't.
You have been interrupting people all episode.
All right. When you talked about it, was that? Did I say anything?
Okay, so we're gonna act like you didn't do the whole.
All right.
episode?
So
King, your IPS was super high.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Here we go.
I just want to know if you're ready.
Now I'm gonna mute myself. You're gonna act like you.
Thank you. Could you do it? Could you do it though? Could you do it? Because I'm ready. Are you ready?
Y'all are stupid. Go ahead, go for y'all.
Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Ridiculous.
So it's Sony's fault, and it's that stable of games during a period of time. Square was the foundation of beautiful games over there, and then out of nowhere, a lot of their single player driven games took a different fidelity. So no longer did Square stand out. That turn-based stuff, they was like, nah, only when we were doing summonses was people enamored with what was going on. Now we gotta get this action up, we gotta get this crowd, we gotta get those big numbers that these dudes is making. And they looked over to that. Now remember, at this period of time, they're locked in with these dudes. A lot of their games is only on this platform,
Right.
For a period of time, launching on. They take the bag. But your own competition is the people that's in your ecosystem. So you're looking over and you're like, we got to do something a little bit different. Maybe if we action it up, we could pull over those Last of Us crowd or the this crowd or that crowd, whatever crowd that's over there. Let's say Stellar Blade crowd. That turned back on them and bit them in the butt because the bags that they was chasing just didn't equate to good games. So Final Fantasy 16, a good action RPG, just not a good Final Fantasy RPG. And I think they lost themselves in between there. And they're trying to get back to making good games and doing numbers spread across the board. What Metaphor and what Expedition 33 doesn't do is they didn't limit themselves to one particular device. What they did was they put their game everywhere, be it turn-based or not. I'm talking about a good game that is made by a third-party company all over, and turn-based, I think, just happened to fall into this RPG's wheelhouse. You can look at Oblivion Remake. That was a game that was available everywhere. It's not a turn-based game, and it sold buckets. What you have to look at is Square pigeonholed themselves, hurt themselves in doing so while making whack games. So now we're going to get back to the roadmap where you make good games, but turn-based is an option. I don't know why you removed that off of the table, especially when Attic is telling you that the majority of your highest rated games was turn-based. You can do great outside worlds. You can do great cutscenes. Actually, you can have some action sequences in there. But when you get to main battles and stuff like that, it should be turn-based. There's a ways that you're able to do it. I just felt that they pigeonholed themselves trying to chase a demographic that really didn't like you. Like when they see JRPGs, a lot of them dudes don't like that. Right, that's very niche and a small group of people. So when it says JRPG on it, a lot of people's like, nah, I'm gonna get Devil May Cry, and you chasing Devil May Cry dollars. So I felt that Square did it to themselves. Thank God somebody in the shareholder meeting said you can do this and y'all could be better. You can turn yourself back on at it. Come back in.
Turn yourself back on.
Come back in. Come back in.
You're ridiculous.
Come back home. Who brought you home? Come back in.
Yo, you stupid. You are stupid. Anyway, look, I like that they're talking about it again. You know, obviously I'm one of the guys that do like 16, but I understand the sentiment. And look, this to me, this just they agree. This is them again, corporate greed. This is you thought you was going to take these mercenary bags, right? And your estimations were way big for these games, and it didn't hit their personal expectations of what they thought, how many millions they was going to sell with these things. And now they're realizing mercenary is not the way. We need to put these things on every platform at the same time to maximize. And then Expedition did expose that, yo, turn-based can still be done, so don't go away from your roots. The only thing I'm just hoping is that they don't look at, like, how, like, my only fear is with, I think Hogue did say this, or I think Gene said it. My only fear with Expedition is that I just hope that everyone don't try to bite their exact formula with the, you know, the souls and the parry and the dodging and stuff like that. And now they try to do everything like that, you know, kind of thing. Because I feel like that's what kind of made Expedition 33 special. But, yeah, you know, this is, to me, them getting back to form and realizing, hey, that we got to have balance with it. And, you know, we got to put this stuff everywhere else and, you know, actually do some, you know, turn-based stuff like that. What I want them to do is let's get to the releasing things at the same time. Let's get to that. Let's get to not the staggered release and, you know, let's get the porting team all lined up so that when you drop, everybody has everything and you maximize the zeitgeist and you get the most bread when you put out a quality product. That to me is
real too.
Yeah.
That staggered stuff, that's for the birds.
Exactly.
I've already played it on something else.
Nobody,
by the time it comes to the other platform, I don't care.
And I think they've learned. You know what I'm saying? That doing that staggered, you know, it was nice taking those exclusive bags at the beginning, you know, but as the way the market is right now and PC gaming and other platforms, now they're talking about Final Fantasy 16 on Switch as well. They want to get some bread there. I think that's what's going on. So it is what it is, but that's what I got. Anything else, Attic, on your topic?
No, that's fine.
All right, let's get up out of here, man. Look at these super chats. Right.
What are you buying?
PSVR 2 was a good time but not a long time. Rip.
Hey, yo. That's all he put? Yo, he wildin'. All right, no doubt. We are good. So, yeah, we made it, Addict, to the end, and you look like you're going to have to do that Metal Gear, huh? To get that Metal Gear cracking?
Probably play that sometime this week.
No doubt, no doubt. Let's get up out of here. Lord Addict, where can the five people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Find me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addicts, where I post a lot of reviews, talking about certain news things. I'm going to do a lot more, rankings and top 10s on there. I enjoy making those videos, so look out for that. I am sending you guys over there to Slow-Mo, because he's playing Death Stranding 2.
How? Really? Y'all done got it. King done got it, buddy.
Enjoy that. Go over there and tell him ILP raid.
Facts.
And he'll give you perspectives, because if we didn't have like a little bit of a time frame, because I mean we definitely went an hour over the time frame, he would have been in the show.
Yes.
But I knew that we had no time for that, so I definitely go over there and show him love.
No doubt, no doubt. Let that man get the Holy Spirit of Kojima in his system. That's what he
Guys,
This
is
game
ridiculous.
does look nice, though. Death Stranding 2, I'm
That's a
looking at the
beautiful,
gameplay.
beautiful,
It does look nice.
yeah, beautiful looking. Yeah,
Someone just said, heads up, ILP rate incoming in the chat.
Lord King, I apologize earlier for my actions towards you. I've been a little out of control. I must admit, I was out of pocket today.
I loved it.
I love too much fun. Too much fun.
I loved it because you know exactly where we come from. you know we come from a lot of individuals standing on the corner talking they talk, right? So, but what dudes don't know is they don't know me, right? So they have a perception of me like I'm out here running around the streets like Mike Tyson knocking dudes out. Not knowing that I'm the one talking to you, Bean Pie, my brother, that dude, right? Trying to elevate your consciousness. But I don't care what y'all got from it. Those that got it, got it. Those that didn't, don't. And I just got to say, the individuals that got a chance to play had the same mindset. The dumb, deaf, and blind that didn't play had their mindset. So when Goofies laugh and you accelerate, remember, you all go to school to get the same knowledge. There's some people that's going to fail and there's some people that's going to excel. You both have the same opportunities. Remember, in the beginning of the week, we knew what the topics were. I decided to utilize my time in a manner that was befitting of me, the king.
You're 4 hours.
And other dudes decided to use their time and just continue to do what they wanted to do.
Run their mouth.
Yeah.
I'm going to get smart and I'm not going to stay ignorant. So I was educated in that area. Excuse me, partner. I didn't talk during your outro.
Stop it.
Anyway,
I didn't say anything.
But anyway,
What?
back to where I'm at. Anyway, I can run it back, but I'm going to do that. Anyway, so back to what I'm saying. Now that we got the education part out of the way, I'm going to be streaming on Frontline Gaming Streams, where I'm actually going to peel back the layers of this onion, which I find is Death Stranding 1, not 2, because I don't want nobody telling me about my games. I'm going to play my games and have fun exploring this wonderful world that he set forth. And I'm going to see exactly what other exoteric teachings that he has for me. Maybe it's some Buddhism there. Maybe it's some Taoism. Maybe it's more Stoicism there. I'm trying to figure out the mind frame of the individuals doing it. And I know there's a game that's inside of it. So I'm having fun doing that. But if you like that journey, you like anything that I say, go over there to Frontline Gaming Streams where I'm playing the game right after this. We'll pick up my son. I'm coming back to play that. But Xbox Frontline News, we got information. We got information. Sony outside doing something strange for some change. New video on Monday, trying to see what they trying to tweak and twerk over there, trying to make it happen for you. So, and if you felt that my VR talk was out of pocket and you didn't like me claiming that VR, well, boo on you. Because I'm gonna have a good time, and y'all can get go get an update in Beat Saber and holler at your boys.
They calling you King Jima in the chat. This is ridiculous. Anyway, look, man, shout out to the Realm deal about fun. I won't apologize to the Realm because I was definitely way out of pocket and took a topic to like 2 hours. It was my own fault. But I was having too much fun. And it got a little out of hand. So for those who wanted a little bit more refined, I apologize. But it was just hilarious. I just thought it was hilarious. Because I knew what Forte was thinking. I was just saying what he was thinking. And I knew where that was going to go. And I said, hey, let's have G Park here and have some fun.
I will say it was nice to have a left topic that I wasn't involved in. So, I'm on my new addict, new me thing. You know, just mute. I don't need to engage. My blood pressure too high already.
We can wrap that blood pressure.
Mute. Yeah.
No. And shout out to the Rub. Yeah, for people that asking where can we watch they said where can we watch the COG what you call it? Anime stuff. They said on the thing, right? On the Patreon, how it go?
Yeah, so it's on Patreon. This week he'll be reacting to Rock Lee versus Gara. Apparently, because people were sitting there saying you need to react to every fight in Samurai Shippuden because it's only like a minute or two long each. Thankfully, there's a YouTube video, 36 minutes long. So yeah, he will. Because I wasn't doing it. Now, if someone gave me all the work, okay, now I'll do it. But I wasn't going through there and cutting all the fights of a show I've never seen. So there's a YouTube video. So you saved yourself. So he'll be reacting to every fight in Samurai, whatever this anime is called, because they're only like a minute long.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. They sound like they getting to it. So that's anyway.
That's next week.
That's next week. Okay, cool.
This week's Rock Lee.
That's again. Shout out to the Realm and shout out to everybody who made Addict do his lessons, his 120. He gonna be getting that Metal Gear Solid on.
I don't know when yet. How long am I supposed to stream that? We ain't 2 hours. 2 hours. You get me for 2 hours.
I don't know. We gotta come up with something.
You get me for 2 hours.
We'll see how that goes. We gotta get them in there and get them learned. But anyway, that's all I got. Anything else before we said?
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna be playing that on the ILP channel. For every $100 I get to go to Tokyo, it will extend it by an hour.
Wow.
You see this guy?
No, son, nah.
You see this guy?
I gotta cease that. I gotta cease and desist that. I gotta cease and desist that right there. No, dude.
For 2 hours.
No.
Okay, then it's just 2 hours.
We gotta cease and desist that right there.
It's just 2 hours then.
He don't want to learn.
All right, guys, listen. All right. This is what's gonna happen. He's gonna do that to you, and I'm not gonna do that. What's gonna happen is, after I finish, no, I'm not gonna bother you. After he finishes or whatever he's gonna do, after I finish Death Stranding 1, I'll go back and play Metal Gear Solid 1, and I'll finish the game from the beginning to the end. And y'all ain't had a super chat a goddamn thing. I'm gonna do that, right? So I'm gonna hold myself accountable in that manner. Y'all super chatted, y'all did that, you got to your goal, y'all did that, and I respect that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish Death Stranding 1, and then immediately right after that, I'm gonna play Metal Gear Solid from beginning to end, and then I'm gonna move on to Metal Gear Solid. Death Stranding 2. That. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm gonna take care of that. I'm gonna do that. Y'all gonna see the beginning to the end. I'm gonna do that. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give them a complete playthrough of a game.
Let's give him the complete.
Nah, he don't want to do that. He just told him I'm only doing 2 hours.
That wasn't the agreement.
All right.
When have we ever made? Has anyone ever made anyone play a complete playthrough on anything?
No, I don't think so, but we wanted to try to push it.
So we're going to try it on me. So I was like, okay, if people really about that life, it's the road to Tokyo. For every 100, I'll play an extra hour.
This man trying to get it. Yeah, out of pocket. What I was going to say is, King, we need you on Death Stranding, sir. That's what we need you.
Yeah, I'm doing Death Stranding. I'm doing Death Stranding 1.
2. Yeah, don't interrupt. Let him do his lessons over there with the great Kojima Metal Gear.
I feel that they're not getting their money's worth. Right? Like, I feel.
So you're trying to bully me into doing something else?
The realm will torture him in the way the realm will see fit. He will not get away with these crimes. We already know that.
Yeah, but I felt that I felt that, dude. I thought it was very clear that you had to play Metal Gear.
That wasn't even a remote clear of it.
I thought it was clear that he had to play Metal Gear from beginning to end. Right, and I thought he already put up his number.
Those terms said,
and the number was put, and dudes met that number expediently. Right?
So you mean to tell me that you got?
And then we get to the end of the show where the majority of the people that super chat is gone already, and then he gonna say, "I'm only gonna do 2 hours."
So you mean to tell me that you got away with 40 minutes, maybe an hour worth of reacting to country music, but I gotta play 20 hours of a game.
Okay, so what I said was, whatever they super chatted to, whatever it was, I'm gonna react to country music. I didn't care what it was. I agreed to it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna knock it out because that's who I am. Now, I'm not gonna bait and switch him. I'm not gonna
play through. That's not a bait.
I'm not gonna bait and switch on him. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give what I'm gonna give. My interpretation of it, like I'm pretty sure a lot of them interpretation of it was that.
Interpretation is how about you ask? No one clarified. When have we ever in the history of ILP did goes towards an entire playthrough of a game? It's never been done. Stop trying to gaslight people into doing what you want them to do. It's
I'm
not
not.
gonna work.
Listen, I told you, do what you want. I said I will pick up the baton that you dropped.
It's
And
not a
listen.
I
And
give them 2 hours of my time.
Okay. So what do me doing what I'm doing got to do with you?
We want you to play Death Stranding 2, not
Who's
some-
we?
You literally trying to.
Ain't nobody super chat
So
me to
you
do
said
this.
I'm dropping the ball. I'm doing
Wait.
literally
Time
what
out.
we agreed on.
Not one person super chatted me to play Death Stranding. That was something I did on my own. I do what I want.
I'm not gonna argue.
So
with you.
after I finish
in no
this,
way, shape, or
I'm
form have
gonna
we ever done that. But
Good.
now all of a sudden
I
we're
said
changing
good.
terms.
I said I'm going to support their completion. That's all.
Okay,
it's
then
something
yeah,
that I'm
go
looking.
do it.
Thank you.
He ain't gonna do it.
So I don't know why you
Act
upset
like
with
I
it.
care. Go do it. You know what,
Exactly.
kid? Stream them all. How about that?
Stream
Stream them all.
Yo, no, I'm just going to stream the one that you dropped. That you paid for.
He trying to shame him. He trying to shame him.
Paid for, and you dropping after 2
we
hours.
agree. No,
Yo,
but
could you
no,
imagine paying for a situation and they say, well, right before the situation, I'm out.
So, okay,
Yo,
you know what's
what
funny?
are you doing?
You know what's funny?
Finish the
You're sitting here
job.
coming to me, acting like this
You
has
gotta
been
hold
the
the line,
status
bro.
quo. No, you're the one not holding the line. We've always done it this way. But
I
now
don't know
all of a sudden it's
who's
gotta
we.
change.
I don't know who's we. Nobody ever had to make me pay to play a
We've
game.
always done it this way.
Who's we?
You know what? I ain't gonna argue.
I was like, why
We've
you
always
falling
done
for
it this way. We've always
When you start holding people accountable, when you start holding people accountable for the BS they pull, they get upset with you.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it ain't him.
Well, clearly the terms have not been set.
This guy told you to read the fine print.
No. As people ask me to stream the game, guess what? When you stream multiple times, that's streams, not stream.
Oh, this guy's wild.
So I guess we're getting multiple
Yo,
streams.
make sure
No, we're getting one stream.
Make sure
of
the
me
next time
playing,
y'all super chat, make sure when y'all super
No,
chat,
actually,
y'all
we-
make
we-
sure he
we-
read the fine print.
We are getting multiple streams. We getting the one stream Ag's doing like the 5 that King's doing. So we are getting this. I ain't doing it.
And there
My
we have it,
streams
bro.
got nothing to do with Iron Lords. My streams got everything to do with frontline gaming streams, where the King streams daily. You ain't got the super chat to get my back. I'm gonna be over there, but if you did, I'm gonna do what was asked of me. I'm gonna do it from beginning to end. And you know why I can say that? Because I play it on easy, B.
This guy right here. Anyway, so it looks like, again, Attic will be streaming the Metal Gear Solid 1.
This 2 hour stream ain't worth it. Like,
He will be doing his 2 hour stream. We will figure out when it will go down. And then King, if he chooses, he does not have to do this. Will be playing.
I got y'all, son. I got y'all.
completing.
I got y'all.
Or in the name of Attic.
Where I got y'all.
And an honor for the realm.
You know what's hilarious? I got a rant.
Oh, yeah. See, you fell for it.
People, no, it's not. It's about being realistic. People sit there and like, Attic, why are you streaming? Guess what? When Cog reacts to stuff, guess who has to do all the work for him to react?
That part is true.
Attic. When
That part is
King
true.
reacts to country music, guess who has to go and get
That
all
part
the
true.
super
He
chats?
is doing a lot of
Everybody
work.
agree?
That's
I
right.
do. Guess when Cog reacts to all the metal stuff? Guess who had to go through all the super
Get 'em.
chats, link them all
Get
to
'em.
YouTube videos?
Get 'em.
So King, shut your ass up.
Nah, I'm gonna say go get that Attic. But when I'm streaming, guess who got to do nothing? Me. I gotta just stream. So why you worried about what I'm doing, B? That's all I'm talking about. Frontline gaming streams.
And
Where the King streams and has fun.
And I expect the same energy we are giving to you give to Slow Mo when we send
Get
you
him over there. And that's this week's ILP. Thank you, and have a good weekend.
Have fun streaming.
He's sending them.